Now, starting the official markup of this event, we cordially invite Dr. Sampath Dharmadasan, President of Sri Lankan Agricultural Economics Association, to deliver the welcome note.
Morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayantala Ratnasekara, Chief Guest of our program today, and all distinguished gathering here at Uvavelas University and online. So it's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this greatest occasion of Agricultural Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. So I'm not going to welcome everybody one by one because it takes time and we have to stick to the time. But anyway, I'd like to welcome our chief guest, especially. That's our Vice Chancellor, Professor Jayantala Ratnasekara. So he's behind all of this success of this program. So I welcome you, sir, for this occasion, and also Dean of the Faculty, Chairman of Research Committee, Librarian of the University, and then the Bursa, Registrar of the University, and all heads of the department, dear students, and all others join online. And also especially I must welcome all the members, senior members, and also all the members of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association who are joining online and at this moment at the Uvavelas University. So actually speaking, as the Agricultural Economics Association, we have been doing many things to make the public aware of this economic crisis. To my mind, when I analyze this situation, this economic crisis in Sri Lanka, I feel that this is something that we have to take positively. Why do I say like that? Because now the people of this country have started to think about what should be done to develop the economy. What are the causes behind the economic crisis of Sri Lanka, and who should be removed? Actually speaking, now through the struggle that are going on in Sri Lanka, now people are talking of who should be removed because they feel that the country, the students, the people feel that there are some people who are behind this economic crisis, so then they have to be maybe chased away. I don't know, but anyway, as the association, to make the public aware, we have been doing several things. As I told you at the beginning, one of the most important things is that we have been conducting a webinar series in collaboration with two other organizations in Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka Economics Association and Sri Lanka Forum of University Economists in Sri Lanka. That was a real success, and we are still conducting that program. And I invite you all, our students and all those who participate in this event, to participate in webinar series also. Then you can understand what is going on in Sri Lanka, what are the problems behind this economic crisis, what should be done to get rid of this or come out of this economic crisis of Sri Lanka. But anyway, I've got some 10 principles. I'll just read them out in Sinhala. I got this from actually speaking Facebook. What should be done in micro level to develop the country? Because these principles have been adopted by the developed countries. That's why they have developed. First principle is discipline, acharadharma. Mooladharma is acharadharma. They are adopting that one. Second principle is honesty. How honest we are to the work that we do. And next one is responsibility. How responsible we are to do something to develop the country. And then niti riti valta garu karana. So if we are really respect the law, so then that is the pathway to develop the country. Another thing. And then do we respect others' ideas? So that is also another thing that we have to think of. We have to respect others and others' ideas, especially if we are to develop the country. And then dedication or committed to work. There also we have to think whether we are committed to work, right? So now we are academics, we have to be committed to our work, and everybody in this country should be committed to work if we are to develop the country. The other thing is that savings and investment by the people, whether we save or whether we invest for the sake of, for the benefit of the country. So that is also another thing that we have to adopt. And then yamak විශිෂ්ට ලෙස ඉටු කිරීමට ඇති අදිෂ්ඨානය. යමක් විශිෂ්ට ලෙස ඉටු කිරීමට ඇති අදිෂ්ඨානය. Whether we are doing it or not, we have to analyze ourselves and we have to think of that one. If we do so, then definitely we will develop. And then we are, most importantly, work on time. වෙලාවට වැඩ කිරීම. අපි මේකත් හිතන්න ඕන අපි ඇත්තටම වෙලාවට වැඩ කරනවා. And we are very happy that we started this program on time. But anyway, in any other occasion, do we come to the work on time? Do we come to the lectures on time? Right? So the people in other countries, they work on time. So that is what we are. And the last thing, most importantly, that we are talking about is that in other countries, not in Sri Lanka. Right? So those are the most important 10 principles that the countries, developed countries adopted. So now, actually speaking, our speakers later time they will speak about macro level, what we have to do economically and things like that. But I just want to tell you these 10 principles that we have to adopt if we are really to develop this country. And once again, I welcome you all to this greatest occasion, and I wish great success. And I feel that you all will bear with us until the end of the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear sir. Now, we cordially invite Professor Saman K. Hera, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, Uvavelas University of Sri Lanka, to address the audience.
A very good morning, everybody. Vice Chancellor, the academic staff members of Uvavelas University, including deans of the faculties, and also registrars and all non-academic staff members of the university. President and Secretary of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Association, and also the invited speakers and all the distinguished guests who are joining this forum online and physically both, and importantly, dear students. So first of all, I would like to extend our best wishes to the 15th Annual Research Forum organized by Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. And also we are pleased that we could host this event as a faculty of Uvavelas University. In the theme of the forum, so they are supposed to cover a very important aspect which has to be discussed, I think, at the present. Post-pandemic economic recovery in Sri Lanka. So we have been experiencing a very worst condition, the corona, for 2 years. And on top of that, now we are facing another issue. So when we take all together, so I hope this will be a very good opportunity for discussing, finding solutions for the issues that we have been facing as a country. And when you look into the agenda, I feel that there are some sub-items, so which are also very important, and so they will provide some information, details related to these issues. So I hope you will get this into your mind. So when we look into the present status of the economy of the country, so that this is the most important thing. So as agriculturists and also as the overall economies and the general public or general people. So it is our responsibility of everybody to give our contribution so that the economy could be brought to a particular level. Therefore, the outcome taken from the forums like this will be very important. So I just would like to give some examples just to, remind or talk about the present status of the economy. So not as an economist, but as a general person. For example, before 1970s, so we just had to pay 7 rupees for purchasing $1. So thereafter, we can see how we are. Now we have to pay 350 rupees to purchase $1 US dollar. Before 1970s, we were comparable only with Japan. All other countries were behind, especially when you take Asia. There were countries who were following us, like Singapore. Now they have passed us. Singapore, Thailand, and even Korea, they have passed us. So we can realize now we are where we are. In 1940s, when you see the agricultural sector, we can see that we had 6 million people, but still 60% of the rice was imported to the country. But over the time, during last 7 decades, we can see that the population reached up to 22 million. But we could be self-sufficient in rice by the year 2019, 2020. If you compare the productivity or the yield of rice, before 1940s, we could just get 650 kgs of paddy per hectare. But now we take like 4.5 to 5 tons per hectare. So which is a huge achievement as a country. So we should respect those who contributed there, especially the agronomists, the plant breeders of the country. But now we have a question mark whether we are still self-sufficient with rice. So we are about to import some rice. The other important thing is the inflation of the country. So we have reached the 3rd place of the world list. So that is another thing that we have to think. So as a country and as a whole, when we take, now we are in a shortage of dollars. So this is the main issue. So as a country, I think we have to work for this to, generate dollars or bring dollars from the overseas. This is the most important thing. Therefore, we need to find solutions. So there will be short-term and also long-term solutions. So this forum, I hope, will provide some solutions. But as a whole, when I take this, what I feel is we have to take decisions based on a national policy. So which is the most important thing. And we should also emphasize on the key areas like agriculture, health, education, monetary regulations, importations and exportations and other relevant aspects. And also the other important thing that I see is the developing the attitudes of the people. So though we have a national policy, so if you are not up to the level, we'll still be there. Therefore, I hope as a country, we should look for this as well. The development of attitudes, I think, should be started from the kindergarten. Otherwise, it will not work. Therefore, if we start it now itself, at least in next 15, 20 years, we'll be reaching to a particular level. So I don't want to talk too much. So I would like to move to sit there and listen to the talks of the other people today, because this will be covering very good important aspect related to the country. So finally, I take this opportunity to appreciate my staff members who did the contribution and also commitment to organize this great event. And also we appreciate the Sri Lanka Agriculture Economics Association for trusting us and then giving us this opportunity to host this time, the 15th Annual Research Forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, PS sir. Now, it is with great honor we would like to invite the chief guest of today's session, Professor Jayanthal Ramasekara, Vice Chancellor of Uva University, to address the audience.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the UOLS University, let me also warmly welcome you all, those who are present physically here and those who are joining online, to the 15th Annual Research Forum of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. As we all know, our country is facing a huge, unprecedented economic and political crisis today. certainly the agricultural economists as well as the professional and scientific community of the country can make a significant contribution to the economic and political recovery of the country. I do believe that only economic solutions will not solve this problem. We have to find a common acceptable political solution as well. It is in that context the theme of today's conference, post-pandemic economic recovery. Of course, this has been maybe little earlier, the theme has been decided. Otherwise, it would have normal economic recovery of the country. Because as Professor Aman Herath mentioned, we were thinking how to recover after the COVID pandemic. Now we are thinking how to recover at all. Simply. There's nothing to hide. The country is in turmoil. There are people at Goldface for 21 days continuously, day and night. So we have to find a solution to that sooner the better. And I hope that this research forum will help and come up with some solutions. As the Vice Chancellor, I would like to appreciate the efforts taken by the President and the Secretary of the Association and the entire faculty to make this event a success. And I sincerely hope that this forum will come up with some viable, acceptable solutions. Wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, dear sir. To conclude the inaugural session, we would like to invite Dr. Shashika D. Ratnayaka, Secretary of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good morning, you all. And I'm really pleased to deliver the vote of thanks on this special occasion. On behalf of the Executive Committee of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, first of all, I extend my gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Jayanthala Ratnasekara, Vice Chancellor of UOL University. Thank you very much, sir, for granting the permission to host this event at UOL University, 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, and joining us today to grace this event. And also, thank you very much for your nice words. Next, I would like to thank Professor Saman K. Herath, Dean, Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, for being here today and sharing his valuable thoughts with us. I convey my gratitude to all the distinguished invitees, Professor Mr. Hibatul Karim, Registrar of UOL University, Professor Jagat Pitawala, Chairman Research Committee, Ms. Taranga Pereira, Bursa of UOL University, Dr. Kumari Kulatunga, Acting Librarian, UOL University, Professor Vasantha Senaviratna, Head Department of Export Agriculture, Dr. Deshani Mudannayaka, Head Department of Animal Science, who join us today to grace this event. Next, we are extremely thankful to the UOL University and Kurunegala Plantations Limited for their financial sponsorships. Without your contributions, this event would not have been a success. Much gratitude to you for being the sponsors of this year's 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. Our next item of the agenda is a panel discussion on the current economic crisis of Sri Lanka. So I would like to offer my gratitude to the eminent speakers of the panel discussion. Professor Premachandra Athukorla from Australian National University, ANU, Professor Sisira Jayasuriya, Monash University, Australia, Dr. Herath Gunathilaka, former professor, University of Peradeniya, and former director, Asian Development Bank, and Professor Jevika Veerahewa, University of Veeradeniya, and Dr. Vasanthi Wickramasinghe, Senior Research Fellow, Gamani Karaya Foundation, as the moderator. Thank you very much, dear sir, madam, for accepting our invitation. Before the lunch break, we have scheduled another important speech on Russia-Ukraine crisis and its impact on commodity markets, supply chains in Sri Lanka. So our speaker is Dr. Nihal Pitigala, a well-known trade economist. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation. One of the important events organized annually by Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association is the undergraduate research competition. This year, the competition was coordinated by Dr. Sumali Disanayake from Rajarata University. Thanks very much, Dr. Sumali, for your excellent coordination and your team at the Department of Agricultural Systems, Rajarata University. On behalf of the Executive Committee of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, I wish to extend my gratitude to the eminent judge panel, Dr. Stephanie McVinney from University of Adelaide, Dr. Mohammed Aladdin, the University of Queensland, Australia, Dr. Lakmini Fernando, Institute of Policy Studies, Sri Lanka. Next, I convey my very special thanks to Professor Piyasena Abegunawardena. He is the founder of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association and the sponsor of the gold medal that will be awarded to the winner of the undergraduate research competition. Also, I would like to thank our senior members of the SIA, Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, especially Professor Jevika Veerahewa, Dr. Vasanthi Wickramasinghe, Professor LHP Gunaratne, Dr. Nihal Athapattu, Dr. Gunathilaka Herath, Dr. Parakrama Valigamage, Dr. Frederick Aberatne for their great guidance and support in organizing this 15th annual research forum of SIA. After the lunch break, we have planned to start our contributory paper session. I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the chairperson of the contributory paper session, Dr. Manoj Tibbatuava, Research Fellow, Head of the Agricultural Economics Policy Unit, Institute of Policy Studies, Sri Lanka, and two discussants, Professor Tusita Kumara from Uwawellassa University and Professor M. Isham from Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. Also, my special thanks go to Ms. Chamali Amarkon, coordinator of the contributory paper session. Next, I wish to thank President, Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa. Thank you very much, sir, for your great guidance and support in organizing this event. And all the executive committee members of the SIA for their support in numerous ways. Also, we thank to Dr. Dayani Gunathilaka and Dr. Chatura Sevandi Vijayatunga for their great support in compiling abstracts and preparing proceedings of the annual research forum. My very special thank goes to Mr. Nuwan Darshana for designing all the flyers, web banners, and virtual background. Next, I wish to thank Ms. Chaturika Banagala and her team, including Mr. Harshana Madhushankar, one of our TS students in second year, for creating a beautiful video to show the highlights of undergraduate research competition. We have been lucky enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated colleagues. I must thank our beautiful team at the Department of Export Agriculture, Uwawellassa University, for working hard for the past few weeks. Let me read their names. Mr. Chatura Gunaratne, Ms. Vidarshini Allatola, Ms. Janaki Manori, Ms. Prasadika Sirisena, Ms. Nirasha Fernando, Ms. Navodani, Ms. Nishanka Subasingha, Ms. Sevandi Kanchana, Ms. Dirshani, and digital media and IT support, Mr. Tisara Pereira and his team, Pradeep, Sampath and Samira. And for photography, Mr. Gamulu Hettiarachi. Most of all, I thank the contributory paper presenters for enriching annual research forum by presenting the viable research findings at the annual research forum. Last but not least, thank you very much all the participants, including a staff of the Faculty of Animal Science and Export Agriculture, members of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, and my dear students, the Department of Export Agriculture. Apologies if I have missed anybody. Thank you very much. Have a very productive day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear madam. The coronavirus flare-up in China and the Russia-Ukraine war interruption has disrupted the supply chains and boosted the cost of goods globally. As our beloved Vice Chancellor mentioned, in Sri Lanka, however, this external turmoil has only exacerbated a problem that was years in making. We, as the citizens of this country, have started to look into our future with such an uncertainty. Where are we headed? Are we going to absolutely crash? Are we going to make it at the end? These are some common questions that we all have been asking as a nation. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, it's high time that we hear from the experts and the professionals. Accordingly, we are now going to start the panel discussion on the current economic crisis of Sri Lanka. It's our great pleasure to invite Dr. Vasanthi Wickramasinghe, Senior Research Fellow of Governing Korea Foundation and the former President of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, to moderate this timely need of a discussion. Dr. Vasanthi Wickramasinghe holds a bachelor's and a master's degree in agricultural economics from the University of Peranjaya, and she obtained her PhD from agricultural economics from the University of Gießen, Germany in 2005. Dr. Vasanthi Wickramasinghe has more than 27 years of hands-on experience in economic policy as well as in academia. Prior to joining the Governing Korea Foundation, she worked as an assistant professor in Fiji National University, and she is a senior researcher at Hector Training and Research Institute, Colombo, and she is also the resource person for international organizations. Dear Madam, we are so honored to have you here, and hereby we cordially invite you to comments this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. A good day to you all, dear members, invited speakers, and invitees of our panel for the discussion. This is the 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economic Association, and it's always been a practice of our annual research forum that we hold a panel discussion. It's a tradition, and taking a important topical subject to discuss, inviting experts from the discipline. So it has been a tradition in our association, and this year also we have considered the situation in the country, and we have chosen a very relevant topic for today's panel discussion. And it is nothing but we all discuss about the economic crisis of Sri Lanka. As the same way, we have invited very eminent economists in this discipline. I would say they have a lot of experience to explain the current crisis, at the same time what solution we may have and what is the trajectory we could follow in future in getting out of this crisis. I think it's very fair to invite, and we are privileged to have them here, two very eminent economists produced in this country, Professor Sisira Jayasuriya and Professor Premachandra Kodala, and also two members from our association, very senior members who have been contributing to this association for many years and have got experience in this discipline. And that is Dr. Hera Gunatilaka and Professor Jivika Veeraheva. Thank you very much for accepting the invitation for this panel discussion. I think I say good afternoon, Professor Jayasuriya, to you. You are joining from Australia, but I heard Professor Kodala has come to Sri Lanka for a visit, and very good morning to you, Professor Kodala. And
Thank you.
yeah, Dr. Gunatilaka and Professor Jivika, I think they are joining from Tanzania. Very good morning to you, both of you, my friends, and very good morning to all of you who are joining from Uwawelasa and those who are joining from world over. I think also some listeners are joining who have been we have invited some to join to listen to this important topic that we have invited eminent economists to discuss the issue. Now it's my duty to introduce a little introduction to the topic. So I take the perspective of the general public in this country, what they have said about this. So now what I found from a lot of voices, hearing from many spectrum of people, those who are coming out and speak about it. Now it's now the public knowledge that political opportunists and corrupt rent seekers provided or they gave enough room to accrue our country's debt levels to an unsustainable level and mismanaged the economy until it grew to a crisis. At the same time, they depicted a picture, false picture of optimistic future. So that was the message being conveyed by most of these discussions that are going on and from the public voices that are coming from the streets. Although the picture that they depicted was optimistic, the crisis is now at the public's doorstep. Countries facing the worst ever crisis in the history, but we see the effects. I think we discussed that amply about this. No essentials. Fuel, food, we are running short of these essentials and intermediate inputs that are required by the industry. So every day we experience a power cut, and I'm also supposed to have power cut 11, and I have to join on mobile phone. So that is a general practice now, and there are a lot of queues, people waiting, and we have also heard of some deaths and inflammation of this situation has given rise to such a dramatic point. And it is very common the day-to-day prices are rising, inflation, and sometimes I've seen people describe this as also hyperinflation, taking account of the purchasing power parity price. And because of no fuel and other inputs for industry operations, it's either non or under operation. So informal sector is suffering, and particularly the farmer, who is our responsible partner, agriculture economists. So they are suffering for not having inputs for their cultivation. Recently, Central Bank announced the situation as preemptive default, and now we are fallen to the sovereign default states. Now we are in that group. What it does mean, no foreign exchange serves our debts, and also at the same time, we don't have enough foreign exchange to import essentials. So to express this situation, people have come to streets, show their anger, pressure, and what is they are asking for. Actually, if you look at what they are calling for, system change. And what is the system that we are asking for change? It's that what is challenged by these people? The political system, the democracy. and the economic system that we have been adopting. I think from mid-90s, we started to be on the track of capitalism in terms of having properties ownership and open economic policies sharing the market these resources. So that these are the two general competitive capitalism we adopted as an economic system. That is has been challenged by people. What weaknesses we see in these systems? What undermine the growth? So that is a question that people are asking solutions from us. In terms of wealth creation and accumulating this wealth among few individuals is a big issue. And this is at the expense of poor, those who are paying taxes and those who are not getting adequate income for their living. So this at the same time burdening the budgets, national budgets. So what we observe in recent decades, this is actually, I have been also focusing this for several years now. Per capita GDP and the per capita income measured in household surveys are diverging. So what happened to the rest of this wealth that has been created in the country, or it's only record in the books? So so we have to find out what really has happened. We have as a duty as economists to understand what weaknesses, institutional weaknesses within the system that burden the economy by having a balance of payment deficits and budget deficits for a number of years, which results in actually the foreign exchange crisis today is a symptom of it or the effect of it. So real crisis is beneath. So we have to go back to the deep roots of these causes and find solutions. I think I get this opportunity at this panel discussion to our speakers to come out with these what is inherent in our system, which to be corrected. What is the trajectory we should follow in the future? So in terms of that, generally I can find few questions in front of us. Why growth is hampered, whether because it is resource endowment or productivity? Why have not been efficient to be competitive in international trade? What is also the sector-specific competition that we should find to be our sectors to be effective in terms of growth and distribution? For example, let's take one bus compete with another bus for passengers. Is the competition that we want? The market power created by oligopoly in paddy markets that accumulate all government transfers, which are in terms of subsidies and all among few millers. And also, what is the role of state monopolies for essentials? But what about the efficiency of these government-owned enterprises, state-owned enterprises? What is the efficiency of? So we have to go to the root causes of and find out why these are troubling these balance of payment and budget deficits. I think with this small introduction to some of the aspects that I thought which will be covered in this session, I would like to invite Professor Sisira Jayasuriya from, he's joining from Melbourne, and Professor Atukurla from Colombo. They are making joint discussion, I think, jointly prepared presentation. The two questions I want to pose you all is, professors, that what are the causes and evolution of this crisis? To give an introduction to what really happened. So taking the monetary and fiscal policies in reference, what really happened in this whole developing this crisis. And we know at the last resort that we have, people were not only economists and the politicians were also emphasizing, insisting to go to IMF for relief. Some bailout from some time back, but although we are delayed, now we have started discussions with IMF. We have only will be on relying on the extended fund facility, which may include a lot of structural reforms that is being asked for. It is actually not a request, but in order to become this, our sectors to be rewarding, what essential structural adjustments are needed. A lot of criticism on IMF programs from certain economies, like even renowned ones like Stiglitz is arguing the role of IMF in terms of the poverty and other aspects, but he finds sometimes some programs that have been in the past had been considering the aspects as well. But even there's a fear of going into IMF and asking for these facilities, and what is the situation would still worse for burdening the people. So those are the questions among the community. I think this is I have invited these professors who are rightly the persons who can answer these questions. Before I ask them for their discussion, I would like to introduce Professor Jayasuriya. He's a development economist with a focus on economic policy issues in Asia. His current research is on economic impact of COVID-19, its recent pandemic, and food security and agriculture, economics of natural disaster, trade, macroeconomic issues in Asia. He has held previous appointments at the International Rights Research ERI, Philippines, the Australian National University, Melbourne University, and La Trobe University, and has been consultant to the Asian Development Bank, IFPRI, World Bank, several United Nations agencies, ESCAP, FAO, ILO, and he's also honorary professorial affiliate at the Institute of Social and Economic Studies, Osaka University, Japan, a distinguished fellow, Institute of Policy Studies of Sri Lanka, non-resident senior fellow, National Council of Applied Economic Research, New Delhi. Professor Jayasuriya has his BA from the University of Colombo and Masters from Australian National University. It's over to you, Professor. I think Professor Pemachand Attukolla also joining at the same time with the discussion. So let me also introduce Professor Pemachand Attukolla, now in Colombo. Professor is economics at the Arden Gordon Department of Economics. I don't know if I pronounced correctly. Crawford University of Public Policy, Australian National University. He's an honorary professorial research fellow at the School of Environment and Development, University of Manchester, and has been a consultant to the World Bank, ADB, ILO, UN, UNCTAD, and UNIDO, and several UN organizations. His publication, he has several publications that has been of critical outputs of the international literature, trade policy issues in Asian development, labor migration, and structural adjustment. I think we will be able to listen to them. A lot of experience he had gained and published. Over to you, sir. You all have the floor now to start the discussion and the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasanthi, for that very generous introduction. I'm actually very honored to be invited to this 15th annual research forum of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. Actually, I've been avoiding going on for discussing the Sri Lankan economic crisis, partly because of my health issues. But in this case, I decided to accept the invitation as a mark of my respect for the whole group of agricultural economists in Sri Lanka who have really done their duty as public intellectuals in the recent times when they came out, analyzed scientifically, and then presented objectively the absolute madness of some of the policies that the government was pushing through. It took courage, it took professional competence, and I'm very, very happy to be invited to talk and participate in a conversation with this group. Personally, I want to thank Professor Jivika Viraheva, who I've been in touch with for quite a while. And I also want to thank colleagues that I have been interacting with, particularly, of course, Professor Attukolla, who I've been working with for a long time, but also Dr. people with whom I have shared ideas, Dr. Dushni Virakon at IPS and Dr. Andrew Kanayaka, who generously helped me out also with some slides as well as ideas. So the presentation that we are going to do, Chandra and I will share it. I will present an overview, very succinct, hopefully, an overview of the causes and evolution of the crisis, providing something of a historical overview, because we really can't understand the current crisis without looking back at the history of the entire, really, the entire post-independence policy making in Sri Lanka. So Chandra will discuss more specifically issues related to the negotiations going on and the outlook for an IMF stabilization package. Chandra is on the ground in Sri Lanka, and he would be in a much better position to discuss things with more information and in greater depth and detail on those issues. So I'll confine myself to, at least initially, to the overview of how we ended up in this situation, because in 1948, when Sri Lanka got independence, we were considered and described as the best bet in Asia. We were outstanding, as the Dean pointed out in his opening remarks. We were way ahead of most countries in Asia. And then we end up here. Also want to, I was also want to stress the fact that, again, what the Vice Chancellor in his opening remarks pointed out, that we are now facing not just an economic crisis, but a political crisis. And I would extend it to a political and social crisis. And it's unprecedented. We have never had anything like this before. So let me start off. I'll try to share the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I want to start off by saying, contrary to what quite a few people have been saying, this is not a crisis due to any sudden shocks. Sure, we had COVID, we have had the Ukraine war, but this is not a crisis that developed because of these shocks. They aggravated it, they brought it forward, but it is a crisis which has been long in gestation. You could go back decades to the roots of this. Although the immediate causes of the present crisis, we can trace back to the circumstances and policy choices made in the aftermath of the end of the war in 2009. So I want to say the crisis was not sudden, it was predictable, and indeed it was predicted. Now, there's a lot of discussion at the moment going on. I know that what has happened is we have got into this crisis because we opened up the economy. We embraced globalization, and this was a fundamental mistake. We should have been having a lot of import restrictions. We should have been looking after our export revenues instead of wasting it on imports, etc., etc. Now, I want to point out here that both I and Chandra fundamentally disagree with this view of the crisis, because if you want to consider a parallel to the current crisis in Sri Lanka, many of you would have been too young to be alive or certainly to remember that. But the last time we had anything like this was in 1970-74 period. That was when we had, long queues, black markets, people couldn't get food, children couldn't get milk powder. And that came directly as a result of a so-called development strategy, which ended up basically trying to develop a closed economy for Sri Lanka. We could never close it because we were dependent on some of our, at the time, agricultural exports for foreign exchange. And we are dependent on energy and intermediate goods, essential goods, as well as key food items. So, but we tried to close it as much as possible. I must say, this wasn't something which was planned. It was a series of responses to balance of payments deficits that started in the 1950s, but ended up in this so-called development strategy. So we had a situation where we massively shrunk the imports, squeezed imports, so that we had very little imports coming in. But unfortunately, but for an economist, predictably, our exports shrank too, because it is just basic economic theory that if you impose import restrictions in a market economy, an inevitable medium-term consequence is that exports would shrink too. There's a very famous theorem in international trade theory, the Lerner theorem, which basically says you tax imports or restrict imports, a tax on imports one way or the other, that is equivalent at the end of the day to a tax on exports too. This is not intuitive, but it is correct. It is, we know that the theory of comparative advantage is not intuitive, but it is right. And it is the same thing with the Lerner theorem. You can't shrink imports, keep squeezing them without, in the end, also undermining export dynamism in the economy. So when the country was hit by oil shocks in the early 70s, even more stringent import restrictions were imposed. And what happened was the economy nosedived. Chandra and I wrote a book on this. We analyzed this period in depth. And it was the absolute disaster. So at this point, I would really strongly recommend all of you to go back and study that period and the experience of trying to close up the economy when we have this kind of crisis. Not enough import restrictions, that is not the cause of this crisis, or certainly not the solution to this crisis. So what happened after that disaster was, it a political disaster for the all left parties, which had linked up with the Mrs. Bandaranaike's government and led Dr. N.M. Pera in particular, who ended up being associated with this whole disaster. And that was the political death of the all left parties, which until then had a massive influence in Sri Lanka. it ended up, it also led to the to Jayawardena's so-called opening up of the economy in 1977. And after that, we had a period of accelerated growth and industrialization. Chandra has written extensively on this period, but it was not all, everything wasn't right. Minority rights were trampled on, inequality widened, democracy was eroded, and we ended up with enormous political crisis in Sri Lanka, including the initiation of the separatist war in the north. And then, we had 25 years of war, but through that period, the economy still survived and people put up with sluggish growth, economic problems, in the expectation that at the end of the day, we would have a bright future. So this is what people expected in 2009. The rulers had no more excuses. There was widespread expectation there would be equitable, rapid growth and rising living standards. And what did we get? We got the Mahinda Chintanaya, the so-called Mahinda Chintanaya, the homegrown, truly national, wonderful development strategy. In essence, this was not any new development strategy at all. This was a very old strategy. It had been used by conmen for thousands of years at the micro level and at the macro level. Borrow and spend, and at the same time, take a cut and finally run. This is the drama we have been seeing acted on for the last 12 years, 13 years now. The run part hasn't happened yet, but the borrow and spend and take a cut is what has happened. Now, this was possible in the post-2009 period because we had this unprecedented situation in the immediate post-2009 period, where following the global financial crisis, global interest rates and yields for investors crashed in the developing world. And they were looking for the so-called scramble for looking for anywhere where they could get anything where yields had fallen to zero or even negative in advanced economies. So they were quite happy to lend to anybody. And then just at the same time, China emerged as a source of finance. This is the period where they had huge reserves. They were looking for major infrastructure projects to extend their economic relationships and political influence. And they were willing to lend, particularly for infrastructure projects. And the government exploited this. So we ended up running a strategy which was all very grand sounding, a lot of words. Unfortunately, I must confess, many of our friends and colleagues in the economics profession in the country also went along with this. In fact, some of them pushed this, applauded this. But essentially, the strategy was borrow short term at high interest rates from commercial sources through largely and increasingly through sovereign bond issues, use it for current spending, then get Chinese loans for high visibility infrastructure projects, some, not necessarily all, of which were clearly white elephants. Now, this had immediate success, but not for very long. In the first 2-3 years, growth rate went up, inflation and unemployment came down. And this made the government really popular. So the government intensified its policies. This was after the war, end of the war, when we had 25 years of divisions in the country. Instead of going for national reconciliation, the government perpetuated all divisions. The anti-Tamil thing was pushed up even more. Tamils were pushed down even more, and created new divisions, anti-Christian, anti-Muslim. We remember what happened at Aludgama with the famous Buddhist monk. I hate to use the term Buddhist monk because I grew up in a Buddhist family. And then the politics of centralization of power in the family, authoritarianism, erosion of democracy, continued expansion of the military after the war had ended. And Chandra and I actually wrote a paper in 2013 where we pointed this out, that this is a boom which is, built on very shaky foundation. Around 70% of growth was in non-tradables. Net export growth was at best marginal. Many export-oriented firms actually closed down. Share of manufacturing and international trade as a percentage of GDP fell. Unemployment went down, but that is not because of any inherent dynamism in the economy, but because there was massive government hiring and a lot of people just went to the Middle East. So we should really thank the Middle East for bringing our unemployment down. So the economy was already slowing down by end 2013. The policy response, more debt. We had central bank governors and presidents and prime ministers and economists who were all applauding these policies. We had Mr. Cabral being very proud about the fact that we could borrow, we could float sovereign bonds, and here were all these people willing to buy them. That is, we were borrowing. This was not something to be proud of. We were just going out and borrowing money. Just because the moneylenders were giving us money was no cause for celebration. Anyway, the government went to elections, as you recall, before economic problems became worse, and lost. But already the debt burden was dangerously high. And immediately after the elections, Chandra and I wrote, we analyzed what happened and wrote this, that we said, this kind of debt-driven growth dynamism cannot be sustained. It can only be sustained so long as foreigners keep lending, and it's not going to happen forever. But then we had a government. It started off with, getting rid of corruption by initiating the central bank bond scam, paralyzed by infighting. And this was a government in crisis, and the Rajapaksa regime was back soon. But in between, the government had to request China for cash to pay the bond owners. This was no China debt trap. This was the government going to China to pay the international investors. And we had to give China the least of Hambantota port. Then we had the whole American narrative about how China traps third world countries. This was a debt trap made in Sri Lanka. Nothing to do with China or the international investors or anybody, made in Sri Lanka. The only person, though it seemed at the time, who recognized and who could act on this, there were other people who recognized it, but the only people who could do something about it was Indrajit Kumaraswamy, and he set out to build up some reserves for emergency use. And Even that had to be done by borrowing because there was no other way. But at least by the end of 2019, our reserves went up a bit. So we had a little bit more money in case of an emergency. But by 2019, there were clear signs of imminent crisis. When people say, oh, this happened, not anticipated, that is, pardon my language, but absolute bullshit. In 2019, it was clear to many people. In 2019, Dushni and I wrote and published this. We said, we are moving really close to an unprecedented debt crisis falling from 2019. We are going to face serious problems in coping with external finance and so on and so on. And we said, if present trends continue, the realities of being a highly indebted country in a volatile global economy may be brought home suddenly and sharply. But of course, we had politicians and advisors, including our colleagues, economics professors, who were denying this, which should have been clear to anybody. You didn't need much economics to understand that you keep borrowing and spending, that there comes a day of reckoning. But some are blown blind and others shut their eyes to reality for whatever reason. And so 2019, the country was about to enter the last phase of this tragedy, which had been brewing since the 1950s. So the Rajapaksa government, the Gotabaya one this time, of course, the family government continuing, lavish tax cuts and higher spending. The fact that we are already deep in debt, unable to pay without borrowing even to pay interest, didn't matter. We had a theory that borrowing and money printing don't cause inflation, even in a country like Sri Lanka. You point out that this is stupid. They say, well, look at Japan. Well, if you can compare Japan to Sri Lanka, well, what can you say? So then 2020, we got COVID. This is sudden shock, but you got to expect sudden shocks when we are part of the global economy. All shocks are something you got to expect. But that's why you got to run policy in order to cope with unexpected shocks. And suddenly we have current accounts widening, fiscal deficits massively widening, exports going down, and all kinds of things happening. We can see how the budget deficits started to go up in 19 and 20. So we slid into collapse. Real exchange rate appreciated by 15% from 2017 to mid-21. Just when we wanted more exports, we are allowing competitiveness to go down. Current account deficit widened, more than double. Debt burden rose to 104% of GDP. Again, some people say, look at Japan, it's much higher. Again, with respect, I want to point out, Sri Lanka is not Japan. And we were basically paying interest on past loans by borrowing. So you don't need to be a genius. Reserves drain away, debt payments come, and we had no money. So we started import restrictions. Actually, we started restricting some imports by taxing food imports. I remember Jivika writing an analysis of this, pointing out that this is not going to help any macroeconomic adjustment in country, but was certainly putting up food prices for the poor. But these things were completely ignored. So finally, we end up in this situation where we were running out of funds even for basic imports, and the authorities just continuing to assert that there is no crisis. And then comes this thing of, saying we don't even have to change the exchange rate. I don't want to get into any, I know I'm running out of time. I just want to make this point. This is a matter that, people keep asking, how crazy was it to maintain the exchange rate? Was it just stupidity or was it a deliberate plan? It was clearly overvalued, didn't have reserves to maintain it. So it was bound to crash. So why was the central bank governors, Professor Lakshman initially, and then Cabral afterwards, why was it kept fixed? Was it just stupidity? Well, I guess that's a possible explanation. Or was it that, some way they thought, by doing this, that you could keep the rupee cost of US dollar denominated debt low? Maybe it was just not going to happen, but maybe. Or was it to actually actively assist currency speculators and others who wanted to take domestic funds out? Because, when everybody can see that the rupee is going to crash, but you keep it fixed, it's just giving a great opportunity for people who want to take money out to take money out. And now I have known Professor Lakshman for a very long time. He was a young lecturer when I came to Peradeniya to be an undergraduate. I don't think he would be somebody who would do this in order to help currency speculators to take money out, but I can't vouch for his successor and predecessor. So this is where we end up. Net foreign assets, negative, no money. And then people come with all kinds of explanations. I don't want to go into detail about it. I know that some pundits have come and given deep insights that the whole crisis happened because we failed to industrialize. Not asking, is it something we didn't want to do? Didn't we have a so-called policy? The thing is, the same people who now say, oh, what a pity that we didn't industrialize, were the people who supported, pushed through, advocated trade and macro policies that undermined industrialization in the country. So we come to the end of this post-independence narrative, from Sri Lanka for the Sinhala Buddhists to Sri Lanka for sale to anyone. So now I don't have to spell this out, what has happened. We go crawling to the IMF with zero bargaining power because we don't have anything. We are in the worst possible position. And this is the end result of so-called national development strategies from 1948, where the country has now come to a position where totally dependent on foreigners with money and power. So the challenge now is, ordinary hardworking people of the country are not responsible for this crisis. Will they or should they accept even more pain imposed by the same rulers responsible for this crisis? I leave that to you to think over and discuss. Thank you. I'm sorry I went over time.
Are you taking care of much?
Chandra? Hello? Chandra? Is Professor Atkurala around? Or?
Actually, he was on the phone with me, He got disconnected from the meeting, and I think accidentally the host has disconnected him. He's trying to get connected, and he requested to start the question and answer session from Professor Jayasuriya's presentation, and he will join as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yeah. So, Dr. Vikram Singh, so you may
Okay.
have questions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take the time for, there are a few, there's one question really I see. What is your reading about the inflation and exchange rate in short and long term? While wage increase seems more impossible, how would you describe the present prices for the poor in the coming months and years? Yeah, that's one question being posed by one of the members. Professor Jayasuriya.
Well, I mean, we are unlike, Chandra might have a better idea of this, but, we are very unlikely that we would get a very quick IMF package or any kind of infusion of liquidity. So we are going to be still facing quite severe foreign exchange constraints and import constraints. So I have to be pessimistic. I can't really see an end immediately to inflation and to the exchange rate depreciation. I think the exchange rate would continue to be under pressure. I've seen a couple of projections by agencies which are all projecting this situation would continue for quite a while. Wages might go up nominally, but real wages are going to be cut. It's going to be terrible for the poor. In Sinhalese, we have a saying, "Mititanin thamai wathura bahine." The water always flows from the lowest point. And the poor always pay for this kind of crisis. The rich and our rulers can, decamp. I know that people are saying Gota go home, but when Gota and his brothers, Basil and so on, they go back to their homes in California, they'll be fine. We have seen this scenario happen in the 1980s in the Philippines. Marcos went back. They went to the US with billions of dollars, and the Filipinos expected to get this money, tried to get some of that money for decades, just got a little tiny trickle of money, and Marcos's son, having all those billions with him, is about to become Philippine president again. So sorry, I get emotional when I think of what's going to happen to the poor. I don't think the poor are responsible for this crisis. Not that I don't think, I know, we know that the poor are not responsible, but they are going to pay for this crisis unless something really dramatic happens.
Professor Jayasuriya, there's another question. This is actually regarding the small sector, agriculture and SME sector, because we have a small dominant sector in Sri Lanka. Because corporate sector is small compared to the informal sector and both SME and agriculture. And what happened to these sectors, and how to development strategy would be designed?
To be frank, I find it hard to answer that question. I haven't really been following closely the structure of the agricultural sector in recent times. Okay. But it's going to be a very difficult time, overall for all kinds of small businesses, small enterprises. It's going to be a very, very difficult time.
A small question, Professor Jayasuriya, from me. This is about the debt securities and the FDI. Now, when we are depending on the financial capital from outside, there have been we've been doing mistakes in, I mean, rather FDI to debt securities like other financial market borrowings. So what would have been the backing from the politicians and other rent-seeking partners for this move?
Um, I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the question. Are you?
The financial
asking-
markets, I mean, capital is for us, for Sri Lanka,
Yeah.
capital is not, I mean, we are short of capital. I mean, we need capital from outside.
Yeah.
One way is getting capital is FDI, foreign direct investments.
Yeah.
Once foreign direct investment is, they don't, I mean, they will therefore at least for some years, unlike the financial markets that they sooner will disappear from. So how do you, what is the motive behind? I mean, what strategies we should adopt in order to get more FDI than for the capital markets, and restrain from us getting FDIs?
You know, you have to ask the question, why didn't we get FDI? Small open economies which need capital need to get it from somewhere. And the best way is to get FDI, which are long-term, stable, and we don't have the option. It's better if we had the capital and we didn't need to get it. But FDI is more stable. Comes with a package of technology, links us to export markets, and then yes, under some circumstances, we can access international capital markets and borrow. But then it depends on what you do with the borrowings, right? And if you take your cut and then just waste the rest, we're not going to get anywhere. And that is effectively what has happened in Sri Lanka. We just have to have an absolutely fundamental change in economic strategy, but also in the political system. You leave policy making and controlling the economy in the hands of the mob who have done this to us for 70 odd years. The same people, up and down and back up and others down. We can't get anywhere. So that's why the economic crisis needs a political resolution before we can chart the long-term path for development. That is my, I wish I was young and in Sri Lanka so that I could be out on the streets.
Thank you, Professor. There's another question from one listener. So how could we change our tax policy as a remedy for the current economic crisis? Because our tax policy is undergoing in certain sectors, certain classes. As per the remedy, do you think the tax policy is strong enough?
We don't really have a tax policy. What you have is ad hoc taxation. Whenever we need to do handouts to people to bribe the population to quote short-term popularity, we provide tax cuts across the board. Sri Lanka has what? Less than 10% revenue base. We're not taxing, but then because we have been fleecing the economy and impoverishing the poorer segments of the population, if you were to impose more taxes, indirect taxes, which is the way that people are doing things, we're just going to aggravate poverty. And in the current political circumstances where people are in despair, I don't think we can afford to go that way. It's a big challenge, but we need to have a tax policy, but it is not keep taxing the poor.
Professor, so do you think Sri Lanka is a resource-endowed country?
Pardon?
I mean, we have enough resources for, I mean, have maintained the whole population?
I think Sri Lanka has, you know, countries which have had far less resources. Take Singapore, doesn't even have enough water to drink, right? And in 1947, when Lee Kuan Yew was on his way to London, he had a stopover, he and his wife, on his way to study in London, he had a stopover in Colombo, and he writes in his autobiography that at that point, he swore to himself that one day he will make Singapore be like Sri Lanka. Singapore had no resources to speak of, but it had people. You know, human beings are a resource, and Sri Lanka, we have had the highest literacy rates, the highest life expectancy, you know, in Asia throughout the 50s. We were way up. We had resources. And we continue to have resources. It's how you use them. Actually, the question about China and the IMF, I would leave that to Chandra, because he has been more in touch with people, you know, about the way that restructuring negotiations and so on are going. And I must confess, I also have an emotional difficulty thinking of IMF packages and so on. We should never have been in the situation where we had to go hat in hand, you know, and down on our knees to the IMF. But now we have all these problems because we have a multiplicity of donors, creditors, and restructuring is always very messy when you have got a lot of people with different interests in the room. It's going to be messy.
Okay, Professor Jayasuriya, let us give floor to Dr. Gunatilaka until Professor Atkorl is joining, because he will be also continue to address the open economic policies and other inside story. I think let's give the floor to him, and once Professor Atkorl is back, we'll continue with that. Is it all right, Professor Jayasuriya?
Certainly,
Yeah.
certainly.
Yeah, okay. Okay, Dr. Gunatilaka?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Gunatilaka, let me also give an introduction to him. He will be talking on the relevance of adhering to market mechanism to allocate resources over homegrown solutions that have been discussed in the recent times to manage the crisis during this crisis period and to avoid future crises. He will also touch on the role of agriculture economists in his presentation. Let me give an introduction to Dr. Gunatilaka. He obtained his PhD in resource economics from the University of Hawaii and served as professor and head of the Department of Agriculture Economics, University of Pennsylvania. And he joined the Asian Development Bank. He has widely published various subject areas in agriculture, natural resources, forestry, energy, environmental economics. And he's also involved in the private sector participation in infrastructure provisions, because I think he worked for ADB and they were involved with all aspects of infrastructure, social networks, and safety, environmental safeguards, and all that. And he covered a spectrum of all while he was serving ADB. Okay, Dr. Gunatilaka Hera, can you take this from here onwards?
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Vasanthi Vikram Singh, for your kind introduction, and it is a great pleasure for me to be in this panel with my colleague, Professor Jivika Veerahewa, and two great economists of Sri Lankan origin who have been, although they both live in Australia, they always gave the priority to work on the Sri Lankan issues and try their best to put the Sri Lankan economy in the right track on many occasions. I have read some of their work, and it has been a real honor for me to be in this panel with these two great economists. And after Professor Jayasuriya's presentation, actually, he very comprehensively elaborated the crisis, taking a historical perspective. So what I am going to do is only fill a little bit of bits and pieces to his story, and then I will talk about what I feel about the role of the Sri Lankan economists, especially as Professor Jayasuriya mentioned, that this time is a kind of transition time. Still, we are in a high inflation period. Our local currency is going through a sharp depreciation, and I think no one can predict how long will this transition period will last. But as Professor Jayasuriya says, and I also believe that it may not be soon, but at some point in time, this transition period will be over, and we will be economy will settle down in some sort of a low level equilibrium. At that point in time, we need to really do the right reforms and then put the economy back into a sustainable path of economic growth. Now, in that sense, I'm not going to talk about what needs to be done. Probably that is Professor Atukorala will talk more about that, but I will make few observations about what economists can do to facilitate this process. So let me share my screen with this short introduction. Can you see my screen? Hello?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. So I think just catching up with Professor Jayasuriya, he elaborated various long-term macroeconomic imbalances that included many aspects: the current account balance, negative current account balance, budget deficit, maintaining a high heavy government, SOEs, and so many other long-term imbalances eventually led to the this crisis, which I am not going to go on and elaborating. I will avoid that repetition. And also, but I will touch upon some of the policy failures that took place in the most recent times. And Professor Jayasuriya already mentioned about unwarranted tax cut. And then I would mention briefly some of the other things like getting away with the pricing formula for petroleum products, failure to implement cost recovery tariff for electricity, and also during the pandemic, the government imposed some import restrictions. Professor Jayasuriya very clearly explained to us that import restrictions are not the right policy. But during the pandemic, when the economy was closed, it might have had some rationale for a very short period of time to restrict imports to reduce the pressure on the rupee. But the problem is that even the government failed to implement it properly. During 2021, our import expenditure increased by about 29%. And the sad story is that while we were not able to import essentials like cooking gas and milk powder, Sri Lanka apparently imported 2,200 high-end SUVs. That shows how we are managing. Once the government take the control from the market to its hand, then the cronyism goes into play, and people are allowed to import these kind of things. Under that particular circumstances, actually, we thought it would be a good idea to restrict some of the luxury imports, but that also government failed, even their own policy. And then there are a lot of discussion about, by the late 2021, economists were advising not to use the limited reserves to repay loan, think about suspending the loan repayment and go to IMF and initiate debt restructuring. Despite this advice, the government continued to repay loans, aggravating the problem. And then, as Professor Ashuri mentioned, that despite the economist out loud request not to print too much of money, government went ahead and printed so much of money, and openly the central bank governor said that money printing will not lead to inflation. And then they delayed the decision to go to IMF, you all know that. And then regarding the fixed exchange rate, Professor Jayasuri already mentioned that was not the right policy. Perhaps for a very short period of time during the pandemic, which might have made some sense, which I am also not very sure, but even then, when the pandemic was over, at least by mid-2021, the government should have floated the rupee and avoided this lucrative black market. Now, what happened, because they purposely failed to do that, they didn't listen to the request by some economists, and they continue. So what happened was that, one of the important sources of the foreign reserves was remittance. Remittance went down drastically during 2021. January 2020, we received something like $675 million as remittance. It came down to $258 million by January 2022. Now, I am particularly pointing out this to show that this crisis is mainly self-inflicted, because had we corrected the exchange rate market and curbed the black market for dollars, we could have retained these remittance at something between 600 to 700 million. That would have been sufficient for us to import essential fuel, cooking gas, milk powder, and essential medicine. And then, had we prevented this fuel crisis, our power cuts would have been maximum 2 hours. We still have a generation capacity deficit. During the dry season, we may have had 2 hours. We would never have had 13-hour power cuts, which really cripple the economy, cripple our export industries, and destroy the economy during this last 2 months or so. So then, regarding the debt, I want to make one point. As you all know, that our debt stock, foreign debt stock increased over time at an accelerated rate after 2005 or so. I would say even from 2000. And one important factor is that the shift in the debt composition. So Jayasuri also mentioned about, but I will take little time to elaborate a couple of points on this. As you can see, that the commercial borrowing was very low by 2004, and it went up to about 57% by 2019. Now, this shift actually, some people think that because Sri Lanka became a middle-income country and World Bank ADB and bilateral lending was not available. No, that is not true. What we miss from World Bank ADB is basically there are certain concessionary loans with low interest rate or grant money from World Bank IDA and ADB Asian Development Fund resources. We lost that once we became a middle income country, but World Bank and ADB were willing, I particularly know that ADB was willing to go to Sri Lanka. It is the government which did not want ADB money. Why? Now, you all know as economists that, ADB lending, World Bank lending, IMF lending, the interest rate is low. IMF lending is a kind of short term. I think Professor Athukorala will explain more. But ADB World Bank lending, you are repaying in 20 years to 30 years of time with the grace period with the lower interest. Now, the commercial loan, especially ISBs, international sovereign bonds, you have to pay in very short period of time, about maybe 5 years. And then the interest rate may be 5 to 6% more expensive. And more importantly, you have to pay it at once. The bond matures in the 5th year. If you borrow 500 million, you have to pay the 500 million. So with all these obvious disadvantages of commercial borrowing, why did government, while the possibility of borrowing from World Bank ADB is still there, why did government go for these commercial borrowing? I think obvious reason is the corruption. That it is not easy to directly play out money when it comes from ADB World Bank or even bilateral loans. They prepare a project, they do the analysis. Through the analysis, they would have eliminated easily some, projects like Nelum Kuluna, the highway between Matara to Hambantota and so on and so on. So that is one level of screening. So we would have avoided some slow or no return investment had we borrowed from World Bank AD. And I will call them conventional loans. The second thing is that during the project implementation, these agencies will monitor very closely. In fact, the money is never given direct to the government. Contractors are paid advance and they are paid as the work progress, and monitoring goes even at the end. We prepare a project completion report, post-evaluation. Let alone a post-evaluation, I was trying to get some data about for which projects we use this ISB borrowed money. The information is not available. It's not transparent. So that is why the one side of the story about the crisis is that we borrowed and played out part of the money, invested the rest on slow return or no return projects with the potential for higher bribe. So that's, I think, my point I just wanted to highlight, in addition to what Professor Jayasuri said. Now, my next point is very quickly, I will run through a few slides. You can see that, since 2010, our economic growth was on a downward trend. And then since 1990, our tax rate, tax revenue to GDP ratio came down from 19% to 11.5%. Now it is 8%. The combination of these two is that our tax revenue is declining. Now, this has an implication for our budget deficit as well as loan repayment. We need taxes, tax revenue to repay the loans, public. In addition to tax revenue, we need the reserves to repay the foreign loans, external borrowed money. And then if you look at export to GDP ratio, it was also on a declining trend. You know that export is one of the sources of, foreign reserves to the country. We have other sources like remittance and, tourism income, foreign direct investment. Because Jayasuri already explained that foreign direct investment was important, but it was not forthcoming because of some of the issues in our economy. Enabling environment for private investors to work in our economy is weak. We never paid attention to these things in the past. So as a result, now eventually we had this declining trend in reserves. And finally, as I said, we mismanaged the economy big time during the pandemic and after the pandemic. And now we are ended up with this crisis because of this. Now, my first point is, it is very obvious when you look at those plus some other indicators. I didn't want to put all the data. You look at the trends in all the dollar inflows. Some grew after the war, like tourism, but the other sectors were either stagnant or declining. But this crisis was a total surprise to the society. Now I'm here, I have to make a clarification. I am not contradicting what Professor Jayasuri said. He said the crisis was predictable and predicted. Yes, it was predicted, but that prediction went to the ears of only very few economists in the country. Policymakers purposely ignored it or they could not comprehend it. The general public, including even the highly educated people, did not either have the access to this information or we failed to make that information in an accessible form and let it reach to the public. Now, why I am saying that it was a surprise, I remember I am in the Hector Kobakadu Agrarian Research and Training Institute Research and Training Committee. We had a meeting early this year, or very late last year, to discuss its annual work, 3-year work plan. The work plan was prepared totally ignoring this crisis. And then when I said, well, this is good and we need to have this kind of planning, but you also add something to this plan. The country is going.
A small interruption, Dr. Gunatilaka.
Yes.
There's a technical issue where with Professor Kola joining. We have to stop for a while and start again. Would you mind? We'll go out of the session and come back.
I have 2 more slides.
Okay.
Let me finish this and then
okay.
We can go to Professor because this stuff.
Okay, fine. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Okay, so when I say that there's a huge agricultural crisis forthcoming in the country, why don't you really adjust your agenda to get some prediction about crop yields and so on, at least give that to the government. They were kind of surprised about my suggestion and they were kind of annoyed also. So there were similar couple of incidents. My casual talk to all my friends, when I said there's a impending huge economic crisis, some of my university friends who are not economists even laughed at me. So to that level, actually, somehow we are disconnected from the society as economists. I'm bringing this point. It is very important that we should understand that we were living in our comfort zones. When we delegate all the responsibility of our lives, how many years we work until retirements, what we consume, what we do, what our children get education, without our involvement, I think the total responsibility will be taken by the bureaucrats or the political bodies, and then we lose our ability to influence this process. I think very important for us to regain that ability. So we need to somehow communicate to the public about the economic issues in the country. This failure, I'm not accusing anybody, even I failed to do that. We all fail, but if we continue to fail, I think our recovery will be very, very difficult. And then in doing this engagement with the public, there are a lot of misconceptions. Number one is markets are evil. Markets are evil, and we are facing all these problems because we went for a market economy and we integrated our economy to the global market. That is something that is the belief held by some economists in the country. Unfortunately, media also has very sympathetic view about that rather than real economic explanation about the crisis. I think we need to ask this question whether, if you look at Professor Jayasuriya's description and if you go through all the details, the question is whether crisis is because of something inherent in the market economy as a weakness, or is it because our deviation from the market economic policy? I believe it is because of we deviate from the pre-market economic principles. We didn't implement the right policies on right time. And also, as economists, you all know that the economic theory, empirical evidence, as well as economic history clearly shows that the claim that we are in this crisis because of market economy is baseless. It is our role as economists to counteract the false propaganda on pre-market principles. That's one observation. Second, about the homegrown solutions. I think the current high inflation in this country, if you really subjected to some proper economic analysis, if somebody does apply a vector auto regression model with right kind of causality test, we can very clearly show that money supply is a one-way causality from money supply to inflation in this case. Now, this homegrown solution concept is also a kind of a disaster for the country. And this modern monetary theory, experimenting the modern monetary theory by considering this 22 million people as guinea pigs is in a way crime, which is not well-founded, which is a fancy of a couple of economists, and then experimenting it in a whole economy is a very bad mistake. I think we need to work against this kind of misconceptions. That is also a very important role of the economists in this country. And also we really need to have certain economic governance system. As a part of it, we should institutionalize some accountability mechanism for such reckless behavior in policy experiment, the public servants as well as political leaders. And third one, I think I have only one more slide. I'll finish very quickly. There's something called, in Sinhala, they call it Deshi Arthika. I couldn't find any kind of, it's not an indigenous economy, it's not a domestic economy, it's not a national economy. So I'm using the same word, this Deshi Arthika, which is together with the self-sufficiency in everything. Self-sufficiency in certain essential food and things might be a different thing, which is still debatable, but the Deshi Arthika, together with the self-sufficiency, is also behind and supportive of these kind of, homegrown solution which destroyed the economy. And also together with this Deshi Arthika, there were attempts to vilify the international trade and identify it as a root cause of the crisis. Actually, the truth is other way around. Two senior economists can actually testify to that. Those countries which followed the export promotion type policies and engage in international trade with minimum restrictions are the ones which flourished, are the ones which grew and reach high level of income. And then the most dangerous thing is underneath this Deshi Arthika concept is that is the failed import substitution policy. Professor Jayasuri very clearly explained what happened during the 1970 to 1977. I also experienced that in my childhood, the difficulties we experienced. Therefore, it is very important to demystify the Deshiya Arthik. My personal view is that every country has a Deshiya Arthik. And the indigenousness come from the resource endowments, the weight given to equity and environment concerns, geopolitical equations, security concerns, history, culture, and etc. The core of the well-performing economy is pre-market. The other characteristics are icing on the periphery. So we need to counteract the attempts to destroy the core, vilify the core, and creating a fear among the public that market economy is the one who destroys everything. That is, I think, this is my last slide. As you all know, the economic literacy is very low among the public. That is not only for those who are not well educated, even the well educated scientists, engineers, doctors, their economic literacy is very low. That I personally know. In fact, many groups now, personally approach me, and I have conducted few, explanatory sessions. So that is one of the bottleneck that we are facing. We have to do something about it. We have very challenging time ahead to implement policy packages, implement a policy package to take our economy to a sustainable path of growth again. And then our fiscal space is very limited. We are not in a position to give any more pain to the poor. They are suffering a lot already. And then, that challenge also should be understood. And then the mistrust about the markets and the market-based economic system can become a big hurdle in implementing a good policy package to, take the economy out of this stage and put it to a sustainable path. So there is a great role for all of us to, engage with the public, to educate the public, because the patience and the public support is for reforms is paramount to pass through this difficult time. And also, although the situation is grim, we all are suffering and near future is bleak, we also should take this as an opportunity, because a lot of people in the country have opened their eyes about economics and their role. So we need to actively work towards regaining the rightful recognition for economic profession as well as economists in the country, and become influential entity in public, making the public policy in the country. And my final word is, rather than individual effort, I think we need a group effort, probably through available economic organizations like associations. Group effort will always be more effective than individual effort. Thank you very much.
Let me begin by thanking the organizers to give me this wonderful opportunity to talk on this important issue. It is in fact a privilege to speak after Cicero. Cicero is not only my long-standing friend for 40 years, but also he's my mentor as well when it comes to my development of my research career. Then again, thank you for the organizers for giving me the opportunity to come in. Basically, what I'm going to do is to start where Cicero stopped. I mean, he brilliantly set up the context. Then I'm going to talk about the stabilization and structural adjustment challenge. Let me share my, unfortunately, I have been traveling, therefore, I was not able to prepare a very comprehensive PowerPoint presentation like Cicero, but while traveling, I have put together some slides for this year. Yeah. Basically, what I'm going to talk about it, stabilization, structural adjustment reforms. I'm going to structure my presentation in 4 sections. Firstly, I want to tell a little bit context, but I basically drawn what Cesar has so far discussed. Sri Lanka and IMF generally historical context, and this the point why is it different this time is a very important point for us to continue the discussion, but it has been ignored in the Sri Lankan policy debate. Then I'm going to briefly talk about the failed so-called homegrown crisis response. Then negotiation of the stabilization and structural adjustment reform package with the IMF. I'm going to talk about the prospects for signing an agreement and the adjustment pain the country has to bear until the agreement is signed and the economies, the capital market is reopened to the Sri Lankan economy. And then I'll discuss IMF program and economic stabilization and structural adjustment under the program. But basically, these are speculative thoughts. Some of the points I discuss basically are related to what I have been discussing with Cicero. Now, the context, everybody knows that even though I was the first man to put the data together from various IMF reports and central bank reports, we have been a repetitive IMF client. We have entered into 16 IMF agreements with IMF, and agreed funds have been fully reimbursed under 12 agreements, and the other 5 had been terminated prematurely because of political reasons and various things. I think you are familiar with this terminology. I'm going to explain it later. Most of them are standby agreement. Standby agreements are for a period about 1 to 2 or 2.5 years, basically to address balance of payment shortfalls. Then you have other program, actually the names have changed now and then. Basically, they are extended fund facility. Adjustment involved in a longer period, up to about 4 to 5 years. And then during the first agreement was signed in 1965. And then in the ensuing years, 55 years, Sri Lanka has been under IMF agreement for 30 years. Out of 55 years, in other words, you can call Sri Lanka is a serial customer of IMF, like serious killer, right? And then the real issue, which I think Cedra has raised here, is that when you look at East Asian countries, Taiwan, Korea, or the second generation East Asian countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, they have entered into IMF agreements. But after about 1990s, none of these countries have gone to IMF for money, simply because benefiting from IMF advice and the finance they provided and the character certificate given by IMF, which was helpful to borrow from other sources, these countries have successfully restructured their economies. Therefore, they are awash with foreign reserves. They don't have to go to IMF anymore. And many people here, the critics of IMF say that Indonesia or Malaysia have done without IMF. This is utter rubbish. They use IMF advice. Of course, IMF advice is not always brilliant or good, but the domestic policymakers have the ability to negotiate with them and add a homegrown dimension to these reforms to your benefit. Well, say Vietnam, our swile communist friend, had the biggest IMF regional office. And I have done work on Vietnamese economy and supervised 7 PhD students coming from Vietnam. The Vietnam policymakers really admire IMF advice, but at the same time, they do not accept on everything. They adjust the program to suit their country's requirement. What Sri Lanka has done is actually Donald Snodgrass, who wrote the most important book on Sri Lanka, has hinted this possibility in the early 60s. We are always expecting the next boom during the commodity exporting period. Now, if we are in a crisis, we think that good days will come tomorrow. Until the good days come, you borrow. And then that's what has happened. That's why we have been under IMF agreement for 30 years out of 55 years program. Therefore, it is not condemning the IMF. What is needed is to use IMF support in a vigilant way to develop their national economies. Now, I want to make one point. All these previous crises were basically balance of payment crisis, even though there was some structural adjustment requirement related to liberalization and so on. But this crisis is very different. Therefore, the solution is also challenging, and the IMF negotiations are going to take a long time. What is different? It is a combination of balance of payment crisis or foreign exchange liquidity crisis and a solvency crisis. Some people don't like the word solvency, but it is true, simply because we entered this crisis with a huge debt overhang. I think Sitra highlighted this point, how the fictitious boom after the civil war was underpinned by massive borrowings. First, say, earlier we borrowed heavily. During the Mahaveli period, our debt to GDP ratio was much higher. But we were, as a low-income country, we were borrowing at low interest rate, concessional sources, right? But what happened during the post-crisis period, as Sitra said, we, the Chinese flood doors open and we rely on China to a great extent. And then we started borrowing by issuing sovereign bond, international sovereign bond, IBS. And therefore, not only debt increase, but also the structure increase, right? The concessional debt percentage decline and high cost private sector related component increase. We borrowed in some years at 7.5% at a time when LIBOR rate was less than 1%, right? And then because of that reason, the bulging of debt repayment obligations was becoming a burden on the balance of payment. And therefore, when we entered the recent crisis period, it was not simply COVID. It was a reflection of massive borrowing, which had led to a huge debt overhang, dominated by private sector borrowing. According to central bank data, by 2019, according to the estimate done in that year, total debt repayment and interest payment within the next year had reached about 6 billion. Even though the current account deficit, which is reflective of our import demand or export, was about 1.5 billion. But debt repayment burden was there. Therefore, this crisis is not similar to the other crises. There's a huge man-made element of accumulated private sector high-cost debt. And you can look at these tables later. Actually, central bank debt figure has got some creative arithmetic, right? For instance, ISPs account for about 38% of our total debt. This debt is calculated at the market price, not the coupon rate. As all of you know, when you settle international bonds, you have to pay at the coupon rate. Every year, we have to pay interest at the coupon rate. But in order to make the figures beautiful, under the Cabral regime earlier and later on, and Professor Laxman continue with Terra, they estimate ISB at the market price. And credit rating has gone down, and market participants were very concerned about repayment capability. Therefore, the market price had declined dramatically. Then you take the market price and estimate that. According to my estimate, there's 49 figure here. Accumulated debt was about 58% of GDP. Now, even using central bank data, you can draw this impressive picture. Look at it. Earlier years, from about, we could have easily extended backward. Our debt composition was dominated by concessionary borrowing. During the post-conflict years, private sector component increased dramatically. Now, private expensive debt dominate our debt structure. Then look at this line, which is ISBs. Again, if you correct it for central bank arithmetic, it would be a little bit up, right? The first sovereign bond was issued in 2007, early 2007. Since then, it has increased dramatically. Now, this background is very important. When you talk about how to address the crisis, what would be the outcome, how long would it take to get concessionary IMF finance, depend very much on the nature of the crisis. Earlier, it was basically balance of payment, liquidity crisis. Now, the most dangerous second component, or I would say the first component, is addressing the accumulated debt crisis. Therefore, it is a balance of payment plus sovereign debt crisis. When you teach students and explain to policymakers who doesn't know much, you need to keep that point in mind. Then again, Sri Lankan economic policy regime has been killed by ideology. Good ideology is okay, but the ideology which existed when we were studying at Peradeniya University in the early 70s still dominate. Capitalists are waiting to kill you, America is aiming the gun to you, all these even big people who run central bank utter these things. You have to be realistic. I have a quotation here from Dr. N.M. Perra. I think everybody knows the well-known finance minister of the US government. I mean, Caesar say he's not a Trotskyite, I agree. He's a Fabian socialist, right? But still, he was anti-market. Look at N.M. Perra's statement here. We cannot brush aside and completely ignore these international institutions. We can repudiate their terms only if we are prepared to face the far-reaching adverse outcome. And then he said, the government's effort to put its own house in order is not the result of IMF advice, but it is the obvious thing to do in the national interest. I think we should tell this to people who carry slogans against IMF. I sent my paper written with this quotation to one of the leading members who was a disciple of NM. I know who he is, but he did not respond to me, right? And say, as Cicero correctly said, economic policies were very costly during this regime, but this visionary man did not ignore the IMF. Yeah, that's the point I want to make here. Then briefly about, I have analyzed the impact of IMF program on the Sri Lankan economy's growth rate. These figures are not 100% accurate because you can't exactly identify the period when the program is here because of the overlapping nature from year to year. When I did tentative calculation, this is what it showed. In the entire period from the first IMF agreement to 2019, our per capita growth rate was 4.72. And years without IMF program, growth rate was lower. Then years with IMF program, growth rate was little higher. And then fully disturbed IMF program, that means fully implemented, growth rate was, average growth rate was 5.2 compared to normal entire period growth rate of about 4.5. Therefore, it clearly shows that when you get IMF money in the crisis context, it helps you to maintain growth momentum. Right? The story mentioned by, told by many people who criticize IMF without knowing what it is, do not know. Therefore, you should show these figures. In other words, there has been a contraction. But the real issue is that during the period time, you do the short-term adjustment, may avoid the collapse, but we do not continue with structural adjustment reform after the program ends. That is the famous Snodgrass story. Sri Lankans are living day to day, thinking that bad days will disappear, good days will come. Later on, you can look at these figures. What these figures show is that during the program years, we get foreign capital coming into the country, not only because of cheap IMF credit, but more importantly, foreign aid, which is based on the IMF certification. You can look at this data. If you want to read more, you can read my long 3-part paper, appeared in Financial Times. Then we entered into the crisis because of all these reasons. The most severe crisis, balance of payment plus sovereign debt crisis. Then what the government did, I would call it muddling through approach to face the crisis. Denial rather than well thought out strategy. In a lecture recently, I coined the term their economic source as ostrich economics. When a danger comes, ostrich hide the head in sand without knowing that the body is susceptible to danger. Exactly this is what Professor Lakshman, next governor, and Jayasundar, who advised the government, did during that period. They were real ostrich economists. They thought that Sri Lanka would be able to pull out of it quickly, swiftly when tourism restart and migrant workers start sending money, right? They treated the crisis as a temporary liquidity shock resulting from COVID-19 pandemic, and later on they added the Ukraine war as an excuse, ignoring the systemic solvency challenge faced by the country. And then they came up with muddling through policy package, import control, supplemented with artificially fixing the exchange rate. Once it was fixed, then it was floated, ignoring the economics 101 advice that exchange rate change is not going to work unless it comes within a sound economic structural adjustment package. This is, I mean, when exchange rate was floated recently, many people said that, oh, this is IMF policy. IMF would never recommend floating the exchange rate in the context of a macroeconomic policy mess like that was in Sri Lanka. It is only to be expected. I predicted it at that time when a parliamentarian approached me. I said that exchange rate going to drop below 400 rupees per dollar. He did not accept. 2 days ago, I met up with him. He said, your prediction is correct. I mean, anybody with first year economic knowledge can predict that. You don't need a big model. Say, but as the first Nobel Prize winner, Jan Timbergen, said, when you are in a policy conflict situation, you cannot address the entire issue with one policy instrument. If there are many dimensions to the crisis, you need many policy instruments. That is Timbergen rule. And these people did not know first year economics. Then loans from friendly nations and currencies of arrangement with central bank of other countries, we even borrowed Bangladesh. Actually, Bangladesh president advisor is one of my students recently. What he says is that their policymakers, even though they don't know economics, they respect economic ideas. Unfortunately, it was missing in Sri Lanka. Then supply all these things, eventually this ad hoc policy mix did not work. Eventually by March this year, the amount of debt to be repaid with interest payment had bulged around $6 billion. And the central bank reserves had declined to alarming low level, as Citra said. Eventually, the government had to take this draconian step. There was no other solution. Declaration of suspension of foreign debt repayment by the Minister of Finance on the 12th April. It is a beautifully designed letter, but by well-known financial advisor. I don't want to tell the name. And it is beautifully crafted. And then when a letter is crafted like that, we are not going to say it's a dirty default. They call it a planned or systematic default. Because in the letter, we have clearly said that we are in a desperate situation. We can't do much. Therefore, we are going to default international debt, including internationally issued sovereign bond held by local parties. You can't separate them. And then say, we enter into an IMF agreement for the debt restructuring. Therefore, the dirty statement has come with sweetener on the other side, saying that we are going to address the issue. Therefore, it is not a dirty default. But actually, the real default happened on the 18th, right? Because we, for the first time, defaulted interest payment on sovereign bonds. I think it was about $78 billion, right? Then the negotiation started. There was no other homegrown alternative, and the finance minister met up with the IMF director and then the managing director, and the process started. And a few days before that, the new central bank governor, I don't know why the government did not allow him to continue from his senior governorship and brought other non-economists to this scene. And he's one of our brilliant students from our department. Now, he firstly advertised the position for financial advisor and economic advisor for debt restructuring, which is the key to start the reform process. Then he went with the finance minister to the IMF and the cordial discussion, and they have committed to reform. And now, how long the IMF agreement, sign an agreement would take? I have closely looked at various other stabilization packages. The best example for Sri Lanka would be Zambia, which defaulted debt and entered into the IMF process under a new strong government. And then they started negotiation in August 2021, and the process went on for many months. Still, it is not completed. They have taken at least 6 months so far, but the IMF economists say that it can even take 9 months, simply because this crisis is different. IMF is not going to sign the stabilization agreement before debt restructuring is done. We had to start debt restructuring negotiation, and then we have to get certification from international debtors saying that now Sri Lankan debt is sustainable. Simply because, I mean, naturally, any sensible organization, but IMF, it is written in their charter, they are not going to give loans to repay debt. Repay debt is your sin. They are not going to account for other sins, right? Therefore, IMF money directly comes as balance of payment support to the central bank. They don't give money to treasury to waste on white elephant projects and or put it in their pockets, right? That is the difference between IMF. And then when you enter into the IMF agreement, that agreement become a certificate to borrow from private capital market and from bilateral lenders, and therefore the door will be open for us to draw on other capital sources. And then the crucial element here is international debt restructuring. It takes a long time simply because restructuring bilateral debt, that means debt to bilateral lenders like India, China, Japan, Sweden, and other countries, they are bilateral lenders, and debt restructuring with international debt bondholders. Now, that is a very complicated process. But one thing you have to keep it in mind, many people say Chinese debt is only about 10% of total debt, therefore you don't have to worry. But Chinese debt is going to be the thorny point when it comes to debt negotiation with bilateral lenders. Simply because, unlike other bilateral lenders, they have lent through systematic channels through the external finance department of the treasury, and they have monitored things clearly. Chinese debt has been very messy. Three Chinese organizations have given debt. At the same time, many private companies in China have given us trade credit. Therefore, nobody knows exactly what is our debt commitment to China. Therefore, other bilateral creditors have the concern that if they give concessional loans to us, we might compensate for China. Therefore, you need to settle China debt. Even though China debt is less than, say, 12%, it is a huge burden when it comes to restructuring our debt. Right? China debt was the most sensitive point in Zambian debt restructuring. Until they were able to agree with China what to do with their debt, other bilateral debtors did not want to give concessionary loans or restructure their debt. You need to keep this point in mind. Then the issue is, if it's going to take 6 to 12 months, what would be our economic future during that period? Frankly, I would say it is going to be a rough ride, this period. Now, government is expecting some bridging finance from India and China, and Japan has clearly said that they are not going to give bridging finance until agreement is, debt restructuring is done and agreement is on the clear path. Simply because our best international donor, Japan, has been antagonized by the government through various bad deals. I think you know all of this. Otherwise, Japan would have been the first country to come and help us. But unfortunately, that friendly helper is not looking at us to help at this stage. Then that's another way out, but not a big one. That is to request rapid financing instrument loan from the IMF, Rapid Financial Instrument Loan, RFI, pending the signing of the agreement. This loan system was introduced recently by the IMF in order to provide emergency finance. If your quota is, you can borrow under this 50% amount equivalent to your IMF quota. Our IMF quota is about 850, I think, USD, SDR, special drawing right, converted into dollar, exchange rate is, I think, about 1.3. It would be about 101 billion US dollar. Then 800 million US dollar. We can expect about 400 million under the rapid financing facility during a 1 year period. That's one consolation. But there's a catch here. IMF came up with their Article 4 report on 26th of March. In that report, IMF has clearly said that our debt is not sustainable. And again, the leaders at that time even wanted to argue with them, saying that our debt is sustainable, even though we had 2-3 months worth of foreign exchange reserves. IMF is very adamant, strict on that condition. IMF would not give concessionary finance or structural adjustment money until we have a clear program to renegotiate debt, right? Some sensible process of renegotiating debt is enough to get RFI money, but full restructuring is needed to get a full fund, extended fund facility. Therefore, the only hope is this 400 million, right? Then whether the friendly nation will bring more money, still it is in the dark. Therefore, do you know what the government has to do is to manage imports in line with our balance of payment receipts. There are three components: merchandise export earnings, which has not declined but virtually stagnating. Secondly, migrant remittances. Annual remittances have this year declined to about less than 5 billion from about average level of 7 billion, simply because of the black market for foreign exchange. Black market is not operating only in Colombo. It is even operating in Canberra. Students don't get money from their parents. They buy Australian dollar at a depreciated rate, and the parents settle the account in rupee, in gold or Colombo that time. The market is everywhere. Therefore, you can't predict a massive amount of remittances coming, recovery of remittances, unless the macroeconomic mess is resolved. I mean, they are intelligent people, the migrant workers, right? And then tourism has collapsed. When you take into account all these things, I think the foundation has done a sensible estimate. I think Dr. Daya Silva is in the audience. He can verify it. In addition to export earnings, we need about 3 billion at least in order to maintain import flows at this level. Now imagine what would be the worst situation, right? If 3 billion is not coming. Now, finally, I think I have run out of time. How many minutes can you give me? 5? Yeah.
Okay, Professor. You can continue. Yeah.
Then I'm going to briefly discuss IMF program and economic stabilization and structural adjustment. And I'm going to be brief, but I think Cesar can join in the discussion session. These are just some speculative thoughts. Always you need little bit economics, not hardcore, but first the economics to start the discussion. Now, I forgot to mention one thing. This time, what we are going to have with the IMF is a extended fund facility. Simply because given the severity of the crisis, there's a significant structural adjustment element involved, in addition to meeting balance of payment requirement. Remember, I said it is not only a liquidity crisis, liquidity plus sovereign debt crisis, right? Therefore, now the key element of the IMF package, any country in the world, is fiscal consolidation. Simply because of this simple economic explanation. A country is vulnerable to balance of payment crisis, or in the long run to a debt crisis, is rooted in maintaining domestic absorption above domestic production. Think about a simple person who you continue to consume more than what you earn, right? That apply to a country as well. Then when you talk about macroeconomic imbalances and how fiscal consolidation is fundamental to the adjustment, there are the external balance of country, which is basically domestic expenditure minus domestic production, is the mirror image of the current account balance. In other words, the country, Sri Lanka has been a twin deficit country for about 70 years, avoiding for few interim years. Then current account balance, by definition, is a reflection of the internal balance. Now, internal balance is the difference between domestic absorption and domestic production. And it is equivalent to current account balance. Then in Sri Lanka, then you can ask why you don't talk about the private sector adjustment, why you put entire blame on the government. The simple reason is that internal balance is largely rooted in fiscal operation in the country. Right? The current account balance is a reflection of internal balance, and then internal balance is basically dominated by on the fiscal side. Now look at this figure. Then you have external, say, you can see the notes down here. What the figure shows is that current account balance has moved in line with the budget deficit, red and dark line. The private sector saving in Sri Lanka has been more than private sector consumption. I'm not saying private sector is a superb saver. Our saving rate is dismal compared to China, Malaysia, or any other country. But the point I make here is that there has been a deficit on the private side only in 1 or 2 years. In most years, private sector has managed, the household and the company sector have managed to keep the head above water. The culprit is the government. That is the reason why the IMF is saying that our prime focus is on the budget deficit, right? And then budget deficit has ballooned over the years. I did not have time to put together data, and things were worsened by short-sighted policies of the new government implemented immediately after the election. They came into power in 2019. In 2019, December, government did the worst financial fiscal decision in our recorded history. In a debt-ridden economy, they cut government expenditure massively. They cut government expenditure massively and then started filling the budget deficit with money creation. And they wanted to justify it in terms of new monetary theory, but they had not read new monetary theory carefully and understood. Stephanie Kelton, her famous book, Deficit Myth, in the first paragraph, she says, my policy advocacy is relevant only for countries with international financial sovereignty. International financial sovereignty means you issue government debt in your own currency. Australia issues sovereign bonds, but in Australian dollars. Therefore, in a fluctuating exchange rate system, their debt burden is not going to increase simply because you have dollars to repay debt. Japan has 200% debt relative to GDP. It's not a problem. Debt is yen debt. But this tiny Sri Lanka, even a professor who had taught economics for 30 years did not know that point. And then he advocated, we can print money and the private sector will boom, tax base will increase in future. ignoring the fact that our debt, we have to pay it in US dollar. I mean, that's simple policy mistake, but now people have to pay the price for this crime. Then look at this figure, the nominal value of tax, the red line, plummeted during this period. COVID would have contributed, but this was basically a reflection of that historically foolish decision. And again, historically, our tax to GDP ratio has been declining. It has plummeted again because of this decision. Now, this is going to be the key focus of IMF policy negotiation. We need to reform the tax structure. And indirectly, IMF is saying, go back to the tax reform introduced under the previous stabilization package between 2016 and 2020. Therefore, we need to introduce broad-based VAT and other taxes and increase tax-free threshold, and all these things have to be done on the revenue side. But lucky thing is that these things can be done without putting much pressure on the poor. I think we should tell this to people who demonstrate against IMF. Tax reform issue, we have done many mistakes, and there is room to rectify and expand the tax base without putting much suffering on the people. That is the point I want to say. Then the next point is the expenditure side. Then the real issue raised by politicians, I think it's a valid concern, whether the IMF is going to ask us to cut welfare expenditure. Now, people who highlight this point all the time draw lessons from the 1960s or 70s, from the rice subsidy issue and all that. But IMF focus on help in developing countries has significantly changed from about 1980. IMF historians always talk about 1986 bread riots in Egypt. There was a macroeconomic stabilization package introduced in Egypt. It led to massive social uprising, which was called bread riot. That was an eye-opener. And there were some other issues in Uruguay and other countries. And at the same time, international development thinking changed from about early 90s in favor of equity and poverty reduction. Therefore, poverty reduction is a key focus of government IMF policy packages. If you look at Article 4 report, I think it's the precursor to IMF agreement. I would say there's a long chapter highlighting the importance of welfare policies in the context of structural adjustment. Therefore, I do not think that they are going to touch welfare expenditure to a great extent. But the real issue is how to increase welfare expenditure. Now, that would depend on your tax reform. Again, IMF has come up with a very interesting idea. Actually, this idea is partly supported by recent experiences in Indonesia. We have got a lot of price subsidies, petroleum subsidy, fertilizer subsidy, which has disappeared, but it will come to the policy scene, and various subsidies. Now, if you analyze carefully, actually the real benefits of these subsidies is the rich, not the poor. The poor, of course, they are affected by kerosene price or petrol price, but think about a rich family having 2 motor cars. When you get petroleum price cut, they benefit in relative term much higher at a great extent compared to a poor person. And then even in fertilizer subsidy, I think agricultural economists know there is this iron know of agricultural credit or agricultural subsidy. The big part of agricultural subsidy goes to rich farmers, not to the poor, even though poor are affected. But I'm not saying poor is not affected, but there is a better way of compensating poor. That is a significant cash grant directly to the poor. Whether we can do it, we need to think carefully. So they will be affected by price rises, but they are not going to affect in relative term to the extent of the rich from price subsidies. But when it comes to direct cash subsidy, they benefit from it. Therefore, that negative element can be eliminated by the size of the price subsidy. This we need to think carefully. Now, one important point is that this is very palatable to the IMF and World Bank and international organization. Now, when the IMF asks us to rationalize your fiscal side, they are not going to say this element should be cut, that should be increased. It is entirely up to us to decide the policy package. When you decide about the policy package, I think we need to think about it. In Indonesia, petroleum subsidy was gradually reduced, while kerosene subsidy, they have still maintained, but it has become politically palatable for two things. They have got very educated young economists who had been able to explain it to the voters. Secondly, they have been able to come up with subsidy, direct cash subsidies. Again, think about the point, money saved from removing cash subsidy, price subsidy can be used to give cash subsidies. All these things we need to think carefully. Now, I want to come up with one caveat related to IMF advocacy. So far, my point is that tax reform is a must. I think it is not that difficult, painful for the poor. Expenditure reform is a crucial element. One good thing is that we have some freedom in restructuring our subsidy scheme. They are not going to ask us. Now, again, other easy thing to cut is the huge military expenditure. Sri Lanka is the only country in the region which increased the size of military budget in the context of a COVID crisis. It is in a way crime, simply because some of this money could have been given to the poor, right? Without promoting 100 military officers, buying more military vehicle, that is where the lies, right? And Cicero tells me the commission involved in purchasing military expenditure is 40%, right? Yeah. And we need to take it. But one issue with the IMF package, which we have to take care of. I had a discussion last night with the 3 IMF advisors. It's a Zoom meeting. Shanta Devaraj, Shamini Kure, and Indrajit. One of the issues we did not discuss, I think IMF is not going to place that much emphasis, is this. Balance of payment identity, which says budget deficit is the culprit of current account deficit, is an identity. It is not an equation. Therefore, you can't simply say by narrowing the budget deficit through various means, current account deficit can be redressed. At the same time, there is economic theory to suggest that there can be reverse causation coming from export performance to the budgetary situation. in their identity, one side can impact on the other. Now, therefore, I and Cicero, we strongly believe that there has to be a strong export emphasis in our structural adjustment package, because dollars saved on the budget side, rupees saved on the budget side cannot be converted into dollars to repay debt, because we don't have international monetary sovereignty. Therefore, we need export earnings. At the same time, to generate employment and poverty reduction, we need export expansion. And when you take all these things into account, redressing the anti-export bias in the incentive structure through appropriate monetary policy and exchange rate policy, combining with fiscal side, is paramount for our recovery. Now, when you study Sri Lankan reform history, frankly, not all is lost. Actually, I want to clarify this point in order to strengthen Cicero's point about the adverse impact of control regime in the 70s. He made a beautiful explanation about how control killed the economy during that period, right? Many people have ignored this point and they want to go back to the 70s, right? I remember spending 8 hours to buy a can of milk for my sister in 1973, right? We should not go back to that. But at that point, I want to add a footnote to Cicero's discussion about the liberalization period. As he correctly pointed out, most of the liberalization period, starting from 77, was also the war period. Actually, the war hindered gaining from liberalization. At the same time, there were a lot of policy mistakes along the way. But when you allow for everything, we have achieved a lot from economic opening. I'm not scared to tell this to anybody because I have written extensively on this point. When we were at the university, the easiest question to answer relates to the export structure of our country. 3 products, tea, rubber, and coconut. Tea 65, coconut, rubber 25, and the balance, right? Very easy to keep it in mind. Everybody answered that question related to anything. But look at the export structure now. From about early 80s, it has been diversified. Now people are worried about apparel dependence, but apparel or ready-made garment is not a single product. It is a product mix. We have started with at the low end. We diversified into various high-value product mix. Other countries look at Sri Lankan apparel industry as an example of moving along the value ladder. We produce swimming costumes for China Olympic. They were not produced in China, right? And then not only apparel, there have been other dynamic product lines. Heavy-duty tires, we are the biggest exporter in the world, right? Earlier, we exported entire natural rubber output. Now only 2% of natural rubber output is exported. This is a classic case of backward linkages from primary industry. We have a vibrant tire industry, surgical gloves industry, employing 5,000. This happened. Big multinationals came, I have written here in my work about it, but they left because of political instability. But here, there's a tiny but dynamic electronic industry. Talk about Mr. Pallevatta, who is producing the wire harness and trigger for Toyota airbag. Talk to him. His annual turnover is 85 million, right? There are more than 30 Japanese semiconductor and electronic assemblers in this country. Now, we can benefit from this industry in the peacetime. We have ignored it. In my recent field work, I identify a firm located in Kadawatha. You won't believe this firm is producing wire harnesses for Airbus. They have an employment projection about 2,000 work. In export sector, we have still opportunities, but what we lack is a sound policy environment, and particularly a good policy environment for attracting foreign investment. Therefore, the entire picture is not bleak. There is a statement, well-known statement, that a crisis can be a springboard for prosperity. I earnestly hope that would tell something about Sri Lanka's future. I'm hopeful about Sri Lanka. We are not a downtrodden African country. We have human capital base. What we lack is policy visionary. We can achieve a lot. I'll stop at that point.
Okay, thank you, Professor Korala. Yeah, because of the time limitation, I will just invite Professor Jivika. Briefly, I will describe, I think everybody in Sri Lanka knows her. She's a senior professor at the University of Peradeniya Agriculture Faculty. Also a chairperson of Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture and head of the department. And she has a lot of international affiliations as well. She's honorary fellow of the University of Melbourne. And she has also affiliations with IFRI and other trade associations. I think with this small introduction, Professor Jivika, yeah, I'll give you the floor because of the time limitation. Yeah, but we were listening to a very valuable presentation by Professor Korala.
Thank you, Dr. Vasanthi, for that introduction. More than anything, I would like to say that Professor Sister Jayasuriya and Professor Premchandra Korala have been my mentors for over 20 years, and I'm really pleased to be in the same panel as them, and also Professor Kirat Gunathilaga. Though he's a colleague and a friend of mine, he has been mentoring me for a very long time. So it's my pleasure to be with them, with these giants. And what I'm going to discuss today is something very micro level compared to all the macro stories that you heard so far. And I would like to start my presentation quoting Professor Sister Jayasuriya. You all heard him saying that the ordinary hardworking people of the country who bear no responsibility for this crisis are the people who are bearing the worst effect of this crisis, and they are the poor and vulnerable people. And my focus is on them, because if we see that they are adversely affected, it's our human capital. Now, human capital will get deteriorated, and this will have long-lasting effects on the economy. So it's our duty to see how they be affected and what can we do about it. So I will try to finish as soon as possible. I have about 20 slides, and I hope I can finish in 12-13 minutes. Dr. Vasanthi, I know that the question and answer session is waiting. So first of all, I will show you how our food basket look like, and how food prices affect this food basket. And then I will talk about the extent to which our food and nutrition security is affected, and what we can learn from the previous crises, and how we design our safety nets to safeguard these poor and vulnerable people. So those who are from Sri Lanka know that on average, a Sri Lankan family spends about 35% on food, and in the urban sector, this is lesser. It's like 28%, and in the estate sector, it's much more. It's like 51%. And if you look at the actual food expenditures, which are shown in these blue bars, you can see that even though a smaller share is spent by the urban people, they are spending more than an average household. And the opposite is true when it comes to estate. So when it comes to the expenditure pattern, what we can see is that on average, the most spending items are the cereals, and then comes fish, vegetables, milk, coconut, and all. And if you very carefully observe these items, you will see that they are pretty much import dependent. We import our entire requirement of wheat and red lentils, and most of our sugar requirement is imported. And now, according to the recent statistics, we are around 50% self-sufficient in milk. And with this change in chemical fertilizer import policy, you can see that that also has this effect on the food prices. And whenever something happens in the rest of the world, we will feel the pressure to our food basket. And if you simply look at these items and the amount of energy, protein, and fat coming from these items, you will see that the imports constitute over 1/3 of the nutrients. So we have to pay attention to this aspect when we look at food prices and their effects. And food prices recently changed dramatically. Of course, the recent series of shocks started with the Easter attack, but I don't think that this had a huge effect on food prices. But with COVID, we started feeling the pressure. And on top of COVID pandemic, during the COVID pandemic, government started erecting food import restrictions. Importation of certain items were banned, including fertilizer, and some taxes were raised. So we started feeling the pressure on food prices. And we also noted that this is a bad time, and fertilizer prices and oil prices and wheat prices in the world market started rising, and government could not retain the ceiling prices we had on essential food, and the sudden exchange rate float also affected import prices, and we all are uncertain about what will come with the IMF package. According to the recent statistics provided by the Department of Census and Statistics, we can see that food inflation in March was 30%. So this is year-on-year inflation, and all item inflation was 18%, 18.7%, and we expect this to be higher in April and further higher in May. And if you look at the changes, of course, you know this, we feel it. We feel the way that food prices escalated in Sri Lanka. And a colleague of mine, Dr. Pradeepa Koralagedara, did some calculations on the cost of diets, and she looked at 4 different types of diets and their costs based on the prices prevailed in 2021 November and 2022 April. So this is based on the food consumption pattern reported by the HGIS survey of 2019 using data from the BCS for a representative family. So what she found was very interesting, and what she says is that a nutritious diet in November 2020 costs around 1,000 rupees, whereas now it is close to 1,500. And all kinds of diets, the costs have increased during this period. These are significant increases. So she looked at whether people can afford it. So these bars shows the income deciles, and this red line shows the 100%. So what this says is that according to the prices prevailed in November 2021, people in the first and the second layer could not afford a nutritious diet. Okay, and right now we can see that people in the first, second, third, and fourth layers income deciles cannot afford a nutritious diet. So you can see that quite a number of people will not have access to nutritious diet, and even though we showed some improvements in social indicators before the crisis, the status of malnutrition is not at a good shape. Childhood malnutrition, anemia among vulnerable groups were considerable. So with this kind of access issue, we can expect more people to become hungry and malnourished. And on top of that, we can see reductions in incomes, so the purchasing power will go down. So we know what kind of people were subjected to income losses during the COVID times. The central bank provided a very nice description. The same groups of people will be getting this adverse shock. And also the previous studies we conducted, and this is a study that we conducted during the global food crisis times in 2008. And we noted that people adopted various strategies, like they cut down the number of meals, they cut down fruit and vegetable consumption, they started supporting young children and males in the family, and females were neglected. So even those days, we noted some serious issues. And even during COVID times, we noted that consumption of vegetables, leafy vegetables, fruits, dried fish, eggs, the consumption levels have increased. And not only in Sri Lanka, even in other countries during crisis times, we noted that malnutrition exaggerates. For an example, some of the systematic reviews show that IUG conditions aggravate during such times, and the quality and the quantity of food intake go down, and this actually is a low income issue. And we can anticipate that people will be subjected to hidden hunger, because what we normally see is that they somehow or other manage to get their energy requirement, but they neglect consumption of fruits and vegetables and all that. So in many instances, we can see that complementary food supplements were given, like micronutrient powders, low-dose lipid-based nutrient supplements helped these countries. So it's high time that we think of the kind of interventions that we can launch during this crisis time. So we are very much uncertain about the IMF package, whether the IMF package would allow us to implement such strategies. And when I went through the article 4 of the IMF report, what I noted was that they noted the issues that we are having with our safety nets. So they indicated that we have to increase our spending, we have to widen our coverage, and we have to improve targeting. And they looked at welfare spending of Sri Lanka in detail, and they noted that we are spending quite a lot on pension, agriculture subsidies, free medicine, and our cash transfer programs were not that good in terms of targeting. So they specifically quoted a UNICEF study saying that Samurdhi program provides benefits to 1.8 million households, that is 31% of total households, and 58% of these households are not meant to receive some of the benefits because they are better off people. And another 58 were not supposed to receive, have in fact received the benefit. Okay, sorry, it's the other way around. The first 58 I referred to was the household who were meant to receive Samurdhi did not receive the benefits. So we had exclusion by error as well as inclusion error in the Samurdhi program. So this is something that we will have to fix. How do we fix it? So these are the million-dollar questions, and with the import ban on chemical fertilizers, our agriculture production has come down, and also due to increase in fertilizer prices in the world market, even if the government removed this barrier, it's very difficult to afford fertilizers. I think it is high time that we give a reasonable subsidy payment to fertilizers, and we have been having a high level of food taxes, food import taxes, and import licensing schemes. So this is to save foreign exchange. So I think it is high time that we liberalize them, and we promote low-cost food supplements, and fortification of food will be required, and local production of low-cost protein sources are to be promoted, because people will suffer a lot from high prices when it comes to protein malnourishment. Okay, and cash transfers are popular instruments. We tend to say that if we want to support the poor and the vulnerable, we should make use of cash transfers. But in the Sri Lankan context, I feel that in-kind provision of nutrients would be required, because all of a sudden we cannot expect people to behave in the way that we anticipate them to behave. And having buffer stocks, information systems, local production of staple will be required. And we have a very good midwifery system. I think to promote food utilization, we will have to make use of that system. In the long run, however, we will have to think of a strategy to improve economic growth. And all the studies that were done in Sri Lanka on this malnutrition issue conclude that it is basically an income problem more than an awareness problem. Of course, awareness is an issue, but if you can make sure that people get decent incomes, malnutrition will not be a huge issue. So we will have to go by outward oriented strategies, and we should not underestimate the power of international trade and foreign direct investment, as Professor Jayasuriya and Professor Athukorala highlighted. Export promotion is the only way to go. So we can leverage agriculture for nutrition, but overall development of the country is the only way out in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Jivika. I think as we are running short of time, because in the program outline, there is another speaker on another event. So what I suggest is some of the questions being asked in the chat area been answered by Professor Sisira, and for some I've noticed. And basically, I think this sort of a discussion cannot be ended up like this, but we have a series of webinars organized together with other economics associations that will provide another time for our listeners. We can have an interactive session, maybe as we plan for the coming weeks. I would apologize for the trimming of this question and answer session. I think if one particular question that would be asked for someone to raise, I think I can give just one opportunity. I think because of the time limitation, I have to constrain of these technical issues and all that together. We have to run these programs. If there is any question that is immediately be asked or raised by and particularly answered by Professor Athukorala or Professor Jayasuriya, please, this is the time for you.
Actually, in chat, there's a very important question. Can I
yeah,
answer
Professor?
that? Yeah. Yeah.
Would you answer the question, Professor?
Yeah, that's a very important question. I think an intelligent student has asked it. No economy can fully be fully built. There are inevitable externalities. Scale economies say that they require efficient targeted policy. This is the classical infant industry argument, right? Yeah, it looks very good, right? Say you can identify a particular industry and promote it, it will become a giant in the future. But it is nice, but you need to think about two things. The ongoing process of industrialization, that's one thing. The other one, it entirely depends on the way the incentive structure is designed. If it's a weak government, right, then trying to protect a particular industry, the infant would become a prodigal son eventually. He will ask protection all the time. Look at our shoe industry. Now in Cambodia, shoe export industry is generate about 1 billion foreign exchange. Our shoe industry dominated by one industry, DSI. It is asking protection all the time. When a big investor wanted to come to Sri Lanka to compete, he bribed the president of office and killed that vision. Right? This type of protection is not going to create efficient industries in a country, right? That you have to say. Park Chun-hee even incarcerated the great-grandfather of Samsung to force him to set up an industry. I mean, these type of targeting we can't do in this country, right? Weak political system, we need a more transparent policy regime within which efficient firms can arrive. Nobody thought about mass employing 80,000 workers. It was an outcome of economic liberalization, and the important foreign buyer coming here and setting up a factory with him, right? The second point I'm going to make is that producing something from beginning to end within a given country is a historical event. But now, out of total manufacturing, almost 80% is fragmented. You need to specialize in a different segment in the production process, like what Rohan Palyawat is doing. In this type of product, an individual country within the given border, you can't promote. Can you produce a semiconductor and sell it in the open market? You can't do it. The context for doing these type of things have disappeared. Firstly, the political economic reason. Secondly, the very nature of industrialization process. Therefore, this is a genuine question which is taught everywhere on the infant industry production, but you have to be very careful. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I think, as you mentioned in your presentation as well, during the wartime, we could not get the fruits of this liberalization process, and that is also, it's very exemplified in agriculture sector too. We lost the connection with the international partners. That made a lot of deterioration in the agriculture sector too. And I think with this, I conclude, and I valuable your time and your presence here that made our association some great to a heat, to a higher level. I think we are growing association. Having you all in our association, it made everything, I think, a very good future for us. Thank you very much, Professor Jayasurya, Professor Premchand Kodala, Dr. Herath Gunatilaka, and Professor Jivika for having in this session with us. And I think we made some productive session today to give the time for the next events to happen in our outline program. I will conclude the session and have a good day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Excellent seminar.
It went well, I think. Yeah. Hello,
very excellent.
Yes. I can see you. Yeah.
Hi, Jivika.
Hello.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
I'm from Canberra.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you very much, dear panelists and Dr. Vikram Singh, for your very valuable insights and your presence here. The association extends sincere gratitude to all of you because we all learned a lot from this very individual discussion. Next, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Nihal Pipikara, a well-known economist, to share National Economic Section to address this audience on the Russia-Ukraine crisis and its impact on commodity markets, supply chains, and Sri Lanka. Dr. Pitkin is an economist with 30 years of experience in trade and development with international organizations such as the World Bank, and he obtained his PhD from the University of Sussex, United Kingdom. He has published a number of peer-reviewed articles on regional integration, export competitiveness, regional and global value chains, which also includes several book chapters. At the World Bank, for over 20 years of period, he has supported both research and operational work. He also assisted the development of World Bank Group project on trade strategy that was launched in 2011. He co-authored Sri Lanka's first trade strategy. He is a senior fellow in InReach Global now, and he has taught trade and integration courses widely to both academia as well as for public sector stakeholders. Dear sir, we warmly welcome you to the session.
ඉවරයි නේද දැන්?
Please, we welcome you to the audience and over to
ඔව් තාති ඔයා ලීව් කරන්න. තාති ඔයා මීටින් එකෙන් ලීව් කරන්න. ඔයා තාම මීටින් එකේ ඉන්නේ.
So do I start?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Now, after having listened to Professor Chandra, good afternoon, Chandra.
Good
Nice to see you and Professor Jivika.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to do the justice to the association. I was asked to sort of say something about trade, but I knew when Chandra comes on board to discuss debt, he will cover very comprehensively the issues that arises from trade and in a very succinct way. It's quite refreshing. What I thought was in the short period of time that I was asked to prepare is to do something complementary. Given the genesis of the discussion and the audience, I thought I'll talk something that will interest Jivika and the university, rather than talking about trade and the impact of trade, is basically to highlight which I think is a storm brewing behind that can impact and complicate Sri Lanka's recovery, which is the ongoing the war in Ukraine, between Ukraine and Russia. Now, we all know that I try to sort of say this like a story, in the sense that the world, we have been, in the global economy has been suffering recent years due to aggregate demand collapse all across the major developing countries, that has both the economic contagion, transition from the trade, the remittances, and finance, etc. But when we thought the uncertainty was reducing, given the low levels of infection rates both in developing countries and even in Sri Lanka, as I have seen over the last 2 months, people seems to be a little more relaxed about it. But I think the Ukraine war has added a new dimension and in a dramatic way. And there's now prognosis that we ought to pay a little more attention, given the contagion that it can impact directly and indirectly to the Sri Lankan economy. But I'll focus mostly on the global side of it, the global economy, because I think Jivika very nicely articulated what may need to be done, especially with commodity and the food security and some of the channels that impact. So overall, that it's too early to tell the magnitude of the impact, which depends on the duration of the war and the escalation of the war to a certain extent. The estimates now currently sort of suggest that the war will reduce the global output about 0.4% to 1%, which is quite significant because it's only been 2 months. And given the geographic space, but little do people realize, given how entrenched Russia and Ukraine are in the global markets, especially in energy markets, how, given already bad situations with countries with low fiscal sustainability, fiscal resilience, and that situation like Sri Lanka, how it could impact and complicate things. So I thought it will be useful for me to say something different and bringing the international dimension. So let me I prepared a few slides. I hope I can do justice. Let me bring them up. Share my screen. Okay. Can you all see this? Hello,
yeah, we can see. Yeah,
we can see it, yeah.
We can see, yeah.
Right. Okay. So I would say this Russian and Ukrainian war had multidimensional impact on the international scene that impact most countries. Some are more vulnerable than the others. So that impact, based on this ODI, assessment, they looked at the channels, how it impacts. It's basically how much exposed you are, your economy directly, as well as indirectly. And how much resilience that you have built internally through fiscal space and foreign reserves and their sustainability. Now, speaking of which, we have been talking over the last hour or so that we are not in great shape. So our resilience side is very weak. Our exposure side, although it seems in the aggregate, it's not that great. We have 2%, 2% of exports and 2% of imports, but it's the characteristic of those commodities that matter. That especially given the current situation, those are the critical products that is going to impact Sri Lanka. So this diagram basically has the Ukraine war broken down to the bilateral direct impacts through imports and exports of services, direct investment, financial flows and migration. But I will add to that tourism, because tourism is an important part, and Sri Lanka does receive tourists from Ukraine and Russia. And I would also mention that it's not the static, it's over time. The Ukrainian tourists are one of the fastest growing tourists that we receive. The indirect effects is an interesting one for us. It comes through various mechanisms, once again through commodity shocks, service payments, the foreign direct investment, financial flows. And an interesting another aspect that I want to sort of highlight is this supply chain disruption and how that can also impact. And there's a lot of maneuvering going on. Obviously, we know about the financial transaction that Russia has been blocked from the SWIFT transaction process, so they are looking mostly bilateral barter trade very aggressively. And obviously, 1/3 of WTO members are still trading with Russia on those terms. I don't know exactly what the situation actually, what we do in Sri Lanka. So just to sum up, not to take a lot of time, the chance of this contagion can transmit to us are both direct and indirect, and obviously exposure minus resilience, that is what our vulnerability. So this ODI group conducted an index based on these different vulnerabilities, and they came to a conclusion that Sri Lanka is somewhere in between the worst, the most vulnerable, which I think is the Central and European countries, and a country like Lebanon, which are mostly impacted directly, but also other countries. The orange bars you see are the indirect impact. But Sri Lanka stacked somewhere in the middle. Now, I would argue about this because they looked at the Sri Lankan resilience. Sri Lanka's resilience is much weaker than they probably started this analysis. So I would put Sri Lanka somewhere in the top 10, 12 right at this moment. Impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. So that's the thing that, I mean, maybe some of us can go and look at it and see where we can sort of adjust some of these indexes. And if you can get those numbers, come to a much more up-to-date assessment on it. So I would say, yeah, so this index is based on the direct economic exposure, some 6 sub-indexes and indirect economic exposure. Then this index of resilience, that's where I think we have a problem with this ranking. I think to sum up, saying that Sri Lanka should be somewhere way high in terms of vulnerability at the moment. So in a basic sense, so as I mentioned, that Sri Lanka is not, in overall sense, is 2% and 2.2, both imports and exports. What is interesting is we import some of the most critical ones. So 45% of Sri Lanka's imports coming from Ukraine, wheat imports, and a good amount of soybeans, sunflower seeds are coming. Actually, I just extracted this from an IPS document. It should have been in proportions rather than volumes, also, so that shows the relative sense. But it basically goes to say that we are importing a significant amount of key commodities that has impact on Sri Lanka's, consumer price index, etc., especially wheat prices. And we see that I think Professor Jivika should have a better sense whether it is already reacting with our price of rice as people start to substitute wheat to rice, bread to rice. I'm sure it is taking place. But very importantly, do not forget that we also import things like asbestos, which is heavily used. The construction industry is already in a strain. And with asbestos price going up, invariably, semi-finished products are iron and steel, which is oil is heavily used in some of these products, and particularly in fertilizer, the impact is going to be much higher. This multiplier effects that will work through. As in terms of exports, well, the predominant is tea once again. Well, that is also isolated in some hill areas. You may be able to track back which estates to export this black tea to Russia. So obviously there has to be some sort of compensation that needs to be worked out, or some sort of arrangement to nuance the impact. So it's not the overall number, but it's the types of commodities that sort of hard. Now, in that sense, energy is completely extremely important. Now, Russia today stopped exporting gas to two countries, I think it's Poland and another European country. Now that has disrupted the market further. The spot prices immediately reacted. And this is what I think the 2-3 things that we are still, when you go out, you see all these queues on gas, gas queues and petrol queues. This is a really bad month, and we are in for a slightly rough ride over the next few months because of this war contingent. So the typical channels of impact is obviously an energy shock and the food security shock, which Professor Jivika alluded to. And there's an aspect which I like to talk a little more, this physical impact, because the disruptions that is taking place through these channels of, transmission or transport across Europe, that is something that is slowly but surely creeping upon the prices and disrupting and adding further cost in international commodity prices. So let's talk a little bit about it. Just to go back in a light-hearted sense, obviously over the last few years, commodity prices have been increasing slightly, some more than the others. Now, Ukraine is a key exporter in some of the commodities, obviously energy, some parts of agriculture and precious metals. And last 2 months, you see that trajectory has slightly changed. And it's almost like there is an exponential spike in prices. And that's coming directly from the war. You can principally attribute that to the war. Why? Because Russia and Ukraine are responsible some of the major share of some of the international commodities. But if you look at wheat, for example, we see like 40% from Russia, around 40% both Ukraine and Russia, the wheat production in the global market. Russia, is about 20%. Ukraine is a little less. But if you look at the other metal and industries as well, which Sri Lanka sort of imports quite a bit of metal products from both, particularly from Russia. But if you look at the natural gas, this is where the other complication arises. Also, crude oil, it's less, but as you know, in a crude oil market, the way the markets trade, a slight differentiation of the market prices immediately, the supply changes and demand change, supply changes react immediately, although demand is rather inelastic. So this is where the complication is, because Russia and Ukraine combined are responsible for a very critical share of global exports. So that's where the contagion will arise. So what's the forecast? On energy, 2022, the rest of the few months, we are going to have, it's a pretty bad scenario for the rest of the world. And Sri Lanka will not be spared, and we are much more in a vulnerable situation than we were before, if this were to happen, given the current crisis. So that's what I think, it's a perfect storm for Sri Lanka, looking at this international contagion coming out of the Ukraine-China war through the commodity prices. And what are the impact of these prices? So at the moment, energy prices have increased 50%. I think it's about 65% now, the latest update. Between 2021, 2022, 2023, there's a projection that the energy prices should ease up, metal prices would ease up. There will be some semblance of normalcy towards the end of the year. Hopefully, if the war doesn't get dragged on. But these are built in structurally, and there is a sense now it will take more than a year and a half, 2 years to adjust from a non-war situation because of the war to be back to where it was, which was 2020. So there's this fear. Even the oil prices, there's a fear that it won't go back to the 60s. That people were expecting. It'll come down, but not as back as it was in 2020 before the pandemic took place. So that's one of the concerns internationally, especially in crude oil, that although the demand is being impacted, the supply is completely is disrupted. The demand is ebbing back. It's not going to stay that steady for a while, given the other major factors taking place towards US economy has first time contracted. The other major economies are going to follow through. So there is going to be that impact in the international market, but that wouldn't impact, that wouldn't ebb their fear is, if you look at the forex FT prognosis, that the oil prices might not dip back for a while. Despite the weak international demand. Now, the other thing that, what you, Jeevika and Peradine, a lot of our colleagues are interested in these fertilizer prices. I think fertilizer prices have been increasing over the last 2-3 years. And with this crisis, because there's a good proportion of, fuel are used for nitrogen-based fertilizer, those prices are likely to stay very steady and even above, even closer, likely to be higher this year. So all the planning that we are doing this year to stock up, open up fertilizer, and will be given the currency where it is, it's going to have a major impact on our agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. So this sounds ominous, but this is the reality. When I see the international market, the way the trends are changing, this is something we have to keep a close eye on. The risks, there's, when it comes to oil, petroleum, there's less scope for substitute today. I will go back and forth with this because Russian exports, around 8%, but the alternative sources, there isn't as capacity as that people have thought previously. If you look at the OPEC, Iran and the US shale industry, even at these high prices, there is no great excess capacity. Everybody's, tapping into their reserves now, try to ease the domestic aspect of this. So that's one thing that needs to keep an eye on. So then that's another reason that I said that it's very unlikely the oil prices will come in dramatically, given this recent assessment of spare capacity. Now, second is a substitution. Earlier, oil prices were cheaper than what was it, coal and other, but coal prices also have spiked up very recently. So now they are all playing in the same level of price hikes. So there are no alternative left for, try to get cheaper energy. So this alternative energy would be in a little bit of a strain. Countries try to look for alternative energies, energy sources. The other thing I wanted to highlight is, okay, this is an interesting one for me, which is going to complicate. Now, a lot of countries, at least third of WTO members, say import some sort of restriction on Russia's exports, including oil in particular. So that's obviously going to have an impact on prices. Although the demand is there, because the supply disruption is there behind those tariff restrictions. If there are no supply disruption, the market would have cleared, you would have a low price, but that's not the case. There are significant, destruction, especially in Ukrainian ports. Now they have been either bombarded or completely besieged. So you have a situation where there's no predictability of bringing commodities to ports in Ukraine. So that's on the Ukrainian side. On the Russian side, they are sort of hurrying up to basically get the oil out. So there is this sort of imbalance taking place based with the destruction and disruption. The sea lanes have been disrupted because of the war. The war premium on the ships insurance have increased sharply. that is something they need to keep in mind. That is also creeping up. It's going to impact us as well. Airspaces are coming under strain, where especially in Northern Europe, in Central Europe as well. So there's a lot of diversions that also adds on to delays and costs. Now, shipping agencies are proactively being discouraged. And that is another thing that's going to impact us also in Sri Lanka, is not to have contractual terms agreed with China, with Russia, in order to ship not only gas, but its other produce. So there is another aspect that has been playing out in the market that can add on to the current transaction cost, especially the shipping cost. Obviously, the security itself has already added the premium. So overall, what has happened is the trade costs coming out of Northern European and Central European area, entire area, has a spillover effect on the other commodities that have been traded. Now, just to sum it up in one single graph, this is I think, Clark's index of freight rates. If you look at it, I mean, it has been on a rise because of the pandemic. But if you look at the last kink, there's a very gray area all the way to the right. You see there's an immediate dramatic rise on the index, which basically, there's some calculations done that that itself will translate into 1.5% higher on average on commodity prices, commodity inflation. So, I mean, some goes up to, there's another document I saw in OECD that might even spike up to about 2% to 3% of inflation, adding inflation internationally because of the freight rate spike. Now, on all of that, I mean, this is something that Chandra could speak to, but cost of debt service is also rising. The bond yields of developing countries have been on the rise for a while, since September 2021, given the expectation of monetary tightening. These high rates will have a financial disorder because it's like a taper tantrum-like effect. The interest rates are high, greater volatility in commodity futures, bond markets, leading to increase in risk premiums to add on to the pressure. I mean, I'm sure that Chandra may have a thing or two to say about this as well. Now, I will come back to something a little more critical. If you look at the commodity price spikes and social unrest over time, you see these interesting dynamics. And it's quite alarming that the latest, if you see the very right at the end, the shaded area, is from the war. The war-related new price spike is not only Sri Lanka, it adds on to Sri Lanka's misery and the likely social unrest, which one need to sort of think about very carefully, because our problems are not over when it comes to food price hike. It could exacerbate dramatically if you were not to do something very immediately, coherently about this. Because it's already sort of ebbing in some of the other countries, in the Middle East, in Lebanon, in a number of South American countries. They have started to feel the pinch of commodity price hikes. So this social unrest graph, this is actually a very interesting graph, shows the spikes. The latest spike exceeds those index numbers previously. So that's something that the government should pay attention. Now, policy responses, very briefly. I'm not going to get too much detail into that. I think we have to basically work out the numbers of the impact on Sri Lanka. That's something perhaps maybe Professor Jivika have again, the team can do very quickly, looking at this, do an extension of it. But general policy is, general message most of the countries coming out of, this is responding to fuel price tax cuts and subsidies. These policies are what looks like alleviate the immediate price impact, but they do not provide large benefit to the vulnerable groups that we are very concerned about now. It might even exacerbate, intervening in the market, especially on commodities. So some of the retail things I would like to talk about, I like this at the end of it, because I want to relate to our colleagues who are doing work on agriculture. But something going on in the domestic market some retail measures. I don't want to sort of portray any macro guidance or macro policy that one could sort of think of, but some retail things that Sri Lanka ought to be doing. There's a lot of things that maybe the government now looking for, how to safeguard the existing food chain, in the food value chain, and including safeguarding, reducing the waste of food through supply chain. Make sure that most of these agencies who are trying to be very benevolent and help Sri Lanka, get the NGOs and the government organization, international organizations to help on securing, especially nutritional needs of the societies, which actually might not be in the network. I mean, Jivika and I spoke about it a couple of weeks ago. So revamp this with the help of maybe NGOs and international organizations, because these are the ones that needs to be done. As I mentioned, that social unrest that is not over, that might even get worse. These are the things that needs to be done, at least to alleviate some of the suffering of the very vulnerable. So when it comes to the stocks of capacity of seeds, the standing of crops, rearing of the livestock, the government had to pay immediate attention to how the trends are, what numbers have been picked up, what the current situation is, and I'm not sure how up to date the assessments are. I think I'm not sure the agriculture department is doing this. Try to get a good sense where the current situation is when it comes to that. Now, in a short to medium term, I think there are a lot of things the government needs to do, especially on energy, promoting alternative energy, incentivizing low carbon sources of energy. These policies have to be spoken of. And I'm a little surprised when countries in Malaysia and Singapore and Thailand are talking about electric cars. I mean, I know that we don't have the infrastructure, but people have started. And why not think about, alternative, because of the pollution as well. So we need to think of the climate as well as we think of solutions as we go forward. There are immediate urgent things that needs to be done domestically to mitigate some of these impacts, but there are some policy related things that the government can start thinking of. Let me end it there. I'm sure that there are a lot of few questions I'm happy to answer, but I want Professor Jivika, also Chandra, if possible, to come in as well. That'll be it. Thank you. Over to you. Hello? Shashik, are you there?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear sir. As one of its annual events, Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association organizes an undergraduate student research competition that provides a forum to facilitate the exchange of research findings among peers and to discuss potential solutions to current issues in the areas related to agricultural economics. Rather than me reiterating the facts, let's have a look at a small video demonstration regarding the undergraduate student research competition in order to enlighten you all on the concept of this competition. So let's have a look.
Research communication plays an important role in any research project, and addressing an intended benefactor directly is always a step forward towards increasing the visibility of our scholarly work. Therefore, it is in our best interest, if we can communicate research output in a way that is more comfortable to the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 11th Undergraduate Student Research Competition of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, where the gold medal will be awarded for the best undergraduate research in agricultural economics research based on final year undergraduate research and sponsored by Professor Pisana Abeygunawardona. Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, established in 1993, is the national professional organization of agricultural economists in Sri Lanka. As one of its annual events, Annual Research Forum organizes undergraduate student research competition that provides a forum to facilitate the exchange of research findings among peers and to discuss potential solutions to current issues in the areas related to agricultural economics.
11th Undergraduate Student Research Competition was coordinated by Dr. Sumali Disanayaka. Upon the invitation of the organizing committee, 27 undergraduate research abstracts had been received from 8 agricultural faculties in Sri Lanka. Received abstracts have been evaluated by a panel of experts outside the university system in Sri Lanka, and the panelists are Dr. Stephanie McQuinney, Dr. Muhammad Alaudin, Dr. Lokmini Fernando.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are now going to witness the selected outstanding research of 11th Undergraduate Student Research Competition, 2022. Oral presentations. Among the submissions, best 6 abstracts were selected for the undergraduate oral presentation competition. They are DMCMKD Goda, University of Vania, Labor Out-Migration in Tea Plantation Sector, Evidence from New Aralia District.
SAP Pramodani, Uwawilasa University of Sri Lanka. The effects of seasonal variations of weather on tea production, a Ricardian analysis.
ABAW Pushpakumara, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka. Impact of non-tariff measures on tea exports from Sri Lanka.
GH Udagadara, University of Peradeniya. Effect of non-tariff measures on the spice exports of Sri Lanka, a gravity approach.
Karapthikajianthiran, University of Peradeniya. Key factors affecting the catch rate of inland fisheries, a case from the Periamadu tank.
Ayand Arshana, Uwawilasa University of Sri Lanka. Analysis of household demand for food away from home in Sri Lanka.
Poster presentations. Among the submissions, 10 abstracts were for the undergraduate poster presentation competition.
P. Thanushan, University of Jaffna. Challenges to the sustainability of smallholder dairy farming, a case study from Jaffna district of Sri Lanka.
Y. Priyanka, University of Ruuna. Impact of work from home on employee job satisfaction and performance, a study of selected IT company in Sri Lanka.
DMC Jayamani, University of Ruuna. An analysis of the impact of COVID-19 crisis on farmers' credit repayment capacity in Kambarupitiya, DS Division.
KHM Madhubhashini, University of Vania. Determinants of labor allocation between farm and off-farm works in Hambantota district.
MSN Ranzara, University of Avunia, adoption of intercropping among smallholder rubber farmers in Kalutara district. APH Sandamini, Uwawilasa University of Sri Lanka, factors affecting on consumer choice of edible oils in Badulla region.
T. Vitunan, Uwawilasa University, the competitiveness of Sri Lankan tea, a policy analysis matrix, PAM, approach.
PAVNK Pereira, Uwawilasa University, analysis of market participation among vegetable farmers in North Central Province, Sri Lanka.
DMBB Kumari, University of Jaffna, factors influencing the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices among the vegetable farmers in the Badulla district of Sri Lanka.
GAND Ganyapola, Vyamba University of Sri Lanka, willingness to pay for improved indoor air quality, a contingent valuation approach.
Congratulations to this year's presenters at 11th Undergraduate Student Research Competition. Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association.
Dear participants, there's a small announcement for you. If you have any questions to ask from Dr. Nihal Pitigala, you can put them in the chat box. Dear sir, I hope you will answer the questions which will appear in the chat box. Now, it is with great pleasure I would like to invite Dr. Somali Disanayake, Senior Lecturer, Department of Agricultural Systems, Rajarata University of Sri Lanka, and the coordinator of the Undergraduate Student Research Competition 2022 to address the audience.
Thank you, Organizing Committee. Professor Jayathala Ratnasekara, the Chief Guest of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association 15th Annual Research Forum, the President, Secretary, and the members of the Executive Committee of SIA this year, the most valued invited speakers of ARF today, all the members of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, dear sirs, madams, and my colleagues, competitors of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association 11th Undergraduate Research Competition, join with us today, and also undergraduate students who join with us today, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm so honored and grateful to serve as the coordinator of the 11th Undergraduate Research Competition conducted in parallel to the 15th Annual Research Forum of the Sri Lanka University Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. And also, I am grateful to address this gathering by bringing, most importantly, the highlights of the event, as well as the feedback and the comments and suggestions from our esteemed judging panel. So over the period, as we all know, we have done many improvements to this competition conducted in parallel to the Annual Research Forum of each year. Appointing a coordinator separately to organize this event, other than organizing everything by the CI Executive Committee. So I can see that is one of the improvements we have done so far. And also it enabled the organizers to make this event and organize this event in a more systematic way, and bringing out all the standards, as well as we could bring some formalization to this event. And as you could see in the highlight video, so year by year, we have done many improvements to this competition. and also appointing a judging panel outside the Sri Lankan university systems, because as we all know, most of the undergraduate research are coming from Sri Lankan universities, and we as supervisors. So, appointing the committee, especially this judging panel outside the local university system. So that is one of the improvements we made in order to have allowed us to have very fair, unbiased, and also we could bring some standards from the overseas universities in our evaluation process. So accordingly, we have been very fortunate to have this judging panel this time to evaluate our undergraduate research in the discipline of agricultural economics conducted in year 2021. So we had 3 members, as you could see in the highlight video. Dr. Stephanie McQueenie served as the panel chair. So she's a senior lecturer and higher degrees research coordinator of the School of Economics and Public Policy of the University of Adelaide. And her research area of specialization is resource and environmental economics. And most of her work focused on productivity, household energy use, deforestation, and smallholder agriculture farming. Honorary Professor Mohammad Alauddin is attached to the School of Economics of the University of Queensland, Australia. His areas of specialization is related to the development economics, environmental economics, and climate change. And his academic career in Australia spans for more than 4 decades, serving to the best schools of economics in Australia, like the University of Melbourne and the University of Queensland. So Professor Alauddin has sustained an active research agenda in involvement of development economics and productivity growth, and focusing on agriculture. So then our next panel member is Dr. Lakmini Fernando, my dear colleague. So because of her, we could bring these beautiful personalities to this judging panel. She's a research economist attached to the Institute of Policy Studies of Sri Lanka. Prior to joining IPS, she worked with the national planning of the Ministry of Economic Policies and plan implementation for nearly 13 years. Dr. Lakmini holds a BSc Agriculture degree from the University of Peradeniya, a Master of Development Economics Advanced from the University of Queensland, and a PhD in Economics from the University of Adelaide, Australia. So you can see, so we have brought the most eminent judging panel to this competition. So we worked during last 3 to 4 months for this competition, and it's indeed a very pleasant experience for me, as well as we could share many things, and we could bring the overseas knowledge and skills to our evaluation process, and we also learned many things from them. So we received 27 abstracts from 8 universities representing agricultural economics discipline in the country. And as you could see in the highlight video, we selected 6 best abstracts and went comprehensive analysis of their research reports. And after that, the oral presentation and questions and answer session. So each and every component of this activity, their research activity, so it could carry it carried marks, and the final outcome of this event is based on the summation of all the marks these candidates scored, these applicants scored for each and every component I mentioned. And again, we emphasize our purpose to the judging panel, our aims and objectives of this competition. That is, this is for the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association Gold Medal for the best undergraduate agricultural economics research in Sri Lanka. So they are adhering these guidelines. So they came to this winner. So we will announce the winners shortly. So these 6 abstracts, as you could see, so they are related to the most important topics, timely important topics discussed related to Sri Lanka and the policy debate. So 3 studies related to the tea industry in Sri Lanka. One is for spice industry, one is for fisheries, and one is for household energy. So we had final round couple of days back. And so while thanking to this eminent judging panel for their excellent evaluation and undergraduates participating for this competition, so I would like to take the opportunity to very briefly some of the feedback and the comments we got from this eminent judging panel to you. From their own words, Dr. Stephanie said that there is some interesting work undertaken by the students, and we commend their efforts to conduct research in agricultural and resource economics areas in the country. So thank you for opportunity to contribute to the CR undergraduate competition. We, the panel, have read all the complete research reports and graded those. So we have also outlined a marking scheme ready for the video presentation and questions and answers. Unfortunately, she couldn't join the final round because of a health reason. However, she had done everything in a very systematic way for a fair evaluation. Professor Alauddin, it was nice being a part of this process. The presenters made commendable efforts to come this far. I thoroughly enjoyed their presentations. Thank you for having me in the panel. It was an honor to be involved in such a great event that you have organized. In my experience, I have always found Sri Lankan students to be highly capable. This cohort of students on this occasion exceeded my expectations. All of them tried their best, which was the most important thing. Also of great importance to me to see that some of my former students playing a leadership role in bringing this event to a very successful conclusion, as Dr. Lakmini and myself are some of former students of this Professor Alauddin. He's willing to give his assistance in future too. So at the end of the competition, he promised to give us a session related to research methodology to our undergraduate students that is free of charge. And well, Dr. Lakmini, the third member, conveyed her thanks for the opportunity given to be served as the panel member. For her also, the standards of our students are beyond her expectations. So she, at the end of each presentation, she gave each and every positive as well as negative comments in order for our students to improve their presentations in the next round. So thank you to the judging panel. And with that brief note, so I'll conclude. I'll hand over the organizers to announce the winners. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear madam, for your valuable insights. I'm pretty sure that now everybody is waiting to know the winners of the 11th undergraduate student research competition. So without further delay, let me announce the winners of the competition. The award for the second runner-up of the 11th undergraduate student research competition goes to Ms. G.H. Udagadara from the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management from University of Peradeniya. Congratulations, Ms. Udagadara. The award for the first runner-up of the 11th undergraduate student research competition goes to Mr. I.N. Darshana from the Department of Export Agriculture, Uvavelas, University of Sri Lanka. Congratulations, Mr. Darshana. And finally, the 11th undergraduate student research competition gold medal goes to Ms. Kiruptika Jayantiran from the Department of Agricultural Economics and Business Management, University of Peradeniya. Congratulations, Ms. Jayantiran, for your fine achievement. She holds the title of the gold medal for the best undergraduate agricultural economic research in Sri Lanka. So now, it is with great pleasure I would like to invite Professor Piyasena Abegunawardana to address the audience. Professor Piyasena Abegunawardana, who earned both his master's degree and doctorate from Texas Agricultural and Mechanical University, is the founder of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. After graduating from Texas, Professor Abhegunawardena returned to Sri Lanka, where he held several positions at University of Peradeniya before joining the Asian Development Bank in 1994. These positions included acting dean of agriculture faculty, lecturer, senior lecturer, and associate professor in the Department of Agricultural Economics. Along with memberships in various agriculture-related societies and associations, Professor Abhegunawardena is the founding director and co-owner of the Nilmini Estate Private Limited, a 100-acre organic tea producing estate in Sri Lanka. Moreover, he is the owner of Ahimsa Tea and the CEO of Shanaka Group of Companies. Dear sir, we are honored to have you here today, and we are truly grateful for your valuable sponsorship of the gold medal of the Undergraduate Student Research Competition of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. And hereby, we cordially invite you to address the audience.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shashika. And also, thank you very much for all the organizing committee and other distinguished academics and colleagues and friends, those who are attending and have organized this session and given me this opportunity to speak to you for a very important and precise moment of our professional career and professional lives. Why I'm saying it is important, I remember about in the very short distance 2 years ago, exactly 2020 March 20th, when Sri Lanka was declared kind of COVID situation, and then we as association thought how to intervene with the situation, and then how we can contribute to national development or the food security or related policies and those matters. And I remember several contribution came from that. And then I was earlier planning to give a better introduction and then taking more time and at least give 3 positive or 3 the pleasant experiences of my career, as well as 3 somewhat retarded or less pleasant experiences. But now, because of the time constraints and various other reasons, and we have had enough and more discussions on including the present crisis, and most of us have some idea of way forward, and certain things are of course beyond our control and beyond our perhaps immediate reach. But nevertheless, we have been able to outline as a professional group or association certain very positive contributions towards the national development and the way out from the present economic crisis or financial crisis or social crisis, as well as political crisis. Therefore, what I thought is that just to give just to share with you how happy I am today to see the association we started is not me, is we started many years ago, 1993, as agricultural economics professionals in the country and the region, or even in the world, to get together and discuss professional issues as well as the development and the policy matters concerned to us, particularly the paying higher attention on education and the professional development matters. And today, we all can see that how far we have gone, and whether there is any regrets whatsoever for the efforts we have taken, and we have the results we have achieved since 1993 to 2022. For me, the only thing I can say is that I take great pleasure on every bit of effort, every moment I spend working with you and with association development and the progress, and I have no regrets whatsoever. And if one can ask what are the happiest moment in your life, this is definitely one of them. It is like achieving or drawing some happiness from my own children. There cannot be any better pleasure, any satisfaction to academic can see, as in one of the famous authors from Latin America, he wrote that, did you see the oak? Sorry, was Narcissus beautiful? No, I don't know. I saw my beauty through Narcissus' eyes when he knelt and bent down at the lake side. This is what we are seeing today. We can see some of the beauties or some of the contributions what we have made to the social development, and through your contribution, and then we take the great pleasure as a good teachers, and we are, that is the precise and that is the most important gift you can award to us, that is giving this opportunity to tell you that how happy I am at my latter part of this career. To further strengthen what I have said, I heard three names: first runner-up, second runner-up, and the winner. Of course, the congratulations for all three, especially Kirupathika, for your outstanding winning of the gold medal. But if the association is willing to take this opportunity, and I'm more than happy to share with you another thought on this. Let us make at least, as you announced, starting from next year, those three people, at least first runner-up, the second runner-up, and of course maintaining the gold medal even more precise way, adding something. If you need any financial support for that, I'm more than happy to contribute, starting from 500,000 rupees to 1 million rupees, to recognize minimum 3 students from the best and the second best and the first best, to award starting from next annual undergraduate research competition. That will also come from environmental business I initiated as a side of my professional work related to environmental economics and economic development from Ahimsa Tea. It is the association's discretion whether they want to accept and then expand the present system from my side. I'm very proud to say that as an organic farmer who has been engaged in now more than 25 years on this work, that organic farm, what I have started, can contribute with great pleasure for recognition of these minimum 3 students starting from next year for our best undergraduate research awards. With that little pledge and sharing with you how happy I am today to see this occasion, and as an academic, that happiness is quite, if you say it in Sinhala, it is a Niramisa Pritiya. It is a Niramisa Pritiya. What it means is that it is some form of altruistic happiness. And then with that, many thanks for all of you, Dr. Shashika and also Dr. Sampath, being the key two persons of holding the office bearers as the chairman or the president and the secretary of this association, as well as all the other executive members, and then the all other members. And I know many other my colleagues from Peradeniya University have contributed continuously, including Dr. Herat in sometimes, as well as even today, Dr. Unatilaka Herat, and then Professor Jivika Viraheva, and many others. I should not limit to those names, but if I recall long memories of Dr. Frederick Aberatna, and then even the inaugural meetings, and Dr. Oscar Amarasingam from Runa University, and then Dr. Terence Abesekar from the World Bank, and then Dr. Atula from IPS, and many other colleagues. I just limit, because of the time constraint, all the members and the colleagues and the friends and well-wishers, and then all the other international participants. So pleased, and then you have made my day, and this is the best what you call recognition, or best recognition you can make to a academic or someone who has given you a certain way of development of your education in one point, directly or indirectly. Thank you so much, and you made my day, and I wish you all the best. And my challenge for making it for 3 winners, and then recognizing them objectively and letting them in the proper place and the proper perspective is very important. Perhaps in my days, we didn't have that opportunity, but obviously it is our duty to make whatever the opportunities did not available for us, for our young generations to future generation to enjoy it. As I mentioned, my very last remarks of that first presidential address. Thank you very much for Dr. Valigamage for putting that into website. I still recall that younger and brighter minds, when they take over this forum, we would be happy and we would be enjoying our the professional satisfaction watching that, and then you gave me that happiness. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best, and congratulations for winners. Let us not give up, continue forever. Thanks.
A very good afternoon to you all. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome you all to the have gathered a group of esteemed researchers from different institutes in the country to discuss their research findings. 7 presenters will present their valuable research findings at the session. Therefore, it's a great honor to welcome the chairperson, Dr. Manoj Tibbatuwava, the panel members, Professor Tusita Kumara and Professor M. Isha, distinguished invitees, members of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, staff members of Wellas University, and all other participants to the contributory paper session of 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. In order to commence the session, first of all, let me introduce the chairperson of the contributory paper session. Dr. Manoj Tibbatuwava is a research fellow and head of the Agricultural Economic Policy Unit at the Institute of Policy Studies of Sri Lanka, IPS. He holds a BSc Agriculture with honours from the University of Peradeniya, an MSc in Agricultural Economics from the Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture at the University of Peradeniya, and a PhD in Agricultural Economics from the University of Western Australia. He has also obtained a postgraduate diploma in Modeling and Accounting for Sustainable Development from the International Institute of Social Studies in The Hague, the Netherlands. Dr. Tibbatuwava is a recipient of NAFIC Fellowship from the Government of the Netherlands and Endeavour Postgraduate Award from the Government of Australia. Dr. Tibbatuwava has more than 15 years of experience at IPS with an extensive focus on economic policy research in agriculture, food security, climate change, environment, and natural resources. He also associated with the different government ministries, departments, and other statutory institutes, and has served in national level committees on agriculture and food security on numerous occasions. He has collaborated with different international organizations, including International Food Policy Research Institute, World Food Programme, International Fund for Agriculture Development, Food and Agriculture Organization, World Bank, United States Agency for International Development, Japan International Cooperation Agency, European Union, etc. in numerous research studies. Sir, it gives me a great pleasure to welcome you to the contributory paper session of the 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. The session is over to you now, sir. Thank you very much. Mute කරන්නේ දෙන්නේ. Oh, madam.
Oh,
Hari.
sorry, I was muted. Thank you very much, Amali. Good evening to you all. Before going to the technical session, I have some housekeeping rules for you. There will be 8 presentations in total. I think now it's 7. One presentation is missing. So total time allocated will be 2 hours and 20 minutes. So each presentation will get 20 minutes in total with 15 minutes speech and 5 minutes discussion. So we have 2 discussions, 2 eminent discussions. So one discussion will be allocated to each presentation. So 5 minutes maximum for the discussion. If we have extra time, we can go for the second discussion, and also we can get the questions and comments from the audience as well. We have 2 eminent economists as discussions in this session. I think most of you are familiar with both Professor Tusita Kumara and Professor Esham. So let me introduce them very briefly. I will quickly read out their profiles. Professor Tusita Kumara received his first degree, BA in economics with the first class from the Department of Economics and Statistics, University of Peradeniya, and postgraduate diploma in poverty from the Erasmus University, the Netherlands. A Masters of Economics from Kobe University of Japan, Master of Philosophy from University of Peradeniya, and Doctor of Philosophy from Kobe University of Japan. He also was trained by Oxford University, United Kingdom, IHD India, Sandhi, Nepal. He had previously served as a lecturer in economics at University of Peradeniya and research officer at the Institute of Policy Studies of Sri Lanka. He is currently serving as a professor in economics at Uwellasa University. He is also a visiting scholar at Mijo University of Japan. His teaching and research experience is more than 18 years. He has international experience for more than 15 countries and has published nationally and internationally several journal articles, books, and book chapters. He has served as the chairman of the Sri Lanka Forum of University Economics, the president of the Uwellasa University Teachers Association, chairman of the research committee of Uwellasa University, and the director of academic research and publication unit of the Uwellasa University. Our second discussant is Professor Muhammad Esham. Professor Esham joined the Sabarakamu University in 1996 and was a founder academic staff member there. He obtained his PhD in agribusiness management from Tottori University, Japan. He was a postdoctoral fellow at the same university, and also University of Reading, United Kingdom, University of Technology, Sydney, UTS, Australia, and the University of Vermont in the USA. He's a recipient of a number of prestigious international awards, including the Fulbright Fellowship, Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship, Australian Endeavour Fellowship, and several Japanese fellowships, and the Experts of Asia Award from the European Union. His research interests include entrepreneurship, agribusiness, climate change, and food security. Professor Esham has published extensively in peer-reviewed papers in the areas of agribusiness and climate change. He has served as the Dean of the Faculty of Agricultural Sciences and the head of the Department of Agribusiness Management at the Saparagamu University. He has also served as a consultant for several international organizations, including ILO, World Bank, UNDP, UNIDO, and Rainforest Alliance. So I warmly welcome two eminent discussants, Professor Esham and Professor Tusita Kumar. So without going further, I will ask the first presenter to present his presentation. This is basically force of research collaboration towards performance management, exploring the current state of practice in the commercial agriculture sector. So very important area the presenter is covering. The authors of the paper is Abe Gunawardena and UK Jayasinghe Mudalige, Professor Jayasinghe Mudalige. So Mr. Abe Siriwardena, over to you.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much. I'm going to present my research on force of research collaboration towards performance management, exploring the current state of practice in the commercial agriculture sector. I'm Prabhachimda Abe Siriwardena, and this presentation is co-authored by Professor Udit K. Jayasinghe Mudalige. First of all, I would like to give some key figures of agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. Agriculture sector contributes 7% to the national gross domestic product, and this makes Sri Lanka to identify increased productivity in the agriculture sector as one of its top priorities as a development country, and also in the economic growth of this country. Here, agriculture is supposed to support food security, In turn, it supports Sustainable Development Goal number 2, zero hunger by 2030. For this, agriculture should be converted from subsistence to commercial agriculture sufficiently. In this regard, research institutes play a major role in technology development and product improvement. So we need to assess the performance management of key performance drives, especially research collaboration of research institutes as one of key performance drive. Here, we identify performance management as a key to induce organizational good research practice in research collaboration key performance drive. First, we conducted a literature review on performance measurement. For this, literature on web was inspected for identify role of KPI for improved research institute on commercial agriculture research. Research institute contribution to commercial agriculture is not visible if not measured with proper performance measurement system. Consist of smart KPIs. In our study, we find that literature suggests commercialization, technology transfer, research collaboration, research for society as foremost 4 key performance drives of a research institute, especially in commercial agriculture development. After this, conducting this survey, we thought of finding the research problem regarding the poor utilization of performance management in research institute. In this regard, role and position of research collaboration is considered. Is research collaboration properly understood in research institute of developing countries like Sri Lanka? Is it properly measured in research institute in Sri Lanka for decision making towards research development of commercial agriculture? Based on this research problem, we formulate our research question as follows. What is the role of research collaboration in research business? Also, what is the role of research collaboration as a key performance drives of a research institute in Sri Lanka towards productive commercial agriculture? Then, what is the position of research collaboration in the research culture of the organization, especially in commercial agriculture research development? Also, we want to know what is the position of research collaboration in the leader's perspective. Here are our methods and data collection. We selected head of the research institutes first come first serve basis. These head of the research institute are influential in KPI formulation, and they are the informed decision makers of a research institute toward research development. So based on that assumption, we select 10 decision makers of research institutes in Sri Lanka. We use in-depth personal interviews, and we use semi-structured interview schedule through online video conferencing facility. This questionnaire covers making decisions on KPIs, KPI formulation, KPI report, KPI measuring, KPI establishment. And this questionnaire was validated by a 6-person expert panel. In our analysis, we found some significant findings. this analysis was done by using the MaxQDA software and other normal analysis, and we found 5 themes. Among them, research for society and research collaboration are 2 most important themes. And we found that farmer contribution and social welfare codes in research for society theme are not co-occurring with the codes of research collaborations, such as government contribution, funding organization, or stakeholders. However, we observed that significant co-occurrences were there within research collaboration. So as you can see in the image figure, this figure, that there are some significant co-occurrences between these 3 P's: complex structure KPIs, government contribution, transparency of KPIs. All of these are codes of research collaboration. The problem is that these codes are not co-occurred with the codes of research for society, which is very important to make society-friendly research. It was found that 80% of research leaders saying institutional level KPI was not properly assigned to measure research collaboration. Also, it is they expose that it is a very challenging task to lead its researcher community to establish good collaboration when particular research is initiated, planned, and designed. Also, they have no specific strategy to plan, implement, monitor, and manage research collaboration. So we assume, so we deduct that majority of leadership did not practice KPIs in its decision-making process at a matured level. However, a wide range of KPI-related benefits in the research collaboration were acknowledged. Those are research sustainability, institute sustainability, society acceptance, competitiveness in research development. So the leaders are in the view of that these KPIs are very important, but they are not practicing it properly due to some reasons. So we propose some policy interventions to mitigate those weaknesses. We propose authorities and government rules regulations that favor reducing higher transaction costs, such as sourcing information, bargaining, and purchasing, as well as monitoring and enforcing the rules. Also, we propose to encourage participation of recipients of research output before, during, and after the researching process. And this should be also measured to give some support for decision makings. Also, we propose bulk research and development investment from industry should come from industry rather than from government investment. And it should be facilitated through research collaborations. These are the future implications. Further analysis is in place to explore the practical implication of understanding the context, redressing the imbalance between using and practicing those KPIs, and role playing by organizational leadership. Some implication for future research, including the extent to which psychological aspect of practicing KPIs in organizational design affect different organizational relationships. How KPIs are differently shaped in organizational design at the hands of leaders from different categories are also deliberated. We would like to give our conclusion as follows. The outcome of the analysis facilitates developing a key performance indicator, key performance drives framework to guide the organization thinking towards building commercially viable research for the society well-being especially through research collaborations. It shall be instrumental in achieving the organization vision and mission through dynamic research, especially through research collaborations in commercial agriculture research based on informed decision acquired by KPI data and information. We would like to present following publications we have produced recent past as follows. And thank you very much for listening to our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Abe Sirivardhana, sorry. So I think it's a very important issue you address in this presentation. We have several research institutes under the National Agricultural System, but poor performance in the agricultural research and extension and lack of research, industry collaboration. These issues have been long-standing problems in Sri Lankan agriculture. Also, the experts and also the interested parties were complaining about the poor performance of the research organizations. So this issue of introducing KPIs have been coming from a long time, but without success. I think you have initiated here a good research. In this context, I would like to invite Professor Isham to comment on the importance of the findings of the first presenter. Professor Isham, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj. And Mr. Abe Sirivardhana, yeah, I think it's a very worthwhile study. I think not much studies have been done in this area. I mean, particularly these research collaborations. I think it's very important. And I was just wondering whether it's part of your studies or you did this research independently.
Sir, this is part of my PhD actually.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So you have been working on this area for, I mean, some time. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Yeah, just to comment on, yeah. So now, so you have focused on the KPIs.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so now, of course, we know this when it comes to these research, not only the research organizations, when we go for these like the strategic plans. So normally these KPIs are developed. So the only thing is when it, as you rightly said, in practice, we don't see these things being, implemented or these being followed or these being monitored. So I think that is one of the issues in most of the organization, not only in research organizations. So that is why you find that these KPIs, although there are KPIs, that they are not effective. Now here, I think from my perspective, I would one thing is that I would like to say is that it would have been also interesting for you not just to focus on the KPIs alone, because there are many other factors related to the KPIs. Why these KPIs don't work? There are other reasons. So you should have, it's good to look at those things as well. Now, particularly when it comes to the commercialization of agriculture, it's a area with a wider scope, though. So these research institutions, the collaborations or the linkages, or particularly the networks, when it comes to the networking of these research institutes with the society, the wider society, and with the industry, I think there is a big problem there, which needs to be looked into, because unless they have very strong networks or they work very closely, which is not happening. Now, even in the universities, this is a problem sometimes. Now, of course, now the universities have changed. In the past, there were very few collaborations with the industry because these networks were not that strong. So when it comes to these networking, I think there are these collaborative skills of these. Of course, there are researchers working in this research institute, but still they need these personal skills, particularly the collaborative skills. So I think that is one area that you could, as part of your research work, I think you can focus on how these collaboration, their skills, particularly their, and also the attitudes and the motivation that the organization, the research organizations or the researchers they have. As well as another aspect that you could focus on is, now you have looked at from the perspective of the research institution. So when these type of collaborative, I mean, when we talk about research collaboration, there is another party. Okay, so could be the industry. So it would be nice to look at the perspective of the industry as well, so that you can get an overall picture of, I mean, how, even from the perspective of the KPIs, how to enhance these collaborations. Yeah, I think those are some of the observations that I could make. So since the time is running, so I will stop here, and I wish you all the best with your research work. And this is a quite interesting study, so I hope that you will take this to the next stage. Thank you very much, Mr. Abe Siriwardana, and over to you, Dr. Manoj.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. So we have 1 more minute remaining. So we can get one more question, just a quick question from the second discussion, Professor Tusita, or any other from the audience.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman, sir, for the opportunity. We are having a couple of questions, or maybe one. So thank you very much for the very nice presentation. I have one question to get clarified. That is whether this is about public research institutions or the private research institutions.
This is
and also when we say between the yes, basically.
This is for sir, public research institute basically, because we found that many of the research institute which works for agriculture research are from government institute. That is why we
public.
Public research.
Yeah, this is because it's better you highlight that, because you know your results may not generally apply. The all the research institution, including the private research or the semi-government research institution, where we know there are certain better performance. On the other hand, the collaboration are these collaboration with the research institutions. Continue with your research, collaboration between the research institutions. That is one of the problems that I see in the Sri Lankan agricultural research institutions. We have less collaboration between these institutions. Also, I agree with what Professor Hisham said. There are many other issues, not APIs. There are many other issues we are having when we are going to evaluate the of the public research institute in Sri Lanka. Among them, the most important and the well-known one is the transferring the research into practical. Like the commercial term is the commercialization. I think better if you can highlight why we are not going in that direction. KPI may be contributing to that. So if you can link that with that, it may be better, because research institutions are performing better. We have a lot of research coming on, right? Many publications, many findings are there. Nice research reports are coming out. If you just look at any of the, even the public research institutions. But the problem, are we putting all these research into practice?
Yes. Yeah.
That is the concern that we should sense.
Thank you, Professor Tusita. Actually, I agree with you. We have a lot of research institutions and a lot of publications are coming out. A lot of researchers have been done, but the problem is the dissemination part. especially the collaboration with the industry. So this is one lacking area. So this is actually coming from long period of time, but still we couldn't correct this problem. So I think this research will contribute positively towards this achieving this problem. Okay, let's go to the second presentation. So the second presentation is again something related to this is education. Student engagement in online learning, a case study in Sri Lanka universities. This is also a very important study given the context of COVID-19 pandemic and the different containment measures that we adopted. So I invite Dr. Chatura Vijayatunga to give her presentation.
Good afternoon to you all. You all know online education become more prominent in higher education sector in the world as well as in Sri Lanka. So today I'm going to present one of the findings of my research, and the research topic is student engagement in online classroom environment during the COVID-19 pandemic, lessons learned from agricultural economics and management related curricula in Sri Lankan universities. First, I will share the content of my presentation. So this is the content, you can see, and so we will move to the study background. So the wave of the coronavirus impacted all sectors in the world, including the education sector in unexpected ways. The education system that is mostly offline in Sri Lanka was forcefully converted to an online mode to keep the thousands of students safe from the coronavirus and also to cater to their educational needs. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, distance learning, also called distance education or e-learning, and online learning is defined as the form of education in which the main elements include physical separation of teachers and students during the instruction and the use of various technologies to facilitate student-teacher and student-student communication. So LMS or VLE has been actively used as a student-centered teaching and learning platform in some universities in Sri Lanka even before the pandemic. And Hattu Tour 2021 mentioned that emails, Google Groups, and Google Drive has been used for sharing lecture materials and references or exercise even before the pandemic situation. So with the pandemic situation, Learn was connected to university web servers and used for online education in order to mitigate the effects of disrupted learning according to hierarchy. Currently, there are different models and several learning platforms are available for online education in the country. It is evident that most of the education system has been primarily converted to online education due to an emergency without adequate preparedness. So we will move to the problem and justification. Several studies have been conducted in other countries to understand the student engagement and their perceptions and effectiveness of changes from traditional system to online mode during the pandemic. However, in Sri Lanka, only few studies have been conducted. So one of the study from Hierarchy reveals that nearly 90% of the students responded have been able to access online education, which is comparable to developed countries like Japan. So, in addition, Hattutu discovered that university students are most commonly used smartphones and laptops for online education and are connected to the internet through smartphones via hotspots. Also, Veeratunga 2021 highlighted even though the COVID-19 pandemic had clearly increased usage of e-learning among all, students in various fields of study may not use e-learning to an equal extent for their major studies. So Sriyalata and Kumarasinghe highlights that attitudes, internet and related facilities, curriculum and self-motivation have a significant positive impact on online education, while workload and time have no significant effect on online education. So we can see that's a lack of studies to understand the students' engagement, their perceptions and issues on online learning in Sri Lanka. Therefore, the study shed light on the factors affecting students' engagement and perceptions in online learning on agricultural economics and management related curriculums during the pandemic. So findings of the study can help both educators and educational institutes to decide on continuing online education even after the pandemic. Also, this study suggests what kind of modifications are needed to improve the online education, the higher education sector in Sri Lanka. So then we will move to the study objectives. This study mainly identifies factors affecting students' engagement and their perceptions of adapting to online learning in the agricultural economics and management related curriculum in Sri Lankan higher education system during the pandemic situation. So what are the specific objectives? First specific objective of the study is to identify the usage of online learning in agricultural economics related curriculum during the COVID-19 pandemic. And secondly, to ascertain the factors affecting students' engagement in online learning. Third specific objective is to examine the problems faced by the students during the online learning and assessment. Finally, the study will provide some recommendations for the improvement in online learning in higher education sector in the country. So we will move to the methodology part. So this study is based on the primary data collected through the pre-tested questionnaire via Google form. And my population students learning agricultural economics and management related curriculum in 6 selected Sri Lankan universities in the country. The universities are Ovelasa University, Ruhuna University, Peradeniya University, Rajarata University, Sabaragama University and Wayamba University. Sample size is 2015. So I conduct this survey during the January 16 to February 4 in this year. So in the questionnaire, students were asked to rate several states, but in 5-point Likert scale. So data analysis part, I used descriptive analysis to achieve the first objective, and to achieve the second objectives, I use factor analysis and multiple linear regression. And to understand the problems in online learning, I directly use the survey questionnaire. So factor analysis and regression. So in this study, multiple linear regression was used to analyze the factors affecting student engagement in online learning. Principal component analysis, a factor analysis was used to make Y variable and independent variables of student-teacher interaction and student-student interaction. Here you can see the multiple linear regression equation, and Y is the student engagement in online learning, it is dependent variable, and X1 is current academic year of education. In addition, I use gender, quality of internet connection in the location, and student-teacher interaction and student-student interaction, academic performance of the students in the model. So, these are the factors I used, and to understand the dependent variable, I use several variables that you can see in the screen. In addition, for the student-teacher interaction factor, I use these variables mentioned in the table. And thirdly, for the student interaction factor, I use 3 questions from the questionnaire. So we will move to the results and discussion part. this table shows the student demographic characteristics. Here you can see the majority of the respondents are female students, and 39% of them represent first year undergraduates, followed by 37% of our final year undergraduates. From the sample, you can see the highest number of students are in age between 24 to 26 years. So we will move to the next finding. Here you can see the use of online education in agriculture economics related subjects. First, we will see the modes of learning methods used by undergraduates. We can see the majority of students use Zoom technology to learn agriculture economics related courses. Therefore, Zoom technology is the most prominent and convenient method in delivering the courses during the pandemic. And this slide shows different tools used in online education. So according to the views of the undergraduate, Kahoot and Poll Everywhere and Google Classroom are the popular tools as a supporting technology to deliver the curriculum. And this figure shows average number of hours per day spent by undergraduates for online learning sessions. So according to this figure, we can see majority of students spend 5 to 6 hours per day to learn agricultural economics related curriculum via online during the pandemic. And in the next figure shows the methods of connecting to internet or data package. So mobile broadband internet with data package is the mostly used internet access method. And this first figure shows the monthly expenditure on internet access by undergraduates. 33% of the students spend 1,000 to 2,000 rupees per month for internet access. And the next figure shows the quality of internet connection of the undergraduates. So here, according to this figure, we can see majority of students mention quality of the internet connection is good, but 29% of students indicated that they have poor connection. So we will move to the regression results now. Here you can see the model is significant and R squared is 30%. And in this table, you can see the regression results. According to that, second year and fourth year students are mostly engaged with online education during the pandemic, and we can see the results are significant. In addition, you can see the gender is also significantly affected for students' engagement in online education, and we can see the male student has some negative coefficient. So you can see the poor quality of internet connection is significantly affected on students' engagement, and it is negative coefficient. Also, this is the most significant results. We can see student-teacher interaction. That is the mostly influenced positive factor on student engagement in online education during the pandemic. In addition, we can see student interaction is also positively affected, even though it is not significant. Finally, we can see students who have good academic performance were mostly engaged with online learning. So next, we will move to the obstacles in online learning. Here we can see 28% of the students affected due to low or poor internet connection, whereas 22% students indicated difficulties in online assessment methods. And 17% of the students mentioned they have no good learning environment at home, which is very considerable factor to study, and another 17% mentioned that lack of internet interaction between teachers and classmates is one of the main obstacles during the pandemic. So this shows what are the problems faced by the students during the online assessment. I studied both pros and cons of the online assessment, and we can see here the poor internet connection and the problems with uploading answer scripts in time are the main issues the students faced during the COVID-19 pandemic. And this figure shows undergraduate willingness on continuation of online sessions in the future. So here we can see the majority of the students, that means 47% of the students, they are willing to participate in online sessions even after the pandemic. So that is a very good response. Only 26% students mentioned that they are not agreed with online sessions after the pandemic. So we need to think of these results. And now we will move to the conclusions. So Zoom technology is the most prominent and convenient method in delivering undergraduate sector cultural economics and management related curriculum during the pandemic situation in Sri Lanka. The majority of students agree that move to distance learning is the truly experienced learning exercise for them. So it is beneficial as it provided flexibility and convenience for the learners. However, study highlighted the need of more active learning tools such as case studies, group discussions, using breakout rooms, and usage of new and smart techniques, which are attractive for young students during the online teaching. So it is also clear that some students were struggling with course contents and lack of student-teacher and student-to-student interaction. Therefore, we need to consider this factor positively, and we need to suggest some measures to overcome this situation. So university students also face several problems with the sudden conversion towards online education, and internet access problem is the main challenge they are faced with. So what are the implications of this study? So the create and use more effective ways to enhance teacher-student and student-student interaction during the lectures is one of the main factor that we can consider in the future learning. And in addition, more support and guidance is needed to help the students and academic staff in the transition to online teaching learning process. Finally, providing technical infrastructure and proper internet connectivity without intermittent interruption is essential for online education. So, but this is very challenging situation because of the financial crisis in the country now. So, these are some of my references. Finally, I would like to thank all the respondents of 6 universities, and in addition, Professor Shamala Kumar, Professor Gangani Samaravira, Dr. L.P. Rutsena, Mr. W. Senatisa, Mr. Lochana Sinaviratna, and Tharaka Dialvis, as well as Mihiri Munasinghe, one of the undergraduate students from the University, shared my questionnaires with the students, and I would like to thank of them for their contribution. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for you all.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chatura. It's a very interesting presentation and very timely issue that you have addressed. You know, now the importance of online education has increased big time because of the COVID-19 situation. However, as you correctly highlighted, there are several challenges or disadvantages of online education. Especially as you mentioned, for interaction with the teachers and also the students. So, Professor Tusita, how do you see this issue of online teaching and disadvantages and advantages compared to the physical classes?
Thank you very much, Chairman, sir, as well as Dr. Chatura for the nice presentation. And as Chairman sir said, it's a very important and very timely research topic that you had picked up, and you discussed the different aspects of your research topic. This is what I see, what I feel. This is a timely research topic, not because that now we are picking up online teaching or the distance teaching mode in higher education institutions in Sri Lanka. It's because now we had that challenge for the last 1.5 years or the 2 years, but now moving into this new normal, and also the higher education system is getting into normal, where we are asking students to get into the university and attend the classes physically. So therefore, now there's a trend in Sri Lankan higher education system to give up whatever the things that we got from this distance mode teaching during the pandemic period. So therefore, I think this is very timely, because we need to highlight, because as there's a saying that every dark cloud has a silver line. So higher education system had a very good advantage because of the pandemic. That is because of conversion, the pure physical classes into somewhat at least hybrid or purely Zoom-based type, or the virtual class mode. Therefore, I think your topic is timely. We need to highlight the point that there's a better way of delivering our classes than just having the class physical. Not because of pandemic, but in normal situation. So therefore, pros and cons, I do not want to get into details, but I like to highlight the point, the student perceptions, which you had a part of your study. You had dedicated analyzing the student perceptions on online teaching, because if we can highlight that point, the students are agreed and they are willing to take these classes online based, then we can continue on that. So therefore, my general comments will be based on that line. With that, I saw that you had raised some of the questions, the students' engagement or their perceptions during their examinations. So did you have the questions on examination, like different types, proctored examination or MCQs, or the proctored MCQs, or VLE based intelligent type of MCQs with the students, Dr. Chatura?
Thank you very much, Professor Tusita, for your comments. Yes, in the questionnaire, I asked some questions relevant to the online examinations and what are their teachers use for assessing them. Yes, there are several questions on from that, but because of the time limitation, actually, I didn't present those things. Yes.
Okay, this is because, if you can do the analysis on these different type of examination modes and the student perception, because I know this is with my personal experience. When we converted to the online based Zoom based teaching, what we really did, we had the take home assignment type of the questions previously. Then we transferred that mode to VLE. And then we provide students with enough time, open book type, or referring to any material at home likewise. So the student results were much better than the physical type of examination. Therefore, those who had that type of questions, they are really willing to get engaged with online teaching, but not really they want to get engaged with online teaching. It is because they like that examination mode. So for the control mechanism, what you can do, since you have raised the question, now you can analyze the perception with MCQs, right? How they are perceptions, if they had faced the MCQs, then what is their perception? Because if we had proctored MCQs or intelligent type of MCQs that we are using with VLE, probably they will say no. Right? Those who are telling that no, that because of that part. So better you clarify that if you are going for, if you have enough time for further studies. The second one, did you have anything with the teacher's perception?
Actually, not Professor. Actually,
no. Okay.
No, I don't have.
Okay, so that is also, I think, better. If you want to do something else, you can try with teachers' perceptions. Then compare that, then get into the conclusion with the student perceptions. Then the second point I wanted to highlight, you correctly said technology. Of course, we can convert into Zoom-based teaching, but if the technology is not there, technology in the sense of the online, this Wi-Fi connection or the devices, but we need the methodology, how to deliver a lecture in distance mode. Right? It is not just delivering the lecture in front of the computer like what I am now doing, but to make it effective. Right? To do it effective, we need a lot of technology. Inbuilt with the Zoom teaching or online teaching. Therefore, better you analyze that part also, how technology got involved in this process, and depending on that, how was the comment that made by the students. One minor comment that is maybe you can change the title. When I just read your title, it's like generalization to the whole academic system, whole universities. But this is only with the agricultural economics and management. Basically, it's social science. Because teaching online is different from the social science to natural science, where you have, even with the agriculture, if you had field exercises, practical classes, of course, then the perceptions may be totally different. So therefore, better you change the title such that it is like more social science, economics and management, which are not having much lab work. It is only discussion and the practicals with the computer, which can we do easily. So therefore, look into that. And certain specific comments, probably I will send it to you because time may not permit. But just to highlight, because I wanted one clarification. You use Google Form for that data collection, right? In your presentation, you said you employed the Google Form for data collection. Then the answers made by the respondent, basically those who are reading the Google Form, who are active with the internet. Those who are not, that much active in the internet may not have answer to your question here. Any idea about the response rate, or can you analyze the non-respondent who had not responded?
No.
No.
Share this. Actually, I first shared with the heads of department, and then I asked them to. I got the permission. And then the heads of some of the department, the persons that I made slides, they have shared the questionnaire with the students in their departments. Actually, so from that, during the short period of time, I got 115 responses. So they I closed the responses because actually, honestly speaking, I started this just for my interest, and within it find what are the. Then after got the comments from JVK, so I thought that I had to do some analysis. That's just only a service. That's why I do some analysis based on engagement of students. Thank you.
Okay, so why I raise this question? If I analyze your sample, it says second year grade. So the second years had the minimal number, right? That has a quite different impact on your data set, because they are the people who want to be present physically in any stream, any university. If you have some discussion or questionnaire or analysis regarding the physical teaching and the virtual teaching, second years are on top. So therefore, if you did not do that purposely, but the sample from the second grade is so low. So look at that point. And also your interpretation of your data, you said males are having negative impact on engagement with online teaching. Whereas this is the other way around in general sense. When I read some other articles, the males, they had, because this online teaching was kind of a male bias. So this is the opposite. Probably, if it is true, you need to provide the answer why it is so. In the same slide I saw, when we are having excellent internet connection, we are having negative engagement. All negative. Poor had negative as well as excellent had negative. So how do you explain that? Both excellent internet connection and the poor internet connection are having negative student engagement. Is it that everyone is having negative feelings? But it is not. In your explanation, it was not such that.
Yes. Yes, actually, I also was surprised to see that results, but I couldn't find the answer for that question because the majority of the students mentioned that they have good connection.
Yes.
Only 26% they have mentioned. Yeah, I will think of that one again. Yeah.
Check that one, and I have a few more specific, but I will share. You know, we are in the same university, so we can share. I will share it with you, Dr. Chatra, and I really appreciate. This is a very, a high time you make a publication and put that into the Sri Lankan crowd and tell experience. Even in my universities now, we are discouraging the online teaching because sometimes we say specifically have the physical class, don't have the online. But it should be the other way around. Do whatever possible online. If it is not possible, then do the physical. That is my argument, especially in the social sciences. Thank you very much for your nice research.
Thank you very much, Professor Tusita, for your valuable comments. I will consider and I will improve my research from the comments. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Tusita, for the detailed set of comments. So I think Dr. Chatura can further extend her analysis and do probably extend the current analysis and do maybe another publication out of this. So in the interest of time, I will directly go to the next presenter. So now the first two presentations primarily focused on research and education. Now we are moving towards a different thematic area, so which is climate change. So the next presentation is adaptation to climate change, strategies in practice and constraints faced by coconut growers in the Coconut Triangle in Sri Lanka. So this is presented by Ms. Ruwani Subatma.
Good afternoon, you all. Today, my research topic is on adaptation to climate change, strategies in practice and constraints faced by coconut growers in the Coconut Triangle in Sri Lanka. Let's see the introduction. What is climate change? The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change defined it as any change in climate over time which arises as a result of both human activity and natural variability. Therefore, climate change involves long-term slow changes in climate, short-term year-to-year climatic variability, and unpredictable extreme climatic events. Therefore, it is expected to have serious environmental, economic, and social impacts on Sri Lanka too. When considered the coconut is one of the most widely grown perennial plantation crop in Sri Lanka. In coconut sector, when considered the last decade, it showed that climate change and extreme weather conditions affect unfavorably on the levels of production and productivity of the coconut. Therefore, these effects can be overcome through applying various kinds of climate change adaptation mechanisms. So, climate change adaptation constitutes building resilience, which is the capacity of a system to tolerate disturbance without collapsing into a qualitatively different state that is controlled by a different set of processes. Therefore, use of adaptation measures help to increase the capacity of a system to survive external shocks or changes. As a result, coconut growers can implement. There are many different strategies which are helped to reduce risk of climate change impacts that are soil moisture conservation, implement rainwater harvesting methods, construction of irrigation wells, use of hose, sprinkler, drip irrigation systems during dry periods, preparing agroforestry systems to reduce temperature in the states, and etc. So at present, they use different adaptation strategies that fit with the types of the problem posed by climate change they faced, and the strategies are diverse across the districts. Let's see the objectives. The general objective is to identify climate change adaptation strategies currently in practice in coconut plantations in the Coconut Triangle of Sri Lanka and the constraints faced by coconut growers while applying in their cultivations. The specific objectives are to identify and quantify the extent to which climate change adaptation strategies are in practice to overcome the effects of climate change to coconut growers, and to identify and quantify constraints faced by coconut growers to overcome such issues by adopting those strategies. Let's see the methodology. First, study area and sampling. The farmer fields were selected from Coconut Triangle, that is Kurunegala, Puttalam and Gampaha districts. The data collection was done according to the stratified simple random sampling method based on the Coconut Development Officer ranges. The total sample size was 400. Second, data collection. Data collection was done using a pre-piloted structured questionnaire-based personal interview with each family unit. Third one, data analysis. The quantitative techniques were used to estimate various indices explaining the status of strategies in practice and the severity of constraints. Let's see the results and discussion. This table explains the socio-demographic profile of the coconut growers in Coconut Triangle of Sri Lanka. The results emphasize that the majority of the coconut growers in all three districts were in more than 50-year age category. Mainly when considered the age of the farmer, it represents their experience in farming. The experienced growers are expected to have a higher probability of perceiving climate change, and they were more tend to apply appropriate adaptation measures because they are exposed to past and present climatic conditions over a longer horizon of their lifespan. And also most of the growers were male, which may be due to the socio-cultural structure of our country. Majority of the growers in Gampaha and Kurunegala districts having 4 to 5 family members in their family. However, Puttalam district growers having 2 to 3 family members. In addition, results reveal that majority of them in all three districts had education up to GCE advanced level. Most of the growers in all three districts having 2 to 25 acre land holding size. In terms of farming experience, 43% of growers in Gampaha had more than 30 years of farming experience, and 36.9% of growers in Kurunegala had 11 to 20 years of farming experience, and 59.3% growers in Puttalam had 5 to 10 years of farming experience. When considered the land ownership, the majority of them in all three districts had land ownership as their own. This table shows the coconut growers' level of adoption on different adaptation strategies on the impact of climate change. Coconut growers will adopt different adaptation strategies to overcome climate change effects in different rates in three different districts. The findings showed that majority of the growers in all three districts had adopted applying moisture conservation in their estates, Further, 78.7% respondents in Gampaha district had adopted applying organic manure to improve soil conditions, whereas it was 61.8% in Kurnagala and 63.7% in Kottalam. In here, organic manure helps to retain moisture for a long period of time in the soil, and it helps to retain increased soil nutrient states also. Then growers in Gampaha had high adoption for access to agriculture extension services targeting coconut intercropping and livestock production, utilization of information on weather forecasting, construction of irrigation wells than to other districts. However, growers in Puttalam district had high adoption for use of hose, sprinkler, drip irrigation system during dry periods, use of tube wells, plant drought-tolerant varieties, and preparing agroforestry systems to reduce temperature in the states than to other districts. Further research showed that more than 90% had adopted practice planting at the onset of rainy season. All the coconut growers who perceived climate change were facing certain constraints while adopting various adaptation strategies. This table helps to explain the major constraints faced by coconut growers in Coconut Triangle. Major constraints identified by the majority of the coconut growers in Coconut Triangle were high cost of labor, non-availability of adequate labor, high cost of other physical inputs, shortage of investment capital, poor forecasting in weather conditions, insufficient facilities for capacity development and training, lack of institutional support, and lack of access to appropriate technologies. In addition, lack of access to extension personnel, timely availability of seedlings, infertile soil, and topography of the land were identified as the additional constraints. With all findings, the outcome of analysis emphasized that how much important to deal with issues associated with adaptation to climate change effects. Therefore, the study concludes the current rates of adoption of those concerted strategies by coconut growers are not to a level of satisfaction, and they were diverse across the districts. Therefore, the authorized institutes, mainly in public, and especially research and extension, should link with coconut-based value chains, mainly in private sector, especially with growers, as strategic policies are planned and put into the practice to come up with incentive-based regulatory mechanisms and instruments. These are my key references. Thank you very much for giving an opportunity to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ruvani. Actually, we all know that climate change is a serious challenge, threat to agriculture globally. Sri Lanka is no exception because we know the country has been facing severe climate challenges, especially rainfall anomaly, increase in temperature, and extreme climatic conditions like droughts, floods. So, as the presenter correctly highlighted that this has severe negative implications on the coconut sector, especially in terms of adaptation capacity of the different growers. So, Professor Sham, what do you have to say about the findings from this research?
Thank you very much. First of all, I have to sort of excuse because I have very bad weather here, thunder, so I might get disconnected at any time. Okay, anyway. Okay, so Ms. Rovini, I think, yes, that's as the chairman explained, I think it's a very important study, a timely study, the coconut sector, and the implications of climate change is huge. There is a lot of loss. We lose a lot of production because of climate extremes. So, well, it's quite an interesting study. Well, so getting to this study, so I would have, I mean, it would have been interesting. I mean, I don't know whether you looked into the production aspect. I did not see that you talk about the productivity or the production. Have you collected any information on that and looked at the productivity or the production?
No, sir. Especially this is a sociological research. So I only do, this is basically a part of my MPhil degree. So I did as the perception, knowledge, and adaptation and constraints. Mainly, I collect the data according to that way.
Okay, so you did not collect any information on the productivity. Okay, so now you have done the research in all three districts. So I think I don't know whether you did any comparison as far as the districts are concerned, because I saw that you have collected for all three districts. So you have done comparisons and identify the variabilities in the districts. Although, I mean, it's in the coconut triangle, still there would be some variability.
So some comparisons are there with the knowledge, perception, and adaptation, and with the time limitation, I didn't add into this presentation.
Okay, now here, well, so you have identified the adaptation practices. Okay, so when it comes to adaptation, of course, there are different levels of adaptation. Of course, here we can consider these adaptation mostly as incremental adaptations or reactive ones. Okay, so I mean, you can kind of look at the types of adaptation. And here, I mean, you have found the common types of adaptation that could go in. So it would have been rather also for you to think in terms of bringing in some theory. Now, for example, when it comes to like adaptation, for example, this diffusion of innovation of Rogers' theory. So, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, could have some relevance. So some theoretical background, to build some theoretical background into the adaptation, not just have the adaptation per se, but to add some value into that. It would have been somewhat, I mean, good if you can consider in those aspects as well. And when it comes to the, when it comes to the adaptation, why people don't adapt sometimes? That's a big question. Sometimes people are aware in terms of, you look at their perception, they are aware of the impacts of climate change, but they do not adapt. They do not, even if they know, they do not practice. So there are implications in terms of what happens is the worth of adapting, the cost and benefits. I mean, is it worth adapting? Would that bring benefits? Or the adaptation benefit outweighs the loss? So this sort of questions, I mean, I think that's good to look at. I mean, in terms of maybe the cost of adaptation, there is a huge cost of adaptation. As your findings show, most of the constraints are related to the investment and the cost, the capital.
Yeah.
So there is a capital outlay which needs to be justified in order to adapt. There could be very good adaptation practices, but still whether they are worthwhile. So that is something that needs to be looked in, because now, I mean, the type of study that you have done, yeah, that's a good study. So these are, I mean, I would say a lot of people do this type of studies. So it's good always to think ahead, a little bit advanced to add now, since you are in an MPhil higher research degree. So it's good to bring some theoretical flavor as well as some advanced analysis into this. You have done the I mean, the groundwork you have done very well. So you can build on this. One would be the cost benefit analysis. You can undertake, I mean, whether it's worthwhile to adapt. And also some theoretical flavor into this so that the value of this research can be enhanced. So yeah, well, so those are the points that I just wanted to tell you.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Professor Isham, for very valuable and helpful comments. So let's go to the next presenter. It's again a similar focus, but with a different sector. So next presenter will be Mr. Ranasinghe, climate change adaptation and adaptive capacity of dairy farmers in dry zone cascade systems in Sri Lanka.
Everyone, I'm Aditi Ranasinghe from Postgraduate Institute of Agriculture, University of Peradeniya. Today I'm going to present my presentation under the topic of climate change adaptation and adaptive capacity of dairy farmers in dry zone cascade systems in Sri Lanka. This is the content of my presentation. Let's move to the introduction part. As we already know that the climate change is a global challenge that we all have to face. Even in Sri Lanka, there are many evidences to witness the climate change, including the changes of the mean annual temperature, changes of the monsoon rainfall patterns, and occurrence of different extreme weather events, including droughts and floods. So the impact of climate change on dry zone of Sri Lanka is considered as a critical issue. And dairy farming sector, it's significantly affected by these adverse conditions of climate change. And when it comes to the dairy farming sector, this climate change can affect the dairy yield or the dairy production, and it causes to reduce the nutrient availability and digestibility of these pasture species, and even the rapid drying of the water resources, and it causes the reproductive performances. It affects the reproductive performances of the animals, and finally it causes to spread the vector-borne diseases as well. So when compared with the cropping sector, especially in the South Asian region, very limited researches are available on climate change impacts on dairy farming sector compared to the cropping sector. So with that, adaptation to climate change is really important to reduce the dairy production losses of these farmers. Similarly, understanding the adaptive capacity also crucial to planning effective adaptation to different climate change impacts. So with that, this research has three main objectives as to determine the individual adaptive capacity of dairy farmers in dry zone cascades to climate change, and to explore the level of climate change adaptation of dairy farmers with recommended adaptation practices, and finally to determine the factors that are affecting for the level of climate change adaptation of these dairy farmers. So moving to the methodology part, the cascades systems in dry zone of Sri Lanka was considered mainly for the study. So you may know that the cascade is a kind of the cluster of interconnected small stands which are built in a certain watershed, and mainly the communities in these the cascade systems, they are dependent on the natural resources that are available within their cascade system. So with that, two cascade systems were selected as the Sivalakulama and Tirapani cascade system. So both these cascade systems are situated in the Anuradhapura district or the North Central province in Sri Lanka. And these two cascade systems were selected mainly because the dairy farming is predominantly practicing in these two cascade systems. So both these cascades belongs to the Nachituva Major Reservoir watershed area and Malvathoy River Basin, and administratively this Tirapane cascade system belongs to the Tirapane Divisional Secretariat, and Sivalakulama cascade belongs to the Galan Bidunadawa Divisional Secretariat. So these two cascades are distributed among 9 different Gram Ninadari divisions or the GN divisions. And for that, because of that, all the 9 GN divisions were considered for the study, and 200 dairy farmers were randomly selected from all these 9 GN divisions, and pre-tested structured questionnaires were used to collect the necessary data from these respondents, and expert online surveys also conducted to gain the expert opinion. So when considering the adaptive capacity or determining the adaptive capacity, so you may know that adaptive capacity of climate change, it is defined as the system's ability to adjust to the climate change or the moderate potential damage and cope with the different consequences. So in this study, the sustainable livelihood framework was considered to determine the adaptive capacity. So according to the sustainable livelihood framework, there are 5 different asset categories as natural capital, the physical capital, financial capital, social capital, and the human capital. So when calculating this adaptive capacity, the individual adaptation index, the adaptive capacity index was calculated. So there are 3 main steps of calculating adaptive capacity index. The first one is we need to select and rank the certain indicators under each category, the capital asset category, and then we need to normalize and develop the index. And finally, based on the value of the index, the farmers were categorized into different levels. So for that, determining the levels of the adaptive capacity. So the online expert surveys were conducted to determine the indicators that to be used under each capital asset. So based on that, based on the expert opinion, the 4 the indicators were selected under each capital asset to develop these indicators, to develop the index. So according to that, you can see here the different indicators used under each capital asset category. Then the simple ranking system was used to rank the indicators. So according to that, the relevant importance of one element over the other was considered. So having access to particular resource was scored as 1, and lack of access to that the particular resource was scored as 0. So the individual adaptive capacity was measured by getting the sum of the scores of each the indicators of 5 capital assets. And min-max normalization method was used to normalize the values, because these different the indicators, they have different units, different values. So to get the normalized the values, the normalization was used, and based on this AC, farmers were categorized into 3 categories as the farmers with low adaptive capacity, moderate adaptive capacity, and then high adaptive capacity. So when considering the climate change adaptation, so it can be defined as the actions that we are normally taking to reduce the effects of climate change. So to measure the climate change adaptation of these farmers, the individual adaptation index was calculated. So for that, this equation was used, and for that we need to get the weighting factor for a certain adaptation practices. And again, the advices from the experts were taken to assign the weights for these the adaptation practices. And when selecting the adaptation practices, the FAO and National Adaptation Plan was considered to select the adaptation practices. So 12 recommend adaptation practices were selected. So after calculating this individual adaptation index to each respondent, so they were again categorized into 3 main groups as high adapters, moderate adapters, and low adapters. Then to identify different factors which are affecting for the climate change adaptation, ordered longitude model was run. So the dependent variable was the being low adapter, or medium adapter, or the high adapter, and the different independent variables were used, and 2 models were run. So the model 1 includes 10 different independent variables, including the farmer perception on climate change impacts. And the second model, it includes the interaction term of farmer perception on climate change impacts, as well as the adaptive capacity. So these are the independent variables that have been used in the 2 different models. And when moving to the results and discussion part, according to the results of the adaptive capacity index, the scores of the adaptive capacity index, majority of both cascade systems, they belongs to the level of the medium level of adaptive capacity. And in both cascades, only less than 20% of the farmers will belong to the level of or the category of high adaptive capacity. And when compared the adaptive capacities of two different cascades, the Sivalakulam cascade, they process the higher adaptive capacity compared to the Thirappane cascade system. And among these 5 scores of 5 major asset categories, the most lacking asset was the human capital. So in both systems, farmers, they are lack with the knowledge of successfully respond to the climate change. And the majority of the farmers, they follow least cost adaptation strategies. So majority of them are following providing tree sheds for the animal during the daytime because they are cost effective. They don't need to invest more on these practices. They are really cheap methods. So providing adequate amount of drinking water and selecting suitable animals, breeds which can tolerate these warm conditions. So the least adapted practices by the dairy farmers in 2 cascade systems were livestock diversification and the practicing of fodder preservation methods. And these 2 graphs shows how the adaptation levels are distributed among 2 cascade systems. When it comes to the determinants of climate change adaptation, the dependency ratio, the change of the respondent, and frequency of extension services, perception of climate change impacts, access to credits, and off-farm income are significantly affect to the level of adaptation practices. And according to the Model 2 results, the education level of the farmer, gender, and the interaction of farmer perception on climate change impacts and the adaptive capacity are significantly influenced for the adaptation levels. And male farmers, they were better adapters to climate change than the females. And the farmers with who have the access to credits, who can have loans and who have subsidies, they are better adapters than the others. And the farmers who have connected more with the extension agent, who receive more extension services, are better adapters than the others. And farmers who perceive the adverse impacts of climate change, they are better adapters than the who have not perceived the negative impacts of the climate change. And farmers who have diversified their income, so they receive income from different sources, so they can invest more on their adaptation strategies. So they are more the better adapters than the others. And interaction of adaptive capacity and perception also positively and significantly affect for the climate change adaptation. This is the summary of the ordered logic model. And when it comes to the conclusion, so we can conclude that based on the results, there is a potential to improve the climate change adaptive capacity of the farmers in these 2 cascade systems. So compared to the natural and physical assets categories, for farmers in both cascades, they generally had low access to financial, social, and human capitals. And though these farmers in 2 cascades, they have access to many resources because the cascade system is already, they have so many natural resources there. But due to lack of knowledge and due to lack of the proper plan to this common resources management, their ability to respond to the climate change, their ability to use these natural resources properly to adapt to the climate change is really low. So with that, it can be recommended that it is need interventions which strengthen the asset base of the smallholder farm households. and especially the dissemination of the knowledge on fodder preservation methods, because majority of them don't have proper knowledge on different fodder preservation, and encouraging farmers to cultivate fodder because they have enough land to cultivate fodder. For encouraging them to cultivate fodder and providing knowledge on climate change adaptation strategies are essential, and enhancing community level resource management strategies. So the common resource management also really important to enhance their adaptive capacity as well as climate change adaptation. So this is the end of my presentation. These are the references that we have used throughout the study. And thank you very much for your kind consideration throughout my presentation.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Ranasinghe. Actually, it was a very interesting research with several important findings for the development of the dairy sector. In fact, the presentation style was also very good. This is again very timely because with the current situation of the country where it has become very hard to find foreign exchange for milk imports. So we need to increase the milk production locally. So I will directly go to Professor Tusitha for his comments on the research.
Yes, thank you very much, Ms. Ranasinghe, for your nice, timely and very much important topic that you had selected. In fact, selecting me as the commentator for this title may be wrong because I am not that much good at this area. But Dr. Manoj is there. Maybe he may contribute a bit more after my discussion. But anyway, as Dr. Manoj said, this topic also really important. The aspect that you looked at is the production side of it, from the farmer side of it. But given maybe for next 10-15 years, so this is a very good topic because consumers are also getting affected because of this climatic change and on the dairy farmer. So let me directly get into my specific question since I have no much general, as we had the previous presentation also the same. You selected the dry zone as your destination. Is it just because that the climate change severely affects on the dairy farmers of the dry zone?
Yes, sir. Especially in the dry zone dairy farmers, they are normally doing the extensive dairy farming or the semi-extensive dairy farming. So they are the most vulnerable group for the climate change when compared with the intensive dairy farmers. So that's why we selected the dry zone special.
Okay. Now, question, you selected Thirappane and Sivalakulama. To my knowledge, both are in more or less the same
So
area.
normally in these Thirappane and Sivalakulama two cascades, there are a considerable number of cattle farmers, dairy farmers especially, who are contributing more to the dairy production in the area. So when compared with the other cascades.
That's okay. That's okay. What you have done correctly correct, since the impact is too high on the dry zone, you selected that, and these two areas are really well known for the dry zone dairy farming. My question is, when you had the comparison between Sivalakulama and Thirappane, and you found that the performance or the adaptation or the adaptive capacity of the dairy farmers of the Sivalakulama.
In Sivalakulama, they are highly adaptive.
Yeah. Now, did you have any comment? Why it is better in the Sivalakulama? I think that is the most important part in your research. That is the point where you need to dig up, because you took the similar type of two locations and you found something different in one location. Then we need to dig out why. If you can find out and say why, then that would be generating nice recommendation to your research. Any reason why we have Sivalakulama is performing better?
Yeah, especially sir, as I observed, So normally in Sivalakulama farmers, they are doing dairy farming as their main income source. So they invest more on their the dairy farming, and they do more adaptation strategies compared to the Tirapane dairy farmers. So Tirapane dairy farmers, they are normally doing dairy farmers as their secondary income source while engaging in other cultivations. So that was observed mainly in these two cascade systems. The difference is that.
Okay, so what you want to say, if you are having a dedicated, all dairy farming type farmers, then the farmers are performing better.
Yeah. So if the dairy farming is their main income source, they invest more, they pay their attention more on their practices.
That is what I also in the from economics. Maybe some area. On the other hand, the investment capacity, that is the size of the farming, or their endowments, the farmers' endowments may be making some impact on adaptive capacity. Right, so that we can dig more and explain it why it is so. If it is economic reasons, then explain because of these economic reasons they are performing better. So then your recommendation should be that on that. Right, if the investment are the reason, the better performance in Sivalapulama, the poor performance in the Tirapane, then we need to enhance those economic reasons, economic aspects of the farmers in the dairy farmers in the Tirapane side. So that is what I can comment on your analysis. And also, as Hisham said previously, it may not be because of the lack of knowledge. It is easy to say that we are not having enough knowledge. You can cross-check it with different questions in your questionnaire. Is it the real reason? Right? Because now farmers, they are well known. If you just ask the technological or it is services from the AIs or whatever, some technical people, they are visiting there and providing enough information. Government is trying it with some of information provisions, but they just say it easily. And your conclusion also say there's lack of knowledge among the farmers. Can you explain it a little bit more? Why did you get into that conclusion?
Yes, when I asking about, do you have any kind of knowledge regarding the climate change? Some of the farmers even don't know even the climate change is happening in their region. So sometimes when I'm asking, do you know there is a term as the adaptation for this climate change? Do you know there are some practices for the climate change? They don't know.
That is one thing. That may not be the problem with the farmer. That may be the problem with us, because we are going. I ask simply whether you are experiencing any decrease in the rainfall, right? Or having lack of fodder during this dry season or something. They may understand that language. So it's better you put into their language and ask the question and check feeling. Then they may say, oh, yes, 10 years ago we had this much of and now it's only raining for 3 days, and then we are getting into flood. After that, we have no rain for months and so on so forth. So that is how the farmers, they put their
that. Yeah, they are telling like that, but when it comes to the adaptation, they don't know there are some kind of adaptation, the advanced adaptation practices, they don't know.
Okay, I got. So you feel that they are really having this kind of trouble.
Yeah.
And in your interpretation, you had dependency ratio.
Yes.
Right? That was positive, ne?
Yes.
How,
not positive side, it was negative.
Negative.
Yeah.
How do you interpret that?
that means when a certain family, when we consider a farm family, if there are a higher number of dependents, so in this study we consider dependents as the children below 18 years and adults over 60 years. So if there are more dependents in their family, so they are the adaptation, it is negatively affecting for the adaptation, because they have to consider more on their dependence in their family, farmers. So because of that, the investment or the considering about the adaptation is low.
Again, we are getting back to that economic reasons. Right? So they have less reserve capital, so less investment will be there. That will generate lack of adaptive capacity, the possibilities of getting adaptation. Okay, thank you very much. And of course, it was a very good presentation, and also it was very much detailed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tusita and Ms. Ranasinghe for very informative and interesting discussion on the presentation. So let me go to the next presentation. It's kind of a different area now, moving from climate change to more towards agriculture exports, trade. So the presentation title is Impacts of Food Safety, Border Inspections on Coconut Kernel Exports from Sri Lanka, Analysis of the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed, 2019 to 2021. So this presenter is Ms. Nilmini Jayalat from CRI.
Good afternoon, all of you. I am going to share some findings on how food safety inspections at the EU border or EU market impacts on coconut kernel exports from Sri Lanka. First of all, I will give you a brief introduction on the coconut sector and the rapid alert system for food and feed. The annual average coconut production of the country is around 2,800 million nuts, and 68% of this production is used for our day-to-day domestic culinary consumption. After fulfilling this domestic culinary demand, the remaining nuts are used for industries. Coconut-based industries are two types, as coconut kernel-based and coconut non-kernel-based. Kernel is the white portion inside the coconut which we use for our daily culinary preparations. Different products are manufactured using this kernel and we call them as kernel products. Any other products manufactured using other part of coconut or coconut palm except kernel are called non-kernel products. So the products manufactured from shell, husk, sap, water, eagle or any other part are non-kernel products. By exporting these different products, coconut sector earned $832 million in 2021. This is a historic high earning despite of the COVID-19 pandemic situation prevailed in the country. And this is about 5.5% of the total export earnings of the country. And the target of the coconut sector is to earn $1 billion in 2023. Sri Lanka exports both kernel and non-kernel products. By exporting 18 different kernel products, kernel sector contributes 50% of the export earnings from coconuts. The chart shows main kernel products exported from Sri Lanka based on the last 5-year data. Desiccated coconut, coconut milk, virgin coconut oil, coconut milk powder, coconut cream and coconut oil are the major kernel products exported. The numbers are relative contribution to the export earnings from kernel products during the last 5 years. For example, desiccated coconut contributes nearly 28% of the export earnings from coconut kernel products. The graph shows the export quantities of different kernel products during the period of 2009 to 2021. When we consider the major export destinations of Sri Lankan kernel products, you can see from this table that EU is one of the major export destinations. And you can see that developed countries are our major export destinations. However, the access to these developed country markets are not easy as exporters have to meet considerable number of non-tariff measures. This is more difficult for agri-food due to non-tariff measures as sanitary and phytosanitary measures. And the non-tariff measures are defined as policy measures other than custom tariffs that can potentially have an economic effect on international trade in goods, change in quantities traded or price or both. This is the definition given by the UNCTAD for non-tariff measures. These regulations are imposed to guarantee the quality of products and safety of public and environment. Hence, there is a risk of rejection of shipments at the border if they do not comply with the regulations. Non-tariff measures on imports are basically two types as technical and non-technical measures. Sanitary and phytosanitary measures, technical barriers to trade, and pre-shipment inspection and other formalities are considered under technical measures. And there are 12 measures considered under the non-technical measures. This table shows the number of non-tariff measures imposed by European Union for different coconut kernel products. Sanitary and phytosanitary measures and technical barriers to trade are the most common measures applied. Coconut Development Authority, which is responsible for quality assurance of coconut products, introduced good management practices in 2012 and ISO 22000 in 2016. And now it is mandatory to apply ISO 22000 for all coconut kernel based products except coconut oil. Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed was created in 1979 with the objectives of efficient and real-time sharing of information regarding food safety among EU member countries, European Food Safety Authority and the European Commission. This is an important tool for reporting and communicating food safety risk among EU member states. And this is helpful to mitigate risk of potential hazard from food and feed. Hence, the objectives of this study are to investigate the occurrence and prevalence of barriers at the EU border and to examine the trends of border rejections from 2009 to 2021 based on the data available at the Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed. Data were sourced from notifications of Rapid Alert System for Food and Feed or the RASP. European Commission is responsible for managing the system. And let's see how these notifications are made. RASP members each have a designated contact point and he is responsible for issuing RASP notifications. However, there is a process before sending a notification. Inspectors have to inspect the product on the market or at the border, and they take samples, and after receiving the result, if the product is non-compliant, they need to report inside the national system. And if the issue falls under the scope of RAS, the authority reports it to the National RAS Contact Point. And National Contact Point verifies and completes the RAS notification, and he is responsible for issuing RAS notifications. Data were extracted from RAS portal, and it is available as notification list in Microsoft Excel. Different informations are available on notifications, and the notification type is one of the most important one, and it consists of three parts as product type, notification classification, and notification basis. Under the product type, there are three components as food, feed, and food contact materials. Second component of notification type is notification classification. It has three components as alert, information, and border rejections. Alert notifications are sent when food or feed presenting a serious health risk, and rapid action is required to be taken by all the member countries. And information notifications are used when a risk has been identified about food and feed, but the other members do not have to take rapid action. It is sent for their information. Border rejection notifications are concerned on food and feed consignments that have been tested and rejected at the external borders from European Union when a health risk is found. Notifications are sent to all EU border posts to avoid re-entering of rejected product through another border post. The data obtained from the RAS portal were filtered according to the criteria shown here. Notifications issued regards to food and feed which are originated from Sri Lanka were examined, and food categories that belong to coconut kernel based products were selected for further examinations. These selected coconut based products belongs to product categories of cereal and bakery products, nuts and nut products, and seeds, fruit and vegetables, and fat and oils. Percentage calculations, graphical illustrations, and aggregate number of rejections were used for the analysis. Aggregate number of rejection is the simple sum of the annual number of rejections over the period of 29 to 2021. According to the results of type of border notifications that has been issued with regard to kernel products exported from Sri Lanka, border rejections are the highest with the percentage of 41% of the total notifications, followed by information of 35%. And 86% of the border rejections were done by the Italy, followed by Greece. When notification basis is considered, official control and the border control are the most frequent, and we have not found any cases of food poisoning from the kernel food exported from Sri Lanka. The highest number of notifications were issued by Italy, followed by the UK and the Netherlands. Presence of salmonella is the main reason for border notification, and it was 23%, followed by the presence of benzoyl. When considered product base, coconut flour has received the highest number of border notifications, followed by coconut oil. When the aggregate number of rejections were considered, it was highest in 2012 and 2016, and it was zero from 2019 to 2021. From this study, we can conclude that 41% of the border notifications received for coconut kernel exports were border rejections, and the pathogenic microorganisms and the microbial contaminants are the reason for border rejections. And Salmonella was the most important pathogenic microorganism reported in coconut kernel-based exports from Sri Lanka. And it was the reason for 23% of the border notifications. Further improvements for this study are in the pipeline, and we are analyzing the other main coconut producing countries based on RAS notification. An estimation of export demand functions for coconut kernel based products from Sri Lanka. I should acknowledge the Director, Coconut Research Institute, and the Head, Agriculture Economics and Agribusiness Management Division, Coconut Research Institute, for their support throughout this study. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Nilmini. It's actually, again, as you mentioned, coconut is a very important export product for Sri Lanka. So issues addressed in your presentation is very important and timely because now the country is starving for earning dollars. So as you highlighted, stringent non-tariff measures like SPS and TBT negatively affects the export agriculture sector in Sri Lanka. So you have identified such non-tariff measures prevalent in the coconut export sector. So I will directly go to Professor Isham. How do you see the importance of the findings for the export sector in Sri Lanka?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj. And yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Jalat. I think it was a very clear presentation. And it's a very timely and very important presentation. So I hope that we will reach 1 million export target by 2023. So everybody hopes for that. So looking at your study, yes. So now we have looked at the kernel products. Well, now what I want to just know is, have you contacted the exporters? Have you looked at the exporters side, or have you just based on your study just on the this rapid alert system data alone?
This is just alone with the rapid alert system notifications, but we have designed a survey to continue in future with the exporters and the producers. This is part of that study.
Okay, yeah, I think that's very important to look at the exporters side of it. Now, as far as this compliance is concerned, now you have studied from 2009 up to 2021. Now, during that period, I think the standards, the EU standards would have taken place during that period. And do you have some idea as to, maybe the standards have become stringent, or it has become more flexible or relaxed?
Not relaxed.
Have you just looked at how these standards? Yeah, you mean that they have?
No, they have not relaxed the export conditions, but they have tightened them because they have imposed many of the regulations after 2009 actually.
Now I notice in your findings after 2019, 2021, there are no sort of alerts or rejections. What's the specific reason for? Are we doing well now in terms of the standards?
Yeah, because we have implemented through the Coconut Development Authority they have made it mandatory to implement ISO 22000 certification for all of the coconut kernel products except the coconut oil. So I think it may have an effect on the quality of the products that we are exported.
Okay, so that's a positive thing. Now, as far as the product, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we can find out whether there is any difference from this thinking after the survey with the exporters and the producers.
Now, also you mentioned that among the product categories, the flour is the culprit. So, is there any reason for that?
Yes, actually, the flour is made from the byproduct of the virgin coconut oil. So it contains some part of the oil with that, and it may be the reason for growing this microbiological contaminants.
So now, I mean, that is something need to be flagged. So I think, are there any, I mean, from the Coconut Development Authority or the local organization responsible for maintaining the quality, there are any steps taken? Because I mean, that's the culprit. So need more attention. Any steps have been taken, or are you going to recommend anything for that?
We are going to recommend as a CR.
I mean, maintaining the local standard.
Yes, they actually are doing an auditing with these exporters and the producers, but I feel that it should be strengthened.
Okay, so I mean, overall, what do you feel like now? We adapt most of these exporters by ISO 22000 requirements by following the ISO 22000 alone, or we need a further improvement on this?
No, actually, most of our exporters have different quality certificates, and most of them are doing at the commercial scale. So they have imposed different types of quality control measures with other institutions other than Development Authority. So I think they have paid more attention towards their maintaining their quality.
Okay, right. So I think you mentioned that you are going to do a comparison with other countries. Yes. Perhaps that would also be a very good thing to identify certain areas that can include good practices that can be adapted locally as far as the EU market is concerned.
Yes, we are some of the major producers of desiccated coconut. So we can compare with our competitors like Philippines and Indonesia.
Okay, Ms. Jayala, thank you very much. All the best with your studies.
Thank you very much.
Over to you, Dr. Manoj.
Thank you, Professor Esham, and thank you, Ms. Nilmini, for the informative presentation. I hope, as Professor Esham mentioned, you will be able to go to the next step, going to the exporters and find out the reason for the challenges for adopting those measures. So let's go to the next presentation. It's now we are kind of moving in different directions. So the next presentation is determinants of household poverty in Sri Lanka. Actually, even though it's kind of a poverty, you know that poverty is predominant among agricultural households in Sri Lanka. So let me introduce Ms. Sulochana Senaviratna.
Good evening to you all. The topic of our study is determinants of household poverty in Sri Lanka. According to the World Bank 2020, poverty is defined as pronounced deprivation in well-being, where well-being can be measured by an individual's possessions of income, health, nutrition, education, assets, housing, and certain rights in a society such as freedom of speech. According to the Deepavansha and Suryarachi 2011 study, they also identified poverty can be expressed as deprivation in well-being. Though currently Sri Lanka is an economic crisis, Sri Lanka is one of the South Asian countries which are widely appreciated because of its declining poverty rates, especially during the last 2 decades. However, poverty has been recognized as one of the key development issues, especially in developing countries, and poverty alleviation is one of the key challenges in Sri Lanka. In Sri Lanka, many pockets of poverty exist where immediate actions has to be taken for poverty alleviation. A satisfactory explanation of why some people are poor is essential to tackle the roots of poverty. Thus, the cause of poverty are more important to understand the depth of the problem. Thereby, it is imperative to know the determinants of poverty to design effective policy reduction in any country. Notwithstanding, no recent study directly looked at the determinants of poverty in a broader aspects at the household level in recent years in Sri Lanka. Therefore, this study is designed to find the main determinants associated with the household poverty in Sri Lanka. For this purpose, 2016 household income and expenditure survey data has been used. If we consider the methodology of my study, the data for this study is given from 2016 HIES dataset, which comprises 21,756 household data, and it also representing all 3 sectors, state, rural, and urban. The descriptive statistics and the probability regression model were used to analyze the data for my study. And the probability regression was fitted using the real per capita expenditure as a cutoff point corresponding to the Sri Lankan official poverty line. OPL for the 2016 survey was 4,166, and this OPL was applied to recognize the poor and non-poor households in the survey year. This is the functional form for the probability regression, where yi asterisk is the latent variable that indicates the propensity to have y is equal to 1, which is household to be below the poverty line, and xi is a matrix of explanatory variable, and beta is a vector of parameter to be estimated, and here this is the error term, which is assumed to be normally distributed. So binary variable can be defined as Si is equal to 1 if yi is less than or equal to Z, and Si is 0, otherwise Z is the national poverty line for the corresponding year. Beta I is the regression parameter to be concerned, and Xi is the independent variable. So here our dependent variable is poverty, which is a dummy variable, and these are the explanatory variables here. There I consider the poverty determinants in main broad categories like household head characteristics like gender, age score, education years, the marital status of the household head, and the ethnicity and the employment status of the household head. And then if we consider the household demography, I consider some demographical characteristics of the household, such as household size, number of young dependents, number of old dependents, males of 15 years, female of 15 years, average education years, agricultural land ownership and the livestock ownership. And then I consider these regional characteristics as well, where the household is located. So there I consider all the 3 sectors and the provinces in the country. So here I set the rural sector as a representative variable, and here I took the Uva province. When it comes to the results of the probability regression, the marginal effects of the probability regression, you can see the results outcome of the marginal effects of poverty regression by this table. Here you can clearly see the household had characteristics such as gender, education years, marital status, and the ethnicity, especially the Sinhala and the Sri Lankan Tamils. And when it comes to the employment status, the government employees, semi-government employees, and the private sector employees and the employer has shown a significant impact on the poverty level of the household in Sri Lanka. And also when it comes to the household demographic, the household size and the number of young dependents, and the males over 15 years and the female over 15 years, and the average education years shows a strong, significant impact on the poverty level. There. It also shows when it comes to the geographical distribution of the household location, the urban and the state sectors as well as the provincial distribution of the household also shows a significant impact on the poverty level. So when we move to this, the results and discussion in further detail, the results indicate that additional year of education for the head of the household and the average years of the education of the other members of the household. That means all the variables related to the education level has a significant, greater impact on the poverty reduction in Sri Lanka, which shows a negative sign in the results. Previous literature in the Sri Lanka also supported the fact that household is significantly less likely to be poor when the head of the household has the high level of education. So results conclude that the education caused the reduced likelihood of being poor, indicating that it has a strong poverty. It is a strong poverty determinant in Sri Lanka. And also, as you can see, the poverty regression of this results highlighted that the regional disparities in the Sri Lankan country context. You can clearly see that the being urban sector household has less likelihood of being poor in Sri Lanka. And when it comes to the provincial distribution, when it comes to the Western province, here it shows a high negative value towards the poverty. So it shows that both rural and state sector households are more likely to be poor in the Sri Lanka relative to the urban sector household. That means due to the regional disparities. So this is because of the regional disparities in terms of the economics as well as the social factors are high in Sri Lanka, and thus the location of the household partly determine the poverty. Estimates from the model also demonstrate that the female-headed households and married household heads are more likely to be poor in Sri Lanka, and the households where the head is engaged in the government, semi-government, and own account workers, while the household where the head is engaged in employed in the private sector are more likely to be poor. It is also highlighted that regardless of being male or female, when the number of males or females member over 15 years is increasing, the likelihood of being poor is decreasing. Further, the household size, the number of young and elder dependents have significant influence on the household poverty. Interestingly, the age square of the head of the household is statistically insignificant poverty determinant in Sri Lanka. Let's move to the conclusion of our study. This study focused on poverty determinants in Sri Lanka based on the 2016 Household Income and Expenditure Survey data. The major conclusion driven by this study was the characteristics of the household head and the other family members, notably education level, the employment, gender, marital status of the household head, and the household size, and the number of young and elder dependents, and the region of the household location have significantly influenced the household poverty. These are my recommendations driven from our study. The results of our study will have several policy formulations as follows. The study by Sinture and Brisson Bia 2012, the has identified that the government of Sri Lanka has been spending huge sums of money on poverty alleviation and the social welfare since its independence. Yet poverty is still severe and widespread in Sri Lanka, especially in the state and the rural areas. As education plays a critical role in poverty reduction in Sri Lanka, policies that facilitate investment in education, particularly for the poor in rural and the state sectors where there are significant regional disparities, will greatly aid the reduction of the poverty in the country. Further, the results drawn from this study strongly recommends implementing development programs for reducing the regional disparities in human capital development and female empowerment, which deserves special attention in the design of the national poverty reduction strategies. Further, there are the development skill, the developing the human skills at the grassroots levels or the village level through the quality education can improve poor people's ability to earn money, organize their expenditure, and save money for the unforeseen and future needs like this economic crisis and like a COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, the study underlines the need for the government to focus on development of infrastructure and the education at the grassroots level, which will significantly reduce the incidence and the poverty rates. With the help of the microfinance and the other government incentives and the support, increasing small and medium industrial development will also can improve the employment prospects and confirm the earning of a stable income. These are the references that I have used in my study, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Sulochana, for very nice presentation and very interesting findings. I think we are running behind the time, so I'll quickly go to the Professor Tusita.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj, and also thank you very much, Sulochana, for your very detailed and comprehensive analysis and presentation. Of course, determinants of poverty, which is going back to like 30 years, 3 decades back, we had the studies on determinants on poverty. But as you highlighted here, there's a point, even though it's quite outdated, there's a point because in Sri Lanka, if you take the poverty figures, 2016, which was around 4% at national level, went down to 3% in 2019. So it's like it's nothing to discuss. But still, there's a point, as you said, there are certain points or the pockets where still poverty is we can find certain levels of poverty. So therefore, I think this is also an interesting and should be highlighted. Quickly getting into some of the comments that I wanted to make. Since you are focusing basically on the these different pockets of poverty, it's better if you had included some of the characteristics like disability, right? Ethnicity, of course, you took it. That is one aspect that we can look at. Then how disability make the impact on poverty, and also some of the special characteristics you put like provinces, but if we can get into districts or the places where we have no market access, so the limitations to market access, then your results maybe would be much better. This is because one of the important finding in your research or your central discussion is the education, right? So do you want to say that education, we have poverty in these pockets, isolated pockets, because of less education? Or is it because of the reason that we cannot transfer our education into money or to income generation? Is it because of that reason, which is true? Is it because less education or transferring education into income?
Yes, I think the inability to transfer the education into income, that's the problem.
Yes, yeah. This is why I say don't not to say don't highlight, but it is better not to highlight the education, but the other reasons behind where we cannot transfer our education into earnings. So that need to be highlighted at the present stage. Of course, 30 years back, we said education is the problem, but now more or less we are getting equal education. It's getting return to education is the problem. And also, if we get into some of the general comments, now in the probit regression, the dependent variable is monetary poverty.
Yes, sir.
Level of consumption, depending on the
Yes,
level of
exactly.
consumption, you decided whether they are poor or not. Right?
Yes.
So now the discussion on poverty is now getting changed. Even your introduction itself, you said poverty is the deprivation of having some well-being. Well-being can be defined in different ways. Consumption, then one aspect is of consumption, of course. There are certain different aspects like education, social voice, political participation, health conditions, and so on. So therefore, now very rarely, even the World Bank, they do not discuss purely on monetary poverty, they move into multidimensional poverty or different aspects of poverty. So if you can look into the determinants of poverty in the sense of multidimensional poverty, then your research will be having a better voice in the policy making and so on. Because we agree now the monetary poverty alone cannot explain the causes behind poverty. So determinants of poverty using monetary poverty may not tell us the real picture. Therefore,
Yes.
Look at that in the multidimensional nature. And also I wanted some of the explanation of your findings, like having public sector workers and also the larger families with higher poverty. Maybe I wrote it wrongly, but just forget about that. One important point I wanted to highlight, your conclusion on age square. You included age square in the model and you say it's not significant. Why you didn't include age?
So
Age
in the
of the
previous,
household.
yes, in the previous studies, what I was noticed is that the age is not a significant factor. Then I wanted in my study, I used the age square to to have a good like a view,
Yes.
like
Yes, that is
to consider
okay,
experience.
No issue. But it's better you include age. At the same time, include age square, because nothing to do with poverty or any theoretical understanding behind poverty. This is some technical or mathematical or statistical, because we assume that there is no linear relationship between age and being poor. So, but we see some non-linear. There would be some certain, turning points. This is why we put age square. You do not want to explain anything about age square. What you need to explain age, and age square will tell at which point we are turning down. So up to that, you can say age is like, maybe it's U-shaped curve. When you are getting into middle age, poverty level will be getting decreased. So probability of being poor will be getting decreased. But when you get into certain old age, it may be again increasing. So that is why we put age square. Therefore, put age in your model and age square also. And Dr. Manoj may not be happy. Therefore, I will stop here. I also have further specific points for Sulochana. So maybe I will send it to you, Sulochana, after the presentation.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And think on multidimensional poverty. You will have a better voice if you put your research on that line.
Okay, so thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Tusita, and also thanks, Sulochana, for the
Thank you, sir.
So we are moving to the final presentation of the day. It's again a very important issue. We are now facing the consequences of the erroneous policy on chemical fertilizer ban. So this study basically it's on analysis of profitability of paddy, maize, and vegetable cultivation in dry zone of Sri Lanka under alternative nitrogen fertilizer sources. So this speech will be delivered by Dasuni Dayananda.
Good evening, everyone. I am Dasuni Dayananda from University of Peradeniya. Our research study is an analysis of profitability of paddy, maize, and vegetable cultivation in dry zone of Sri Lanka under alternative nitrogen fertilizer sources. This paper was co-authored by Professor Jivika Veerapeva. First, I'll give some brief introduction about the fertilizer policies in Sri Lanka. Chemical fertilizers were imported and distributed under subsidized prices to encourage cultivation of paddy, maize, vegetables, etc. in Sri Lanka since 1962 until April 2021, with an exception of a short spell. Then this subsidy was later removed by a good governance government, and cash subsidy was provided, but later that also withdrawn. Then the real problem came from first quarter of the 2021. That is on May 6, 2021, Import and Export Regulation number 7 of 2021 was issued, banning importation of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and herbicides. And on to July 31st, 2021, an import licensing requirement of chemical fertilizers replaced the import ban. So the reason behind these decisions were that government claimed that the heavy import will burn on the treasury, possible environmental damage, and launched a chemical-free agriculture agenda. However, the government decided to reinstate the subsidy on chemical fertilizer in March 2022, owing to lower crop yields experienced. And this ban was affect to the nitrogen fertilizer as well. So nitrogen fertilizer is one of most important fertilizer for crop growth. I'll give some brief introduction of the importance of nitrogen fertilizer for agriculture purposes. So nitrogen is an essential micronutrient for plant function and is a key component of amino acids, which form the building blocks of plant proteins and enzymes. And nitrogen is also a component of chlorophyll molecules that help photosynthesis as well. Then nitrogen plays a critical role within the plant to ensure energy is available when and where the plant needs is to optimize it. And this crucial nutrient, even present in the roots as proteins and enzymes, help regulate water and nutrient uptake. This nitrogen fertilizers play an important role in Sri Lankan agriculture sector as well. So nitrogen is the most limiting and most responsive nutrient in Sri Lankan agriculture. And the urea has been used as the main source of nitrogen in Sri Lanka for the past decade as its fertilizer response efficiency. With the chemical fertilizer ban, compost and urea has been introduced as nitrogen sources, but this was done without proper scientific assessment. So before introduction of this kind of alternatives for this kind of chemical fertilizers, there should be a proper scientific assessment regarding resource availability, price impacts, and competitiveness, etc. So our research objective was to evaluate cost of alternative source of nitrogen fertilizer, vice versa urea, the commonly used synthetic nitrogen source, and simulate profitability of crop cultivation in dry zone of Sri Lanka during April 2021 to March 2022 if nitrogen fertilizers were applied in recommended levels. So this is the method of calculation. We calculated crop budgets to evaluate profitability changes under alternative nitrogen fertilizer sources for paddy, maize, and vegetables. So this was done under few assumptions. First one is this calculation done using data for dry zone farming activities, and the price of input other than nitrogen fertilizer prices were constant during this period. And the nitrogen requirement is fully supplied by, we assume that the nitrogen requirement is fully supplied by single nitrogen sources. as well as nitrogen amount was considered as to obtain maximum yield of each crop. As an example, according to the Department of Agriculture data, maximum yield of paddy recorded as 4,000 kilogram per hectare, and the required nitrogen weight for gain that yield was 105. So for the maize it is 143 and rice and vegetables 104. So cost of input other than nitrogen fertilizers for cultivation for paddy, maize and vegetable for Yala 2021 and Maha 2021-22 seasons were computed using data from cost of cultivation reports of the Department of Agriculture. So this table presents the price of produce, yield, gross revenue and cost of cultivation excluding nitrogen fertilizers. And as I mentioned earlier, these three different types of nitrogen sources were considered for our calculation. Those are urea, nano-urea, and compost. Urea price was computed under subsidized price and market prices, and market prices were computed using world prices and exchange rates. So, according to the World Bank and Central Bank data, world market price of urea in Yala 2021 recorded as 350 US dollar per metric ton, and the exchange rate was 199. And world market price of urea in Maha 2021 recorded as 650 US dollar per metric ton, and exchange rate was 202. Nano-urea price and compost price are obtained from personal communication with officials of Department of Agriculture, and prices of compost and nano-urea recorded as 50 and 500 per kilogram respectively. So this presents the nitrogen fertilizer requirement for maximum yields and unit price of nitrogen fertilizer. So these nitrogen fertilizer available different amount of nitrogen. So as an example, urea consists with 46%, but compost having 1% and nano fertilizer having 2%. So according to that, paddy require 228 kilograms of urea to achieve their maximum yield, and but at this rate, compost required 10,500 kilograms and nano fertilizer required 5,707 fertilizers. And this graph reflects that the unit prices of the nitrogen fertilizer. So as we can see, the unit price of urea recorded as 66 rupees per kilogram in 2021 Yala season, and it recorded as 131 in Maha season, and compost reflect 50 rupees for the kilogram, and nano urea shows 500 rupees per kilogram. And let's move to the results and discussion. So this table presents the cost of nitrogen fertilizers required for cultivate 1 hectare of each crop with maximum yield. So as we can see, the cost is very high for the nano urea and compost. So when calculating this one, we assume that this cost is applied when nitrogen requirement is fully supplied by single nitrogen source. But the thing is, as you all know, nano urea cannot apply as a single fertilizer source, but there's limited imported restrictions for that. Therefore, the availability is high for the nano urea. But the thing is, we cannot apply this as a single fertilizer source, and we can apply compost as a single nitrogen source, but compost availability is very low in Sri Lankan context, as well as important regulations are very strict regarding this compost. And this is the annual net profit per hectare using these different nitrogen sources. According to the table that reflect that the annual profit of paddy, maize and vegetable with the subsidized nitrogen fertilizers were recorded as present in the table, and if urea were made available without a subsidy, profit would go down as this. But the thing is, though it is a drastic reduction in profits, having urea available at a market rate was still better than using nano urea or compost. And overall result reflect that financial profit of nano urea and compost is negative under above nano urea and compost scenarios. That results reveal that there are huge loss, like million losses. Farmers has to bear million losses using this nano urea and profits as a single source of nitrogen fertilizer. So according to that, these results indicated that financial infeasibility of chemical fertilizers free policy for paddy, maize and vegetable cultivations of rice on Sri Lanka. And it also shows that removal, if not reduction of fertilizer subsidy, even under high fertilizer prices prevailed in the world prices, is a viable policy option to restore economic efficiency. With that, I finish my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dasani. It's very interesting study and very important findings. So let me directly go to Professor Isham.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Manoj. Yeah, Dasuni, yeah, I think it's a very timely study. So a lot of, it's right. The policy has been recalled, the organic free. So I think here, the findings, although you have made many assumptions, still, there is validity of this study in my understanding. I think now it's as far as nano nitrogen is concerned, I think that's out of the equation. I think as your study shows, it's even you can't think of it. You have to take it out of the equation. Okay, now, now the situation is somewhat different. I think the time you collected this, like for example, the urea prices, I think is almost now 1 metric ton is like $1,000, isn't it?
Yes,
$1,000. Okay, so it's like gone up by about 3 to 4 folds than what you have used.
Yes, sir. Now I think 350 rupees per kilogram.
Yeah. So in that context, it's a pathetic situation, isn't it? So
yes,
how we are going to? I think it's becoming very obvious that we will have to subsidize. We will have to subsidize, and how much we have to subsidize. Okay. I think the next stage, I think you can look at kind of simulation if you can do, and see. What would be the subsidy that we should give the farmer in order to make it profitable? And what I feel is the other thing is now you're looking at the nitrogen. Like for example, like you're looking at compost. Of course, it has very less amount of nitrogen, like 1%. So maybe there are alternatives, like for example, the co-composting. Like if you go for like fecal sludge, you can that's freely available in this country, so you can enhance the nitrogen content, but not that much, maybe I think about 3% the maximum. So you can look at some of the alternatives, how you can, and go for a hybrid form. I think that is what we can do right now, given the current context and the international market prices of fertilizer. Otherwise we will not be able to do agriculture in this country. So I think it would be good to look at the hybrid modes, and how, and even if you go for fecal sludge, you can't do, use that much. Even the fecal sludge is available, I think it's not in a usable form. You cannot incorporate and go for co-composting that much. But still, for all, you can look at the alternatives of hybrid forms and do some simulation and see, if we are going for a fertilizer subsidy, of course, which should be something that we can bear. So what would be that kind of a subsidy? What would be the subsidy that we can give to the farmer? So that kind of a study to the next stage, if you can take, I think that would give good, good results. Even for the policymakers, that would be very valuable, particularly in this particular current situation. Okay, so I think I will stop there because we are running out of time right now, and I wish you all the best, and thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the comments.
Thank you, Professor Sham, and thank you, Daswani. So let me wind up the session while thanking the presenters as well as the discussions. Actually, I think it was a very productive session with very timely and interesting research presentations covering a diverse range of themes, starting from education, research, climate change, and poverty. Now the productivity issues with the fertilizer. So I think researchers got a good feedback from the discussion. So I congratulate all the presenters for their efforts. I hope they will be able to take these findings to the next level. Also, I especially thank the two discussants, Professor Esham and Professor Tusita, for taking their time off from their busy schedules, actually more than 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours. It's fantastic. So also I thank SIA President Dr. Sampath, Secretary Dr. Shashika, and the session coordinator Chamali for successfully organizing this event. So I hope these discussions will be disseminated to a wider audience in the form of conference proceedings or policy briefs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. After a very fruitful presentation session, we have arrived at the end of the contributory paper session of the 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. Therefore, let me take this opportunity to pay my sincere gratitude to our chairperson, Dr. Manoj Tibbatuawa. Thank you very much, sir, for accepting our invitation despite your work and chairing the session today. We highly appreciate your kind cooperation throughout the session. Next, I would like to take a minute to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards our discussants, Professor Tusita Kumara and Professor M. Isham. It was an honor having you both with us today. Further, I would like to thank you for honoring our invitation despite of your busy schedules, and thank you very much. I must mention that all the work we have witnessed today is a culmination of efforts made by the presenters and authors of contributory papers. Dear presenters and authors, thank you for enriching the session and the research forum with your valuable research work. Next, I would like to thank all the staff members of Uvavelas University and members of the Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association who have been working to make the session and the program a success. My special thank goes to Dr. Sampath Dharmadasa, the President of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, and Dr. Shashika Ratnayaka, the Secretary of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. Finally, I would like to thank you all and kindly invite you to the annual general meeting of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association, which will be commenced soon after this session. Please use the link sent to the AGM to join the meeting. With that, let me wind up the contributory paper session of 15th Annual Research Forum of Sri Lanka Agricultural Economics Association. Thank you very much and have a nice evening.